order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut.
That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, of course it's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, what's your name?
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
The 1-1. High drive. Well hit ball out into center. Leote just watching as it hits up over the batter's eye. Second home run for Dela Cruz. Both come with men on board. This two-run shot makes it 14-0.
With the torpedo bat, RJ Choppy?
Yes, with the torpedo bat. Elly De La Cruz, 7 RBIs, 2 homers. The RBIs were a career high. And he used the torpedo bat, which, boy, that is all the rage around the sport right now because the amount of orders that the bat companies have been getting. I watched a video from Marucci. Marucci's a bat company. And they do a lot of kids' bats, like youth, metal bats. But they also make some wood bats. And there was a video of like the guy who's like one of the bat makers. And this video was like a year ago talking about how the design of this, he goes, we find it's a better design and it's a better design bat and things, progress and migrate. And this is now all the rage. But they do say it takes like 4 weeks to get a bat if you order because they order to your specifications. Like they will put something on the knob of your bat and then you'll swing it 3 times and it will give you the exact bat for your swing, like where it's weighted.
Wow.
The type of handle and everything. So it takes a little while, but everyone's going to be ordering these things.
Well, the Texas Rangers got torpedoed, embarrassed every which way. Kumar Rocker and the team get humiliated in Cincinnati, 14-3.
Yeah, this has thrown a little bit of cold water on my fun Rangers weekend against the Red Sox. It's like, hey, maybe this is all going to be turned around, and then when you're down 14-0 in like the 7th inning against the Reds, that's a little discouraging. And Kumar Rocker specifically being discouraged. I just had to look this up. So he gave up the 2 home runs, but he also had the 2 walks, and then he had the wild pitch. So all that command stuff, all that control stuff, still going. He almost hit somebody last night too. Like this is the concern with him right now, and what Chris Young talked about a couple weeks ago about, hey, where you've got him in the lab every day, looking at video, trying to figure out where his mechanics went wrong because he's just not as clean right now as he was at the end of last year.
I had a bunch of different Kumar bets through Underdog, and I couldn't decide which one. They make you pick one of them in like the little side subcategories. Over on walks, it was 1.5. Over on hits, I think it was 3.5. And then first inning pitch count was like 19. And I was like, I'm not going to predict they score 3 runs in the first. That's a little bit scary. So first inning pitch count, no. Hits, I could go with that, but Bobby talking about Rocker and surprise with the control and the walks, I was like, okay, let's go with that one. 2 walks. 2 walks and I'm home free. I still want him to have about 4 innings, 5 innings, but 2 walks in there. Well, every damn one of them hit, and they hit easily. The first inning pitch count, obviously, he got beaten and battered. He lost some of that control in that 1 inning in terms of putting men on. RJ, this was ugly in every which way. He got beaten. He got dinked.
Yep.
He got dunked. Everything happened to Kumar. Look, you could see the breaking stuff. That was the only little small positive I took away with some of his breaking pitches. He froze Trevino on one that they were talking about and replaying on the TV broadcast. But, man, outside of that, you cannot feel good.
Dude, I mean, like
baseball go.
You know, he was trying to find the strikes, that he found the bats. Like, and they weren't like ground ball hits that got through. I mean, these were ropes. And I bet you if you went,
well, there was a lot. There were dinks and dunks too. There were balls that leaked through slowly. There were balls that found the stands quickly. Like I thought every single type of hit happened.
Yeah, I thought they were roping them, especially that first inning, like just bang, 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 bang. It was like this was not the start that you're looking for from him. The good news is that he only walked 2, and he gave up the 6 runs. Like that actually is the good news. Like usually, if you're going to give up 6 runs, you're going to have like 4 walks in there, right? You're just going to have a ton of walks. And that's he only did that. I actually like that they sent him out for the 3rd inning. Like you can't. The Rangers probably
they had to.
They had to. I'd go back and look at this. Most teams have had an off day. Because a lot of teams, especially if you don't
I
play.
think the Yankees are off for the next 2 days. I kept trying because I'm on torpedo watch now.
Yeah.
And I'm like, did they play last night or are they playing today?
They didn't play yesterday.
Yeah, and I think they're off today.
That would be surprising to have an off on I've never seen a team off on a Tuesday like that.
They're just so winded from all the home runs they've hit.
But, early in the year,
I'm sorry. They host Arizona. Is today April 1st?
Yes.
Yeah.
They host Arizona, so my bad.
but like a lot of teams played that Thursday, and then if you didn't have a dome stadium, you had Friday off because they were it's planning for weather. The Rangers obviously have a dome, and they didn't have an off day yesterday. A lot of teams had an off day yesterday. So they are going to be playing 7 straight games right out of the gate. And they needed Rocker to go deep. They needed Garabito to go a couple of innings too, and he did. He got hit around a little bit, but they needed that. Like they needed to get like 6 innings out of those 2 guys.
Look, it's still Randy Galloway used to say all the time. He was like, you win 3 out of every 5 games, and you're going to the playoffs. And you're 3-2 to start the season. It's just the Rocker thing is a little concerning because you saw him last year, and we're like, all right, if he can take a step up, if he can continue to put things together, he can be a really dominant force. And these control issues are just a little bit concerning early on, but still some positives that come out of this. Adolis Garcia is still smashing the baseball. He roped both of his hits in play yesterday. Jonah Heim was still hitting the ball really hard. So, I mean, there's still some of the stuff that you were really banking on as like, hey, this needs to be better this year that looked good yesterday.
Well, it was embarrassing for the offense, too. They only had 5 hits. Berger had the home run in the 9th inning to get them. They scored their 3 runs in the 8th and the 9th inning, but the offense was totally silenced also.
Silence. There was they got nothing. Singer had it. He made his slider look like DeGrom's, and especially in the first inning where he was just that thing was really working against Simeon and then Seager. But I mean, he made the Rangers look like they had never swung a bat before, like they were still in spring training.
Here's Boch on the lopsided loss after.
Yeah, well, it was one of those games that it just started out bad and gradually got worse. Their guy did a great job on us, had his sinker slider going, and our guy just made some mistakes. He down the middle with the fastball and had trouble getting the breaking ball over at times, and we made too many mistakes ahead in the count too. We just didn't pitch well, and of course the bats were quiet, and it just didn't go well.
So there's the beatdown. Bochy with the incredible voice afterwards, and the Rangers will try to get some revenge today. on 105.3 The Fan.
There are 10 teams that have played 5 games. 10, that's it. And 2 of them are the Dodgers and the Cubs, who played 2 of those games in Japan.
That doesn't count. That doesn't count.
So that doesn't even count. So the Dodgers have only played 4. So you're really down to 8 teams that have played as many games as the Rangers. Like, it's just, the bad part of the schedule where they had to get extra innings from Rocker last night and they didn't get it.
Nate Eovaldi back out on the mound after the nice opening day performance. And as someone texted and tweeted, the Reds are about to score more runs than fans in the stands.
That was bad. That was embarrassing. Like, this is...
Tolo Skip sent me a little seat action, and you could get in for $1 last night. Section 523. Ooh. Section 404 had the amazing deal. No, the amazing deal is $1, 523. Yeah. Section 404, great deal at $2 a piece.
It's a cold night when they're all wearing their whatever they call those things, the masks, like the gators
or whatever,
the gator thingies,
Elamines.
Yeah.
I was right.
I'm going to go through 5 different clips to show that you were wrong. I'm going to go and look. But that shows how obsessed Bobby is.
Yeah.
We're talking about Khalid Elamine. And 10 minutes later, after the show yesterday, he goes, I was right. Being right is my drug. Being right is my drug. And in the clip, it was Khalid. Yeah. Sniff it up. The Dallas Mavericks had another Nico encounter, another Nico incident last night. We'll get to that at 6:20, but let's get to some good news.
Hands it forward. Johnston fighting through. He scores! Wyatt Johnston. The goal-scoring streak up to 5 games, and Dallas is in front.
Victory Plus with the call. You heard the reference of the streak, and the Star streak goes to now 6 games with a 3-1 win over the Kraken. Second straight win in Seattle. The Stars finished the road trip 4-0, and the month of March 11-2-2. After what felt like that's a rocky month for them. Yeah. 11-2-2. 30th goal of the season for Wyatt. Second straight 30-goal season. And remember, as Spittle points out to us, he's still 21. And he turns 22 in May.
You could file this under a bad beat if you took the over on the total goals. There were 3 goals scored in the first 3.5 minutes of this game. And then there was nothing until an empty netter late. And, DeSmith was so effective. That one goal he let up, that was not on him. That was a complete breakdown. They left their man wide open right in front of the net for the centering pass from behind the net. He should never have let up that goal. That wasn't on him. This was a shutout. Like, this should be credited as a shutout for DeSmith. He was fantastic, and they are rolling.
Matt Duchene got the Stars' first goal. He has been a road warrior, 44 points away from home, 75 points in 74 games played. DeSmith, terrific in goal, as you said, has only allowed 6 goals in his last 5 games played. So the Stars are 4 points behind Winnipeg for the top spot in the Central. They will host Nashville on Thursday. Colorado picked up a point in an overtime loss, but the Stars have stretched that lead over the Avs to 8.
Cut
him off. Cut him off. What? Good job, Peyton. Good job, Pepe.
Wow.
877-881-1053. Franco and Franco injury attorney text line. How important would it be to get that top spot with that matchup versus where they are right now?
Oh, huge. Because like the way the playoffs go is they don't do 1 versus 8, 2 versus 7. They deal with your individual division first. So you would be up against Colorado in the first round as it stands right now, as opposed to if you're Winnipeg, I think you get Minnesota. So it's just a much more advantageous position to be in if you're the 1 seed. You get the wild card-ish team, right? As opposed to Colorado, who could beat anybody, and they're playing, and they have been playing really good hockey since the trade deadline. I know they lost a couple in a row, but for the most part, since they traded Mikko, they've actually done really, really well.
Pepe, how did you divvy up last night? When did you turn off the Rangers, check on the Stars? We'll get to the Mavericks in just a second.
Yeah, well, with the Rangers playing, at 5:40, they were down 6-0 before dinner time. I'm cooking dinner, and they're down 6-0 already. So I was trying to keep up with that. I was really hoping Rocker would go longer. I mean, I was really excited to see him out there and pitch. I mean, I'm not a guy that's gonna throw guys back to the minor leagues, one start in, after a bad start.
Like
but
Bobby did with the closer, yeah.
that was disappointing. And then went to the Mavs because I thought they were gonna win last night. I really did.
These 5:40 starts are amazing.
Oh my God! I mean, the game's over by 8:00.
Yeah,
it's great.
It's fantastic. What'd you make?
It was a rigatoni pasta with a chicken sausage. Bell peppers in there too, some garlic.
Okay.
Yeah, it's nice.
More Rowlett or Florence tasting?
He's actually from Rockwell, not Rowlett.
Yeah.
No, his favorite Italian place is in Rowlett.
Is it?
Yeah. But this had
Welcome
tomato
to the show,
paste
Bob.
and then
Thanks.
like a white pasta sauce as well in there too. So
There
a
it
mix
is.
of both.
Well done. And you went out last night?
Yeah, Sarah it's end of month for her, so she was out until.
Oh,
no, different kind of month. So in her world, like she's got to be at the office.
she
till,
comes up. She's like, I'm hungry.
She had to be at the office till like 8 or 9. Well, she doesn't know when they cut her out. They cut her. They let her go home. So I was like, all right, I need to get something to eat. So I went down to Rex's, and apparently it was a TCU watch party because the girls were playing, and that place was slammed. I've never seen so many women basketball fans in my life.
Really?
But they were out there.
And
in
you went to
full
Tennessee.
force. And out to Tennessee, yeah. We used to sell that place out, 20,000 people. But it was a good crowd out there. And I was able to eat and get home.
And they lose to the Texas Longhorns, the number 1 seed, 58-47. But that was a tremendous season from the female Horned Frogs.
Mm-hmm.
Was that Elite 8? Cut off his mic.
Elite
again.
8, yeah. That was Elite 8.
Elite 8 for the first time?
I think it was the
program
first time they
history?
had made there, and they made it a game. It was like a double-digit game, and then they cut it to 2.
Yeah.
And then Texas pulls away.
I was supporting them this morning for their great season.
Yeah.
They lost to the Longhorns, so I was just trying to say, like, hey, respect. You guys played some great ball. That 47-point output in a full game was awesome.
Another Nico incident at the AAC and a horrible, well, it depends what side you're on. But if you want to make the playoffs, a horrible Mavericks loss at home. That's next with Sean and RJ. Glad you're waking up with us as part of the 6 a.m. club to start off a Tolo Tuesday right here on The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
Nah, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3233. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
10 to shoot. Russell, no look. Claxton, it's good and a foul. The Nets are cooking.
Nets TV with the call. If you want the Dallas Mavericks to make the playoffs, last night was a horrible evening at the AAC, taking on the Brooklyn Nets with absolutely nothing to play for. And you had the return of Daniel Gafford, who came out with his usual energy. That was crazy to hear Jason Kidd afterwards talk about effort and energy. And maybe there was just an assumption that Daniel Gafford would bring it all himself and the other guys could chill and slack off. Gafford with 17 and 7 in 19 minutes. The landlord is back. That's a good nickname. Do you approve of that, Bobby?
Sure, yeah, that's good.
Solid.
That's just better than, like, if we called him 17 and 7. That's what we would call him if it was an Evan Carter nickname.
If it was 7 and 7, that would be good.
It's good.
Yeah, that would be
good. That would be
Remind me of Lucas, 7 and 7.
Mavericks drinking or the number?
Both.
Oh. 113-109 Nets. The Mavericks had two golden opportunities. I think Klay Thompson thought he was too wide open. He gets the ball in the corner for the wide open three. I almost had to give Jason Kidd brilliant play design credit for the shot that Klay had. He hesitated, then he went back up for the three, came up short, got the offensive rebound, out to Dinwiddie, in rhythm, ball in and out, and the Mavericks lose.
Yeah, and Sacramento still is, they've got a 2-game losing streak right now, so you don't change any of your positioning with Sacramento at the time.
Well, that
Nothing has
stings
shifted.
even more.
Yeah, nothing has shifted yet, so you lose and it doesn't actually go anywhere. But
Pick up a half game out of Phoenix.
man, when you mentioned Klay there,
By the way, Sacramento lost to Indianapolis. I thought I saw like Steve Kerr just pass Carlisle for most like 40-point wins in a career as a coach. I didn't realize Rick had that many
was I only just now?
Yeah.
40-point W's.
Jeez.
Yeah.
No, but you mentioned Klay Thompson there. He just seems like he's ready for the season to be over.
No, I would
He
think
just
so.
doesn't look like, I'm not saying it looks like he's quit. He just looks like he's just kind of like, gosh, this has been miserable. It has been. It's been a miserable year for everybody. That dude did not commit to this. This is not what he signed up for when he said, sure, I guess I'll leave where I've been my whole career, or I guess I'll spurn the Lakers where my dad is the commentator. I'll come here, pick up everything, move, and ultimately be sitting here with a lineup that, features a bunch of guys scoring 12 points.
On the 30th try, simming the lottery, I got the Mavericks to 4th.
On the 30th?
30th
Thank God.
try. That's the position they put themselves in by getting a little hot, air quotes, over the last 10 days.
I don't know how they had these awful individual numbers because they actually outshot the Nets 47 to 43%. But as Bobby just referenced, starting lineup, total points, 12, 13, 11, 13. Gafford's the high man with 17. And then Max Christie with 12 off the bench. And where are you, Anthony Davis? This is the two-pronged problem with him. Number one, the injuries. Number two, he disappears. This is a moment where he has to be 30 and 10.
He has to be he.
Now he has to be he. He's coming back off the injury, okay? So you want to be 24 and 8? Fine. But every night I'm betting on Anthony Davis unders and I'm hitting. Every single night. This isn't second game back now. This isn't third game back. That's his fourth game back, and he scored 12, 15, 18, and 12. They need him to be him, and he's not. And this is a problem with him throughout his career. He doesn't even at times want to be the number 2.
Luka has a floor, like a very high floor.
Well, he didn't hit it last night. He cost me money there. I'm finding out it's really fun to bet daily.
Oh, that's amazing.
You're picking up
the daily betting.
I'm betting on baseball daily. I'm betting on basketball daily. I'm here. I'm here.
Action, baby. It is nonstop action. But if you're sitting there And a Luka game, his floor is like around like 19. That's a low. You might get a
19 points.
Yeah, you might get a really bad shooting night, and he doesn't get to the free throw line, and he finds his way into something even lower than that. But 90% of the time, his floor is like 19 points. And Anthony Davis's floor is just lower than that. And that's the problem. That's the problem.
But it shouldn't be.
It shouldn't be, but it is. Yeah, that's the problem.
For the month, he's averaging 14 points. 7 rebounds on 37% shooting and 8% from 3. 8.
No, he's not 37%. He's 55. No, hold on, wait. That's his free throw shooting. He has 55% from the free throw line as well during that spin.
No.
Sorry, I misread that. So, you know what? He's been everything that Nico Harrison hoped he would be. He's in shape, and he knew Kobe Bryant. So,
and there's the Nico segue. As yesterday, we got video and audio. Nico is out, of course, pregame warm-ups. Then he has to go hiding back into the Bat Cave. Nico comes out. He's saying hi in the tunnel, and a Mavs fan caught him.
Fire Nico! Fire Nico! Fire Nico!
Right to his face. He's right there.
Nico right there on the fan cam.
Nico looks square at him. Oh, good job, Aiden. Nice job, Aiden, getting it on the fan cam. And Nico looks him square in the face, walks in the back. And then, Bobby, what did you find later on of this interaction? Is this a Mavs employee?
Yeah, it's like Mavs security walked up on him afterwards and basically was confronting him, having it out with him. And I respect it. The fan goes like this, puts up the talking. He goes, "You just tell what are you going to do?" And he just goes, "You're talking." And the guy walks off. But yeah, a couple Mavs employees came up, confronted him because this is what the Mavericks do now.
This Mavs security guard is out of control.
Yeah.
You're not supposed to be sitting there. He looked like he was ready to fight. Mm-hmm. If he wasn't held back by his coworkers, he's getting ready to get into a tussle.
This is like North Korea. It's like Soviet Russia's Pravda.
Yeah.
Well, that's what it is.
It is.
That's what it is over there. It's a disaster. It is such a disaster. Like, you can't.
Is he never going to watch a game in the arena at the AAC again?
He needs the offseason to happen yesterday.
What happens game 1 next year if he sits in his seat?
I mean, he's hoping that the 4 months away or 6 months away, whatever it will be, is enough time. It won't be, but that's what he's hoping for. That's his best chance.
Yeah, he has misevaluated every step of the way. So I understand if he thinks enough time away, people forget about it. Because he thought they were going to get over it that day. Then he thought they would get over it in a week. Then he thought, well, surely by a month. Luka hasn't even come to town yet. We're still due for that in a week. That's what's gonna set it all back into motion when Luka comes in here and drops 60. That's gonna be another detriment, and he's gonna think, all right, we'll get through the summer, and then they'll come back next year, and he will come right back to fire Nico, and he's gonna be stunned again.
Where are we in terms of when does it go too far, and you're like, all right, just make the play-in situation, Mavs, just do it
this year?
Yeah,
it doesn't. I don't want them anywhere near that. They tanked 2 years ago. Why are they tanking now? Like, what's the difference?
Well, I think the difference.
He's got to salvage something. I don't know.
I think that's it.
I mean, to me, the salvage is finding a way in the lottery and getting lucky with moving up and getting Cooper Flag.
I think he's got to show a little bit to the fan base that this team, even without Kyrie, look, this is my vision. This is what I was seeing. Anthony Davis already let it be known. I'm not just going to sit out. That ruined Team Tank right there because they couldn't tell Anthony Davis, fresh off coming here, we're a loser organization and we're just gonna sit out and drop all these L's.
Do you think part of the reason this even happened last night, him getting confronted, is because they had won 4 out of 5, and he was like, I can go back out there. They're seeing now.
Yeah.
They're seeing what we're doing. They're seeing how we win when Anthony Davis is out there.
I think he just thought it was safe. Like,
no one was in the building yet?
No one was.
Yeah,
I'm surprised his fan was even in there.
I know. What do you do? Are you that bored to get to the game that early?
Chris Sonner's like, come down here. I got you.
Chris just opened a back door for
check
him.
it out. Got you down.
Good job, Chris.
Got you in. Speaking of Luka and the Lakers, they had a big-time matchup last night against the Armpit.
I just mentioned it'll win tonight. They get win number 50. What a fight! Broke his ankles in the corner. Finney Smith. It's a free. Another one for L.A.
Luka with the assist, and the Lakers end up winning 104-98. Can't believe again that Luka cost me some money, but he only scored 20 points, did have 9 assists. LeBron had 16, and the Lakers win. They had been struggling. J.J. Redick called LeBron, Austin Reeves, and Luka together, saying get it together offensively. So here's the Western Conference right now. Oklahoma City is 14.5 games up on the Rockets. The Rockets are the 2 seed. Man, what a job by that front office and Ime Udoka. The former Celtics coach and Nia Long ex. Denver is the 3. The Lakers are the 4. Memphis is the 5. Golden State is the 6. Then Minnesota, the Clippers, the Mavericks are the 9. Sacramento is the 10. And again, Kevin Durant is hurt with the ankle. The stunning fire.
I still don't get what's going on there.
Memphis.
With Memphis firing Taylor Jenkins. And it makes no sense. I mean, you're the 5 seed. Why are you firing your head coach 2 weeks before the playoffs start or whatever?
And the conspiracy theorists are out saying, oh, well, Taylor Jenkins is gone. Here comes Ja Morant back.
And, now there's also people saying, like, is Ja Morant going to get traded? My
this feels
kind of
very
antennas go up.
De'Aaron Fox-esque with Mike Brown in Sacramento. Like, people are like, did De'Aaron get rid of Mike Brown? And then they trade De'Aaron.
Yeah, they up and move him anyway. Like, that it doesn't make any sense. Like, Memphis is a good team. They're a solid team this year. Like, why would you up and fire the coach?
They are 3-7 in their last 10, but yeah, you're about to have the playoffs.
Yeah, and you're not really you're not in the play-in, you're in the playoffs.
Feels a little Adrian Griffin-like. Like when Milwaukee was like, yeah, this isn't exactly what we were hoping for, and then they canned Adrian Griffin, and then they brought in Doc Rivers, and it's been worse. Where Taylor Jenkins was a guy who was a really well thought of coaching candidate, and somebody who, when people are like, all right, that's a guy who's going to lead that organization for a long time. He's had an impressive run while he's been there. It still doesn't make any sense. It feels like there's some other piece of this information that we don't have.
Speaking of Ja Morant returning, he came back from a 6-game absence against the Lakers. Luka had joked earlier in the season, it feels like everyone comes back against the Lakers. I used to think when people whispered about that in league circles, it was just a myth. But yeah, it seems like it's kind of a thing. Well, J.J. Redick had his analytics department look into it. Yeah. And according to his research, the Lakers have faced the healthiest rosters in the NBA. 86% of opposing payroll has been available to play them. So that's JJ saying, dig into that analytics.
That actually might, because, like you said, Luka talked about that a month ago. It actually might play into it where players target a comeback against the Lakers because they're probably going to be on national TV.
Yeah.
I could see how that would make sense for a player to want to come back. But, you also have to check, I know they're the highest in the league, but how close are the other ones? How close are all the other teams, that 86%? Are the Lakers at 86% and nobody else is above 70? That's a big difference. If they're all at 80%, then it's
By the way, you mentioned Kevin Durant and the Suns. Durant, they say, is out for minimum week. So that's his timeline right now. He's out for at least a week, and that's relevant to the Mavericks and their positioning.
I can finally support Stephen Jones after some news came out yesterday voting against filthy. We'll take you inside the Star and around the NFL from the owners' meetings on the home of the Cowboys next.
After we get you over to Platinum Chrysler.
Product? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut.
That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, a pepper lady?
Pepper lady? Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
Shout out to the 6 a.m. club here on Sean and RJ. We got our Cowboys insider, Bobby Roberto Belt, and this is your home of the Dallas Cowboys and the Texas Rangers. We got a Tolo ticket giveaway concert seats to hook you up with. You're on the 720 Expressway. We want you to win it because you're listening to start off your day. Good job, Stephen Jones. I'm proud of you. As the headline yesterday coming out of the NFL owners' meetings in Palm Beach, Florida was, momentum is gaining against the tush push. CBS Sports with the current tally. Teams in support of the tush push. Baltimore, Cleveland, Houston, Indy, New England, the Jets, and of course, Philadelphia. There are two teams, well, three teams really, when you factor in the Green Bay Packers. And RJ, as you point out, the number one, probably most important and loudest voice coming from Buffalo.
Yeah, and the Bills use it. Like, they use it. And Sean McDermott said he's concerned with player safety. And, like, to me, if you're going to eliminate this, the best chance you have is the player safety route. Anything else looks like sour grapes. Like, no matter whether you think it's the right, it looks, optics-wise, like you're just like, I can't stop it, so let's ban it.
Yeah.
That's what it looks like.
And that's why Sean McDermott tried it like 7 times in the game against
Kansas City.
Yeah, Kansas City. Is because he agrees it's a player safety issue. That's why he put his highest investment right in the way of it multiple times and failed.
But that, to me, like if you really want this to pass, you have to convince the other owners that your largest investment has a greater chance of getting hurt because of this. That's how you do it.
The problem is they don't have the medical data to support it. They have Jason Kelsey on record saying it, and he is the architect of it all.
Yep.
But if Jerry Jones comes on this show multiple times and says, we don't have any turf information, we don't have any artificial, what are you talking about? Grass isn't healthier for these guys.
Don't tell me what I'm saying.
Even though they're the ones out there saying it and playing it, I don't know if they have the medical data to support it.
Yeah, I know. They've found ways to manipulate that medical information, I'm sure.
It's just a compromise. Again, Bobby and I have been banging the table for this over and over and over. We can all compromise. You can keep the tush push, just don't allow the pushing in the back. And Stephen Jones brings up the other side of the ball.
Well, that's just a QB sneak. Right? That's just a QB sneak.
Fine.
Which is what the play has been for forever. Like this isn't like just some radical thing. This isn't like we're saying like, oh my gosh, you're basically this is so stupid. Vrabel had the dumbest effing line yesterday where he goes, ban Lamar Jackson from running too if you're going to ban the it's not the same thing, you idiots. God, I'm glad you're not here because I would just have to talk about what an idiot you are today.
CBS Sports says Stephen Jones indicated Dallas will vote against the push, desiring consistency in rule enforcement as linebackers are not currently permitted to push defensive linemen when defending extra points.
That's a shift. If we're talking about consistency, well, that's not totally consistent with what Steven and Jerry have said on this station.
I thought we asked Jerry and he was fine with it.
Exactly. Steven and Steven said in this, he said, this is an evolution apparently because of the point the Packers brought up about pushing defensive players pushing, is that Steven looked at it and said, okay, all right, well, okay, then what we need to find is consistency. So that would either have to mean linebackers are now allowed to push defensive players, or you're not allowed to push the quarterback anymore. One of those two things has to happen. And so I think that's where their evolution has come from is, okay, well, all right, we do need consistency across the board then.
Yeah, look, I mean, I'd be okay if they decided to allow, the push of the defensive players.
I don't it's not fair. I mean, I don't know how you're not allowed to, you can't have leverage on a kick block, you can't push players, but like you can shove Jalen Hurts and you can hard count 5 times to the point that you tell Washington we're just going to give him a touchdown if you keep jumping.
It's offense. Like all leagues want offense. That's why they're not getting rid of torpedo bets.
It feels like someone is going to sneak in to try to steal Tyreek Hill. That's my prediction here over the next 2 months. If the Dallas Cowboys did it, I probably wouldn't be thrilled about like the overall team planning, but I would be excited if you told me you get Tyreek Hill, you draft Ashton Genty. Now I got some juice for Oxnard.
Yeah. Oh, that's exciting.
Now I got some juice.
That's exciting. You get Tyreek Hill on this team, regardless of whether or not you pay too much for him from a pick standpoint or from the contract standpoint. No matter what, you have an exciting player. And at the end of the day,
because right now I'm looking for juice. I need juice for the Cowboys.
The only juice for the Cowboys right now is it means the football season started.
Yeah, that's it. If we had to, let's say, obviously the draft is going to happen, but let's say if Oxnard were to start tomorrow, what's like the number one thing that you go, I guess that's the most interesting. Is it just Schottenheimer? Watching him and how he interacts, I guess? Because there's nothing else.
There's nothing else at all.
How does Dak Hammy look?
No, I
That's
don't
not
care.
exciting.
No, it's not exciting, but like what
carbs is Dak thinking about today? What carbs is he thinking about eating since the Slim Reaper? That's his new internet nickname with all the weight loss. But Tyreek Hill's making noise again. Remember, after Miami's season in the locker room ended, he said, "I'm out." Tried to walk back those comments. Well, the last 24 hours on social media, Tyreek is doing his disruptive thing again. A fan was asking if they'd be open to trading Hill. He responded with the smiling emoji. Then he went with the peace sign, like, "I'm out of here." Mike McDaniel was forced to answer questions about this yesterday, and he said, "We are fully planning to move forward with Tyreek in 2025. Tyreek is known for whatever antics on social media." So this does not feel, it's not settled. Definitely not in Tyreek's mind. It feels like someone could try to sneak in.
No, it doesn't feel settled. And, you know, when that's such a difficult word too, antics. Like for Mike McDaniel to use the term antics, even if you're just saying, his social media games, he plays, whatever, just to say antics, that sounds like somebody you consider to be a problem. And that's not typically the way Mike McDaniel talks about his players. And so I definitely think that, man, he seems like, you remember we reached that point with Antonio Brown, not that he's at Antonio Brown levels yet, but you remember that reached that point in Antonio Brown with the Raiders, where it was like, okay, I thought the Raiders had this settled. Why is there a new story today about he's unhappy? And okay, all right, it's settled. No, he's unhappy again. Tyreek Hill's starting to be that guy a little bit, where it's like, I thought we put this to bed. Why are we a week later and all of a sudden you're unhappy again?
Doesn't this just make sense for like Kansas City? Bring him back.
Yeah.
He was okay here, except for, the whole incident off the field. But in the locker room, can Pat and Andy control him? They need another spark there. The 33rd team threw this out and said, "Who says no?" The Cowboys receive Tyreek Hill and pick number 98. Is that third round, Bobby?
Yep.
They get pick 44 and a third. A 2025 fourth, number 44, I'm sorry. 2025 number 44 and 2026 third.
Which is really a fourth.
I do that.
Yeah.
Yep. I have to, if I'm getting a third back with Tyreek Hill, yeah. If it's just the second for Tyreek Hill, probably not. But yeah, I'm getting a third back with Tyreek Hill, yes, do it.
Mm-hmm.
I agree. So that's my prediction. Tyreek Hill, someone going to try to sneak in and make some waves.
Chiefs have around, is it effective cap space or cap space I need to look at?
For what? For just effective cap space.
So the Chiefs have $9 million.
Cowboys have about supposedly $30 million in cap space.
30 and a half.
Well, did you see what Stephen Jones was saying yesterday about the second receiver? He wants a new target. He wants a big one. This is what he told reporters yesterday. He's speaking a lot this week. It's not just the one time, I guess. He talked again yesterday. He said, we're still open to looking at a really explosive number 2 that can upgrade us. He said, I like our room. This is from Nick Harris. We added Mingo late in the year last year. I think him having a full offseason to work with Dak. We really liked him when he came out of Ole Miss. I really feel like he has a lot of upside. I certainly like our young guys. Flanoy, obviously Turpin brings a little something to the mix with his juice and explosion. I really like our room, but at the same time, losing Cooks in free agency, we're still open. So
they know number 2 is a glaring need.
You honestly, I don't think you're missing 2 starters at receiver. Because it's a 3-receiver league, and I don't think you have a legitimate 2 or legitimate 3.
Cal Edwards said the cap hit for Miami would be ridiculous if they moved on from Hill before June. So I like that. I like when Tolos just don't throw out Cleveland Browns scenarios, and it's basically show me your work. Give me the cap hits. Give me the salaries. We got to make it work in terms of the math. So that's Stephen Jones also saying the running. So what would it be with Tyreek's contract? Refresh me, please.
If Dallas brought him on, what hit would they take?
Yeah, like what's he have left?
Let me pull it up. It would not be anything that Dallas couldn't handle.
And is he looking for a new deal? Is he making this noise because he wants to get paid again?
So you would probably have to guarantee another year for him or something along those lines. But as long as you just make the trade, get him here, and then work out a negotiation, it's not anything they can't weather. Dallas would basically just take on his guaranteed salary, which is this year $27 million.
Steven also saying this running back class stronger compared to years past, so keep an eye on that. And then the comments out of Cleveland on a quarterback still on their roster.
Yeah, this is the second owner we've seen do this. We saw the Diamondbacks owner do this with Jordan Montgomery.
Yep.
Where he went on, he was like, I regret that deal big time. And, I mean, they got 117 innings out of him, and now he's got Tommy John surgery, so he's done this year. But Jimmy Haslam, basically saying that a big swing and a miss.
We swung and we missed on the quarterback.
That is not something you want to hear from the owner, especially when the guy's still there. He's still there.
It's not just swing and miss. He also said we gave up draft picks, and he said, so we've got to dig ourselves out of that hole. So he's referring to that as digging out of a hole. He also said, D Haslam, we're responsible for this. Hold us accountable. He was basically just saying Deshaun Watson's useless, which him still being on the roster is wild for them to say something. They clearly are just trying to communicate very publicly that they don't want anything to do with him anymore.
But they're stuck. They get a fully guaranteed contract.
You're not stuck. You draft a replacement.
No, I know, but you're stuck with, you're paying him.
Oh, yeah.
And he's going to be there. I mean, you can cut him. Sure, you can cut him.
Yeah.
They just pay all the dead cap.
It's just the worst contract anybody's ever given out. You fully guaranteed it.
Pete Prisco the other day said it's the worst trade in NFL history.
Well, you can make that's a hard case to argue.
It's way up there. Nothing else comes to mind.
Do you lock in the Browns to picking a quarterback first round?
No, I don't think so. Because, if they're not in love with one of them, then I could see them just saying we need to build around other players and we'll just run with Pickett for right now.
If they sat there with a 2,
number 2.
If they picked Abdul Carter and said, we are just going to play, we are going to go all in on defense. Micah and Abdul, Miles and Abdul on the edge. Let's just figure it out defensively, and then we'll try to get something out of it. I could see them going that route, but I don't know how you don't take a quarterback.
Quarterback confidence amongst Tennessee, Cleveland, the Giants, and the Raiders, and the Jets, where you're like, I know they're going to pick one, or you can't answer it because you don't know who they like.
I don't think Raiders are going to pick a quarterback. They're talking about giving Pete Carroll just talked about yesterday. Them giving Geno an extension, so I think Geno's probably locked in. Titans, if they stay at 1, they're picking whoever's picking at 1 is picking a quarterback. So if the Titans stay there, they will. Cleveland is not certain. Giants not certain. Giants, it depends on what happens ahead of them, I think.
877-881-1053 in order to hit us up here on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers. Some Rangers want to start using that torpedo bat, and a former Ranger is gone for 80 games with cheating. That's next here with Sean and RJ and a new concert ticket giveaway right here on The Fan. But
Okay, now that is a very cute haircut.
That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen.
My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
The Fan.
1-0 pitch. Swung on, that's it high and deep to left field. Back goes Langford at the wall. It's out of here. Over the 379 sign in left center field. Matt McClain has homered in 3 straight games. And he's given Cincinnati a 2-0 lead.
That is the Hall of Famer Eric Nadel on your home for Rangers baseball. They'll do it again today with a 5 o'clock pregame with Jared Sandler. First pitch at 5:40. Kumar Rocker and the Rangers get smoked. And don't let the offense off the hook either, because they didn't do jack squat in this game until the 8th and the 9th innings. 14-3 Reds.
That offense has got problems, man. Right now, it's not. And now listen, it's so early, and generally offenses are way behind pitching. They're way behind. But it just doesn't seem like they're even going to the plate without a plan half the time. You know, a couple of Adolis' home runs have come on 0-2 pitches. I mean, you can't sustain that. You can't sustain that over the course of the year.
Yeah,
you can't sustain that approach. But again, if he's gonna hit the ball as hard as he is, then you're gonna take that every day of the week.
Sure.
Yeah, it hasn't been great so far. Wyatt Langford, had an 0 for yesterday. They still at this point of the season they have 6 walks through 5 games. Like that's not ideal. That's not what you want. But look, I still think that some of the peripheral stuff looks like it's going to track out well for the offense eventually. I'm not concerned with it as much as I was last year at times. But yeah, we'll definitely give it some time, and if this keeps going on where you're just scoring 3 runs a game, that's going to be a big issue.
So Evan Grant says that multiple Rangers plan to experiment with the new torpedo bats. Josh Smith and Jake Berger are interested in trying out the new bats before taking them to the game, while Jock Peterson says he will use them immediately. So that's some of the Rangers trying to hop on board.
You got to hop on board. I think that you have an obligation as an organization to at least
But isn't this
test this out.
Isn't this just for jammed players? This isn't.
It's not for everybody.
It's not for everybody.
It's not for everybody. It's not for everybody. But if you're a player who likes the ball inside, right, and you want to be like a pull hitter, and like if you're Jock Peterson, like that might be what he wants. And that's your biggest bugaboo is that you like the ball inside, you like to pull it, but you also get jammed. Then the torpedo bat absolutely is something you need to use.
This Brewers reliever, is it Trevor McGill?
Trevor McGill.
He said, I think it's terrible. It's the Yankees, so they will let it slide.
Which, I don't know how to tell Trevor these bats been around for like 20 years. Like, just no one's used it. Like, that's the reality of it. These bats have been around. Like, didn't Sandler say that like Ben Grieve used it yesterday, like 04?
And he said people made fun of him for it, and so he didn't use it again.
Yeah.
But, so, I mean, it's been around. It's been a technical. It's going to have a little bit of the adjustment period. It's obviously a different competitive advantage potentially. But you remember when the NFL first brought those Rev helmets in that had the little slots in
Yeah.
them, and it just looked weird, and it was kind of like, this just doesn't feel right. The bats are going to take a little time with that. This was the first game yesterday where Ellie De La Cruz had used one.
Oh.
And Ellie De La
Played
Cruz, in that game, he goes 4 for 5. He scores 4 runs, 7 RBIs, 2 home runs, no strikeouts. On the year, the first 3 games heading into that game, he was 3 for 11, 2 runs, no extra base hits, 1 RBI, and 4 strikeouts. So literally every single one of those numbers was better yesterday. Runs, hits, extra base hits, home runs, his strikeouts, everything was better in that game than they had been for the whole season combined.
So when the guy's just up there batting, I can't tell. Can you tell?
I can when they zoom in.
When they zoom in, but like if you're just like looking at the regular behind the pitcher camera angle, I can't tell.
No.
It doesn't look any different to me.
Buster Oney, friend of the show and station, says that these bats, they could be catching on everywhere soon.
They actually feel like that their approach at the plate has been really good, but just like with other teams around baseball, the conversation about the bats has caught the eyes of the Braves. They put in their order for some of these bats. Drake Baldwin, their catcher, actually told me that he used one of these during the Arizona Fall League last year. He said, look, it looks weird, and he's not quite comfortable with it, but he said that as long as you have teams like the Yankees having a lot of success with it, other teams are going to look at it.
So, it's like I said, it takes about 4 weeks to get these bats ordered because they're all specific. But Andy Slater has reported that several high school and college teams have reached out. High school and college teams have reached out about ordering these types of bats. Now, I guess you can make them in a metal bat too, because obviously they use metal in high school and in the college game. But how they continue with this is going to be really, really interesting. And you had heard Giancarlo Stanton say that he blames his elbow injuries on these bats because he used these apparently last year in the playoffs, and he had a really good postseason.
Was I just giving Bobby instructions with my mic on?
Yeah, your mic was off.
Bobby,
I actually didn't even hear it.
Bobby texted the group. Brian Schottenheimer is talking, so I'm like, put on 212.
No, I'm saving all. Machota's tweeting out all the videos. I'm saving all of them now.
Okay, excellent. So there's the coverage of the owners' meetings in Florida with Brian Schottenheimer speaking. Former Ranger Jurickson Profar suspended 80 games for taking a PED.
Last year, he signed a 1-year, $1 million deal with San Diego. $1 million is basically the veteran minimum.
Yeah, it's Dawson money.
And he parlayed that into 3 for like 42 from the Braves this offseason. And then he got immediately popped for PEDs. And I think that's a worthwhile investment on his part.
Yep.
Those PEDs, can't take that money away. It's a guaranteed contract, and he'll lose about $7 million of that $42 million.
He did release a statement, though, and said, Braves fans, my heart hurts. I have too much respect for the game. Never would have done this. He said, I'm devastated that I won't be on the field with my teammates for the next 80 games. I look forward to competing again at the highest level this season upon my return.
So he got busted technically for the masking agent. Right, that's what the same thing Manny Ramirez got popped for. A lot of guys get popped for the masking agent. It's not the actual PED that you
cover up.
Yeah, it's the cover up that you get busted.
If this
for.
was 5 years ago, he wouldn't have gotten in trouble for masking up.
I love actually going, and I wish someone would make a starting 9 of career year, guys. I love going and looking at the year before the big contract and saying, oh, that's an obvious one. Look what he did. Last year was a career high in home runs for Profar. He started in 2012, mind you. So he hit 24 home runs, 85 runs batted in. He hit 280. By far the highest WAR of his career at 3.7.
Yeah, he had a nice year. He had a really nice year. It just turns out that it was aided.
Probably.
Yeah, so who else are we putting on that team? Because Jurickson would be, you'd have him DH. You have Brady Anderson, obviously, has got to be in the outfield.
This is probably a pretty bad exercise to just throw out names.
Oh, I'm gonna come up.
There's some here that could be included on that list as well.
Yeah.
877-881-1053. In order to hit us up here on DFW Sports Station, I have some updated odds on the NCAA Men's Championship. The favorite to win it all is
Duke.
Well done. 11-10. That's plus 110. Followed by
Florida.
The Florida Gators are plus 260 according to Bet Online. Then
Auburn.
Choppy's right on that one. Houston at plus 400. And then the Auburn Tigers at plus 500.
The overall number 1 seed Auburn is the least favorite to win.
Yeah.
The overall number one seed. Now, how much of that is the Janai Broome injury? They don't know about it. And they're also going to be playing Florida, who is, one of the, obviously they're a team that a lot of people pick to win coming in.
Your Ken Palm data that you love so much, the guy who does all the efficiency stats and shows who the best teams are. I saw a tweet over the weekend. 4 of the top 10 teams of all time in the Ken Palm rankings are Auburn, Florida, Houston, Duke. Like, he's like, this is as strong of a finish as we've gotten in the history of these rankings.
I wonder, though, because Ken Palm has always said you cannot compare the number, like their efficiency number, year to year. It's like DVOA, right?
Well, I don't care what he says, because that's what the tweet said, so I want it to be that way.
Because, DVOA, like your DVOA is like 30 one year, and then the next year somebody has a 28. Your 28 might be better because it's comparative to the rest of the league.
So the argument is trying to be made most loaded Final Four ever, or one of them. I'm making this observation from afar as a college basketball observer. None of these teams feel like a great, fantastic super team to me.
Yeah, it's look,
who's great?
Duke is really good. Yeah, Duke is really, really good. They got 3. They'll have 3 guys taken in the first 15 picks.
Oh.
Yeah, Duke's really, really good. I mean, Florida's a good team. They got the best guard in the country.
Best guard in the country.
Yeah.
But that doesn't make you an all-time great.
No, they're not all-time greats. I mean, like the Florida team in 06, 07 with Horford and Brewer.
The Kentucky
and
team.
All right, speaking of college hoops, explain what's happening at UConn. This story that both you guys touched on last night. And as soon as I said, be careful with steroid accusations, the boss texted 2 names. so he's like, throw them out there.
Bobby, you sent this, right? The Paige Bueckers.
Yeah, the Etan Thomas article.
Yeah.
So, all right.
What do you mean how hesitant for? You wrote 4 essays
Gavin's
on it.
listening right now, clearly.
He doesn't listen.
Okay, here's what it is. No, but I can just put it out of my head and just to sometimes shoot from the hip. No, here's the thing, is that Etan Thomas, formerly of the Dallas Mavericks and Washington Wizards. In fact, he was the first draft pick, I think, of Cuban's era, was Etan Thomas before he got traded. He's become a very active writer and fights for a lot of different social justice issues. And he wrote an article yesterday for The Guardian, or this week for The Guardian, that says, why hasn't Middle America given Paige Bueckers the Caitlin Clark treatment? And he says the UConn star has embraced Black America rather than being pitted against it. It means she has not been lionized in the same way as a similarly brilliant player. And he goes down and he starts talking about all the injury history with Paige Bueckers, how tremendous she's been, which she has been. Her numbers are ridiculous. She's a 50-40-90 player, 50% field goals, 40% 3, 90% free throws. And he talks about how when she won an award a couple years back and she was up there on the stage, she talked about how, look, I'm a white player in a black player league, and they need a lot of light shining on them. And he thinks that this is the reason why she doesn't get the same attention as Caitlin Clark. No, that's not why. Here's the reality. Paige Bueckers, she's really fun to watch play basketball. Legitimately, I do think she's fun to watch play basketball.
And I can't tell you anything about her game whatsoever.
So much more legitimate skill, in my opinion, than with Caitlin Clark. I also think standing up for certain issues, especially when they're related to direct or indirect racial bias, that will definitely cause blowback for somebody who's got a platform at times. And that you have to take a stand if you want to be up there and be up front with that. But this is about the country doesn't like women's college basketball. That's what this is about. And Caitlin
he's
Clark,
trying to say because she's been more outspoken about issues,
right,
she's not as loved.
Right. Caitlin Clark, when she came onto the scene, she was something new. Nobody had ever really seen before. She's shooting like Steph Curry. Yes. Oh my gosh, this is exciting. Oh, she's got a rivalry with LSU and she doesn't get along with Angel. Oh, we've got drama here. We've got storylines. All while that's going on the very first time, Paige Bueckers has a torn ACL and she's not playing. And she'd been out and she'd been dealing with injuries. Well, all right, now that Paige Bueckers comes along and she's playing like she is, Caitlin Clark has been around for a few years. People are honestly, I think, all right, the novelty's worn off. Like, I've seen it now.
I think that is a perfect statement to make. I was trying to, search for a way to say that. It's kind of like with Steph afterwards. Like, who's the next step? Like Trae Young, I'm like, okay.
Yeah, we've already seen it.
I've seen it.
That's part of it. That's part of it. I mean, look.
It's a huge part of it for me.
ESPN pushed Caitlin Clark, right?
Yes.
No, you cannot say ESPN is.
It was also with a team and a program that I never
Cinderella. Nobody pays attention to Iowa. UConn has made 24 of the last 30 Final Fours.
Yeah, I'm like, okay, wow, you got another great player.
Right. It's Diana Taurasi, it's Sue Bird, it's Rebecca Lobo. We don't care. It's just another UConn player. ESPN pushed Caitlin Clark. Nobody is gonna sit there and try to tell you that ESPN is some champion of they dislike somebody because of their makeup. Right, their background or what they're pushing.
Yeah,
ESPN would love Paige Bueckers probably more than Caitlin Clark. And then like I said, like Iowa was a Cinderella, and people just hate UConn.
She's excellent. She's gonna be the number one pick.
Knows.
She's
gonna be here.
She's gonna end up here in Dallas. She's gonna because the Wings have the number one pick. Paige Bueckers is gonna be here, and she's gonna be great. And I will actually go to a game because I think she is very entertaining to watch. The country, though, they don't care in large part. It's like men's soccer or anything else. They don't care. It's got nothing to do with women or race or anything else.
Yes.
I would say less than 1% of people who were sucked in by the Caitlin Clark thing even know Paige Bueckers spoke out.
Yeah,
and so
I have no idea. I have no idea what issues you're talking about.
I don't even know that. I don't. I've heard that quote before, but I don't know what she was talking. I didn't even attribute it to her. Like I thought it was another women's basketball player. I didn't know it was her.
And that's just the. I think it's a. I don't know if Etan Thomas is standing up on some sort of like, ooh, I know this is wrong. I just think Etan Thomas is in an echo chamber at this point, and he thinks that, this would be the only reason why people aren't paying attention to her.
We have a brand new concert ticket giveaway to hook you up for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On, and a proposed Cowboys blockbuster deal. Would you be down for it? Bobby says, hell no. Choppy says, maybe. That's next during the commercial-free expressway with Sean and
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maple?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
It's brought to you by the On Time Experts.
And that means we are commercial free. We have Ask Reddit coming up during the Expressway. The HOV portion of the Expressway is going to be driven by Mercedes-Benz of Plano. Cowboys insider Bobby Belt is gathering up Brian Schottenheimer quotes and comments from the owners' meetings on Micah, the number 2 receiver, and the number 12 pick. We'll get to that at 8 o'clock this morning on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers with Sean Sharif and RJ Choppy. But first, did Brock Purdy just let Tank Lawrence off the hook?
Oh.
Did anyone else see this? Of course, we remember the famous Tank quote while we were sitting at the Super Bowl saying, "Why do we lose at the end of another Cowboys season? We were just tired.
Burned out, man.
We were burnt out. Burned out, man." Well, Brock Purdy on the Built for More pod was asked what happened to San Fran last year.
So we came back just on one 2 years ago, went to the Super Bowl, fell short of it. And then last year, man, guys were tired. Like that season, dude, is no joke. And when you go from July of training and everything all the way to the end of February, and then you really get 5 weeks off or so and you got to report back, and then you're going again. Yep. It's like, dude, guys are tired. They're still beat up. Their bodies, for these guys that are getting older, like it's not easy.
No, he did not let him off the hook at all. Two very different conversations to me. So,
okay, explain how.
The first one, and not that that's a reasonable explanation, but it at least makes more sense than what DeMarcus Lawrence said. DeMarcus Lawrence said they lost a one-off playoff game because they were tired from the entire season. To me, Brock Purdy saying, we played deep into seasons, deeper than the Cowboys have gotten in back-to-back years, went really far, had off-season programs that we then rolled into, and that's what we were beaten up and worn down and just not playing at a high level for the entire season because we just hadn't had the requisite recovery time. So
how many extra games did the 49ers play than the Cowboys over the last 3 years?
What were they? Well, I mean, it's not just a game. It's also, I mean, you talk about they end up playing, 5 more games than them total? And then you've got the aspect of all the practices throughout that week. So then you end up throwing however many more practices that is on top, probably 20 or something along those lines. So you throw 20 practices that you go deeper into the year. So it's also the amount of recovery time you just have to have time off. In general, I don't think it's comparable at all because he's on the surface, it sounds like, but I think what he's saying is that's why it wasn't a one-off game. We were just not physically ready to play the entire season.
Well, to me, tired and burnt out are basically the same thing.
Yes.
If Tank's saying, we were burnt out from the season, we were tired from the long year. Now, could Kobe Bryant, Kevin Garnett, and these guys Dirk log in? See, Patrick Damon, it's not hard. Just include Dirk in all the great references. Have they said in the past, yeah, man, we were just tired? I haven't really heard them say that. They usually let the media say it for them. They log the playoff minutes. Look at the amount of playoff minutes Kobe played compared to a guy in his regular season. So I don't know. That's the first thing I thought of. Tired and burnt out being the same thing.
I'm trying to look to see how many more games they played.
Tired and burned out are the same thing in terms of that description. Talking about a one-off game to start the postseason when everybody just finished playing 17, to me is not the same as we've gone deeper into the season 2-3 years in a row. And that's why we were, in general, just not prepared for an entire season of workload. He was talking about they weren't right for the whole season. This wasn't just a one-off where all of a sudden we're tired compared to everybody else who just played the same schedule. That's where I don't think the comparison makes any sense.
Okay. I think it's a little semantic-y.
I don't think DeMarcus Lawrence believed it. I think he made that up. I think he was just throwing something at it because he didn't want to say, we didn't get along in a lot of ways and we had some bad stuff in the locker room.
All right, so it looks like they played... In 2021, they played 2 more postseason games.
Okay.
In 2022, they played 1 more.
Yeah.
And then I'm on now 2023, and oh boy, that's good.
They went to the Super Bowl.
They went to the Super Bowl, and the Cowboys lost in 23 in the first round, but the Niners skipped the first round.
Bye.
They had a bye, so they played 2 more that year. So yeah, it is 5 more in those 3 years.
And, of course, it's not creating any type of headline like DeMarcus Lawrence did, even though they are the San Francisco 49ers. All right, let's get to blockbuster proposals. Bill Barnwell, your boy, Bobby.
No, not my boy. Never has been my boy, never will be my boy, especially after what is one of the dumbest trade suggestions I think I've ever seen.
Oh.
Bill Barnwell every year does a mock draft where he takes every single one of the first-round picks and he suggests blockbuster trades for it as just a fun little exercise. So, for instance, the Titans have number 1. So he has a trade for the Titans involving the Falcons and the Browns. He has a trade for number 2 for the Browns involving the Browns and the Raiders. And he just goes down the list. Well, then you get down to the Cowboys trade.
By the way, the Titans the Titans trade at 1. It's creative. So the Titans they drop down 1 spot, right? They go 1 spot down. So they get the second pick, then they get a 3rd-round pick, and then they get a 2nd-round pick the following year, and they get Kirk Cousins. It's a 3-way trade. Atlanta only gets a 7th-round pick in return for Kirk. And the Browns get the first pick and a 6th-round pick. So the Browns are really paying a lot to move up that 1 spot.
Yeah, and I mean, typically, if you're holding somebody hostage for a 1-pick swap, like literally just trade me places. Usually it's because you're threatening somebody else coming up, which is what I imagine the Titans would be doing. The Cowboys here, this is his suggestion for the Cowboys. And so get your pens and paper out. You're going to want to keep track of this. The Cowboys this is a 3-team trade with the Browns and the Falcons, just like the Titans were in. The Cowboys get the Browns' 1st-round pick. Okay, that's number 2.
Number 2
overall. The Cowboys get the 15th pick overall from the Falcons. Sounds pretty good so far.
Love it.
Cowboys get a 3rd-rounder next year, which is essentially a 4th, but a 3rd-rounder next year from the Falcons. Okay? The Browns get pick number 12 from the Cowboys. They get pick 149. They get a 2026 4th-round pick from the Cowboys and a 2026 1st-round pick from the Falcons. And then the Falcons get Micah Parsons. This is the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life.
So I'm giving up Micah and the 12?
You're giving up Micah and the 12.
And so what you're doing is you're giving up Micah and you're moving back 3 spots to 15. You're picking up a 3rd. You're getting rid of a 4th and a 5th. But you're also getting the 2nd overall pick. So you're trading Micah for Abdul Carter and the 15th pick.
You view it that same way?
I view it as Dallas basically moves back 3 spots in the 1st round and then trades Micah and a 4th for the 2nd overall and a 3rd. And I think that's an awful return.
You're also saving $40 million a year.
And getting a player who you have no clue if they're actually Micah Parsons.
You have no idea. But
That Micah Parsons should. We all talk about 2 first-round picks, 2 first-round picks, 2 first-round picks. Instead, you're sending Micah and one of your draft picks to get number 2 and a 4th? No, hell no.
Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot.
Why would Cleveland do this? Why would Cleveland do this? Cleveland gives up the number 2 pick, falls 10 spots,
pays Micah 40.
In exchange, no, they don't even get Micah.
Atlanta gets Micah.
And then in exchange for dropping 10 spots in a thin draft at the top, dropping 10 spots, they get a 4th, a 5th, and a 1st-rounder next year from the Falcons, who figure to be with Micah and a bunch of win-now players to be mid-teens at worst, probably a lower pick than that. This is
you're gonna, no matter what, if you trade for Micah, you're gonna get or give up the 2 picks, right? And from Cleveland's standpoint, they're
giving up the 2 and the 15.
But
they're getting the 12.
Yeah, they're getting the 12 and a 1 next year.
Not Dallas.
No, but Cleveland is.
Right.
That's Cleveland would make this. I can see why Cleveland would make the move from that perspective, because you have no idea what Atlanta's going to be. I think Cleveland will be less likely to make. Like the Cowboys, I can understand. You're moving out for $40 million. You're paying a premium for that. You are paying a premium to move away from the money.
If I fell, I'm going to look up the trade value chart right now. If I went down 10 spots, and this specific draft is there's kind of some nuance here, but if I fell to 12, and you remember when you go a year out, you got to treat that pick like it's a round later than it is. So if it's a 1st-round pick a year from now, it's a 2nd-round pick essentially in value. But if you were to take, and the very top of the 2nd round is 580 points according to the trade value.
They
chart.
don't even use that though.
A lot of teams use trade value charts. They just they have their own designation for it. But this is just a baseline.
Yeah.
Okay. If they were to drop to Dallas's pick, that's 1,400 points they're dropping, which means very top of the 2nd round is worth 580. Okay, well then where am I finding the other 900? Because if all I'm getting in return is a fourth and a fifth, that doesn't do it. If I'm trading down, if I'm Cleveland and I'm going down 2 and I'm going down 10 spots in this draft, I want a second rounder this year and I want your first rounder next year.
Look, I may not be all in for this deal, but I've come around to they're not going to do it, but I'm fine with trading Parsons. Not because of Micah the player, because the team building, you're just paralyzed. And Barnwell writes about this. The Cowboys have to figure out how to win with 3 players making more than $135 million per season once they sign Micah. That's without the $20 million they gave to Osa and Diggs 5-year, $97 million. If they couldn't make a deep, this is what the Cowboys front office should be asking themselves.
And they refuse to do it.
If they couldn't make a deep playoff run with Parsons and Lamb on rookie deals and Dak making $40 a year, how are they going to make that run with all 3 making top of the market salaries? That's why I need some juice for this Cowboys season. You want to trade for Tyreek, draft Ashton Genty? Now I have some excitement. Because right now, the word is retain. Okay, they're retaining Micah. They retained Osa. Cool. Where did that get you over the past 3 years with your current makeup? The first round. That's my point, Mr. Jones. So that's my problem with lack of excitement right now with the Cowboys season. And Barnwell says there could be a chance for them to acquire the next Parsons on a rookie deal. Incredibly unrealistic to project Carter to turn into him. Blah, blah, blah. Pass rushing skills. But the $41 million that you throw in.
Yeah, this is... I mean, to me, this is the same question as the Luka trade.
Like, there's no way the Kansas City Chiefs and New England during their dynasty are signing up these Cowboy contracts.
No way.
No,
but they also looked at it like we have a quarterback that can overcome that.
Right.
They probably sign Micah. They probably sign Dak and CD. They probably don't.
Well, they wouldn't sign Dak because they gave up Alex Smith.
Well, he's better than Alex Smith.
Well, fine, a little bit.
No, not a little bit. They probably don't sign Diggs or Bland. They probably let them go.
And I will contend that Kansas City is probably saying, okay, they put thought into Dak can't break through, so let's start over. He is better than Alex Smith, but I'm not going to let you win that argument.
I don't think Kansas City signs Lamb. They didn't sign Tyreek.
Because they had Kelsey, and they've paid Kelsey for the vast majority of a decade.
So that's Bill Barnwell throwing out the proposal. Man, the Micah trade stuff just disappeared. Totally gone. Yeah. Is there anything that you can share or would like to share from your Micah intel, or you're just going to keep that quiet for another day?
Oh yeah, that's not. I don't do that. I don't break news.
Okay.
Okay.
877
group chats, Sean.
Yeah. No, that's not a group chat. No. I didn't say any of that information. They're not close. Let's just say that. They're not. They don't appear close.
877-881-1053, Franklin and Frankel injury attorney text line, and the phone number to win these.
All right, Tolos, that's right. Right now, caller number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to Altorium at the Toyota Music Factory on Saturday, May 10th. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
All right, Brian Schottenheimer with his brand new comments on his brand new football team that he's heading up at 8 o'clock this morning on DFW Sports Station. But man, this is an intriguing and loaded edition of Ask Reddit.
Do you have a question, Kelly?
Yeah, I have a lot of questions. Number one, how dare you?
That is right. It's time for Ask Reddit here on 105.3 The Fan every Tuesday. Right here around 7:40, we go to the Ask Reddit forum, the 50 million plus member forum, where they ask salacious questions, thought-provoking questions, and we take the most viral ones over the past week and bring them to you guys and kick them around the studio. And so if you want to weigh in on any of these, you can answer on the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys fan text, 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. You can also weigh in on the Twitch and on the YouTube. Twitch showed up last week. It was good to hear from you guys. Hadn't heard from you guys on this in a while, so would love to hear from you guys again. First question here, and I know, Sean, you don't typically like getting the first one, but I feel like you'll have an answer for this. Sean, what alcohol messed you up so bad you swore I'm never drinking it again?
In college, it was Goldschlager, but I feel like that's just a crutch that I keep leaning on. and I haven't drank it since. But I'm going to update it. I don't want to go anywhere near Jaeger.
Right there. Mike X Cowboy on the Twitch threw out Jaeger. First answer right
Troy
there.
Hughes, I blame him for it. Anytime one of the shots, Jaeger, disgusting for Jägermeister. So that is my new updated one. But it was initially Goldschlager.
Boom. Jaeger from Mike X Cowboy, not a fan 1053, and Opie World McKeever Design says Zima. Remember Zima?
Yeah, it's something different.
Yes.
Zima.
Yeah.
You don't remember Zima?
Yeah, but wait, are we talking drink or shot?
No, any sort of alcohol.
Okay,
that just
any
made
sort
you
of
go,
alcohol.
No, I'm
Yeah.
done.
That's vodka. I did I didn't have vodka for about 20 years. I went from my 20th birthday to about my 40th before I had vodka again.
Yeah, you used to be a gin drinker.
Yeah, but I tried to do my 20th birthday. I tried to do 20 shots of vodka, one for each year of my life, and I made it into the teens, and then the toilet. Then I had the toilet the rest of the night.
Warm vodka. Eric Chiafalo scarred me to an Oxnard. It was either warm vodka is a shot to me is gross.
Yeah.
Warm vodka, I would put number 3 on my list.
Austin Lee on the YouTube says Malibu is the answer.
Oh, the rum. Huh?
Yeah, and we're getting a ton of answers on the fan text. 469 says Sake. 214 says Southern Comfort. 817 Everclear. This is an answer I know for a lot of the old heads. 940 Mad Dog.
Oh, yeah.
That made them just violently ill. For me, this is easy. It's actually a mixed drink. It's Vegas Bombs. I got so violently ill on Vegas Bombs one night that I was just like, I can't touch it. The next time I tried to drink it, it's like my throat closed up and was like, nuh-uh, and I ended up spitting it out. I couldn't get it down. Peyton, you got a drink that made you so sick you said, I'm done, I'm never touching it again?
Yeah, this led to me getting kicked out of the bars. It didn't when I was a student at UNT. It was actually a combination. My friends decided to go out, and it was like 10:30, 10:45 at night. I was like, well, how are we going to get a nice buzz before we go out there, hit the bars? And I was like, well, the quickest way to get drunk is a combination of liquor and beer. Take a shot, drink a beer, take another shot, drink a beer. I was passed out basically in the Uber on there, and then one drink into the bar, I was throwing up.
Because you said you wanted to eat and drink before the airport flying out to Boston, and I was out last week. Did you love Boston? Like Boston? What would you grade it?
No, it was great because the weather really wasn't that bad. In the early morning, late at night, it got cold. But during the day, it was high 50s, so it wasn't bad. The rain stayed away. I liked it. I honestly could see myself living there. Like, I liked it a lot.
Whoa.
I like the layout of the downtown.
Wow, living there. A little
right.
threat to management.
So was this the same one, the one on Fry Street that you're not allowed in anymore?
Yes, I believe Lucky Lou's. I was
Very nice.
kicked out.
Very nice.
I was looking to say where you were banned, but all right. All right, a bunch of people coming in, by the way, with Rumplemints. That's another one. From Joseph Guerrero on the YouTube and a bunch on the text.
Rumplemints is a great one.
Next one, doing Ask Reddit here on 105.3 The Fan. RJ Choppy.
Bobby Belt.
Let's see here. What is your shameless, damn, I'm cheap AF habit or tendency?
Sarah would say I'm very frivolous with my spending, and I don't look around for the best deal ever. But you know what? I feel like parking.
Ooh.
This is why I'm so angry at Sasha in Fort Worth for ruining Sundance Square and all of downtown Fort Worth.
Who's Sasha?
Sasha Bass. By eliminating all the free parking and making us go into garages. I will drive. Parking to me is like sex. If you put a little work into it, you can get it for free. And, and it's the same thing. Like if I just drive around a little bit, I can find some free parking.
So when we went to this hotel in San Antonio, I pull in and they're like $55 a day to valet.
Oh,
and
God.
I was like, no. And my wife, I thought it was going to be an argument. She's like, well, we got to unload all this stuff. And I'm like, well, we're going to unload it. And then I'm going to drive around. I'm not paying $55. And I feel like she was just like, come on, then it's just day 2 or 3. No, I went right across the street and got it for much less. But I also had my in-laws handicap sticker. But my in-laws were in the car.
Oh, okay. All right. That's good. That's
my
good.
in-laws were in the car. I was like, one of you has to ride with me. But yeah, $55 a day, you crooks. And then they ended up charging me for the valet anyway for one night.
Yeah.
I'm like, how did you get my license plate or my car information? My car did not go inside your garage. None of you drove it. Yesterday, I'm going to report you to the Better Business Bureau.
Oh, BBB call from
Big
Sean.
baller brand.
BBB threat, baby.
Big baller brand.
I don't know that there's anything I'm super cheap about other than...
Yeah, you're reckless.
Yeah, I mean, alcohol generally, I'll just say, if we're at the bar, I'm just saying, it's whatever. Like put whatever in the drink. I don't care. Like I don't need top shelf or anything like that. I will say, I just had this discussion yesterday. I don't own a pair of sunglasses because it's just like, most of the time when I look, I'm like, either those are going to be too cheap and they're going to break, or I'm not paying that for something I'm very rarely going to use.
Yep.
Peyton, what is your I'm cheap AF habit or tendency among many?
How much time do we have?
So sometimes Mackenzie will get gift cards to places at her job, and so if I find out she has a gift card to a food place, I'll be like, so let's go out to eat there. Friday and Saturday night. Let's use the gift card. That way I'm not paying for the whole meal, and that we can use at least a discounted of whatever the gift card is.
Peyton, you are guilty of much worse.
Way
than
worse.
that.
Way worse. Queso.
Oh,
one drink
Boston
on the first
too,
date, 4 hours.
I was Ubering everywhere, and I found rates change depending on if you close out of the app. Sometimes they go up and down.
Yep.
So there were times where I was like, well, let's wait about 20-25 minutes. Wait for rates to drop $2 or $3 down. And so we would walk around a little in downtown Boston, Seaport, wait for or walk to a different side of the area
I still
to see
can't
if rates go
believe
down.
you didn't use the train in one of the great train cities in the country.
Those people around the train scared me, man.
Yeah.
Those I don't trust
Them
them.
assholes, man.
One push, you're done.
I'm probably the leader. One push in front of the tracks.
Yes.
I'm probably the leader in this category. It's leftovers. My wife humiliated by us dating early on when I'd walk around with steakhouse leftovers into the club. Kristen saw it.
But you just went, leave it. We're not going.
Well, that was we can't get into that too much on the air. But I'd walk around, with leftover lobster and steak and this, and I'd hand it to the person up front, and I'm like, just keep that bag. We did it Concrete Cowboy in Frisco. I'm like, hold this bag. I'll be back to get it. I'm not throwing away hundreds of dollars worth of stuff, but the leftovers, that's the number one.
If I saw you leaving leftovers from another place at a new bar, like, hold on to this for me.
Do you want my business in the bar?
I'm dead serious. I would, if I was walking in with you, I would go like, hold on, I got to make a call real quick, just because I would not want to be seen walking in with you asking to do that.
If you go to the next place, like, how long are you there for? Those leftovers don't keep.
Oh, I don't care. No. My wife,
3 hours.
There was a cheese pizza in San Antonio we ordered because, what's the name of that place? I can't remember. The fresh dough people ran out, and it was like a whole medium cheese pizza. Stayed out, drove home with it, ate it. Totally fine.
Some of the
expiration, those are your food dates. It's a conspiracy.
3 hours, 3 days. You don't follow the 3 hours, 3 days.
Some of the Tolo answers over on the Twitch, Not a Fan 1053 says internet on the airplane. I know a lot of people who just refuse to pay for that one.
Yeah.
Some of the answers on the fan text. This one's we got greeting cards for kids' birthday. They don't care about cards. That's what 469 says. 817 says ramen noodles. Still buy a lot of those. I love ramen noodles.
They're great.
Ramen noodles are good. 469. My aunt takes 5-finger discount firewood from stores that have firewood outside. So she'll just walk by, take a firewood, and
That's
go
not
off.
an easy pickup. That's not Troy Hughes stealing gum.
Yeah.
You're picking up.
God, that's a lot.
You're
picking up a quart of wood.
splinters.
All right, we're doing Ask Artie here on 105 through the Fan. You can weigh in on the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys fan text 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. Peyton Russell, I know you'll be able to give us this answer. What's the worst response to your girlfriend when she says, "Do I look fat?"
You just say, well, today you don't. Today you don't. You look fine today. You look great. Back in the doghouse.
That's pretty good.
Right back there.
That's pretty good. Chop.
Not from that angle.
You guys talk so big.
This is the worst answer. We're not saying we give it. What's the worst answer you can give?
It's not the answer you would give.
Oh, this
is the worst possible answer you can give.
The worst answer is yes.
Yes. That's a bad answer.
That's the worst answer.
She might enjoy the honesty.
No.
And maybe not in the moment, but like eventually.
Just laughing, probably.
Yeah.
If you laugh.
You're screwed either way. You don't say anything in the moment. And then if you say something later, it's, well, why did you let me go out like this?
And then if you say no, you got to walk around all day with someone who, you think looks like that.
214. This is probably the worst, most realistic response. They said worst response is a pause. Do not pause. You better spit it out quick.
What if you have a deviated septum?
That I don't think. No, that doesn't count. 817. I've seen better. No, you don't look fat. You are fat, says the 972. 469. Hell yeah, baby.
Wait, Peyton, what was that?
Yeah.
Drop the whale.
469 compared to who? And over on the YouTube, 2K Ask You says, do you want the truth or lie?
I saw this on Instagram. My kid found me crying in the kitchen, wrapped his arms around me, and said, "Is it because you're fat?" Now I'm crying for 2 reasons.
Kid's the worst.
Mike
man.
X Cowboy on the Twitch says the worst response is to go moo. All right, we're doing Ask Reddit here on 105.3 The Fan. Sean Sharif, what's a mistake you only make once?
I mean, my DUI.
There you go. That's well, I mean, for some people that's not once, but yes.
Yeah.
For you it was once.
Expensive, embarrassing. My RJ Choppy excuse is there were no ride shares in my town of 10,000 people. Still not a real excuse. But no, do not screw around with that anymore, man, because the recalibration, that costs money, taking it into that, sitting in the class, all that stuff. I don't know how they do it in tech. To me, drinking and driving in Texas is much more difficult to get caught with than in Maryland. Maryland, they're setting up traps for a 2-lane highway, and you have to, it's a mandatory checkpoint.
Oh, yeah. They have those on like no refusal weekends.
And if you make a U-turn even a mile away, they see who makes that U-turn and they go after you, and bam, you're in trouble. I feel like it's very difficult here to get DUI, DWI.
Chop.
I mean, I would have said marriage, but I'm going down that road again. I don't really believe in mistakes. I believe I just didn't do it right the first time.
We got some good ones. 972, forgetting to open your parachute.
Oh, well, yeah.
4940, marrying the crazy chick. I will say, if you do marry crazy, I would say you're probably not likely to go after it again. Peyton, what do you got here?
From experience, being caught street racing. I did not get a ticket, but I was threatened.
Yeah, old affluenza over here knew the cop and got let off.
Yep, I was let off. I was going 45 over and decided to street race course right in front of the police department because I'm just a genius.
469, paying too much for car insurance. Mine is a little bit related to that. It happened one time and I was like, yeah, I probably shouldn't do that again. And that was not getting financing beforehand when you're going out to buy a car. That was instead just going like, yeah, I'll roll the dice here and have no fallback option. I'll just do that. That was a one-time mistake, and then I was done with that.
I've done this for snakes too. Like anytime I go in, like this past week was cleaning the backyard and getting it ready for the spring and the summer, and I never, like if I'm picking something up or a cooler, I'm always assuming there's something under it. Mm-hmm. So I haven't been burned by it, but it's already just in my mind out of terror and fear.
Yeah.
Underneath, sweeping, brooming, outside, picking up a cover, I always assume there's something underneath.
Yeah, because it's they're out. They're out. They're moving a little slow.
Ooh, 469, going to the DMV without an appointment.
Oh,
yeah.
God.
If you just try and show up. 682, having faith in Nico. That's the mistake you only make once. All right, Ask Reddit here on 105.3 The Fan. Got time for a couple more here. Chop. What's the biggest red flag you ignored in a relationship, and how did it turn out?
I can't really say it on the radio.
Which relationship without saying the name?
Oh, Crazy Pants.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Did you ignore it? I mean, it was
I ignored it.
Kind of obvious.
Hence I ignored it.
Oh, okay. Man, were these road trips? We'd have weekly. It'd be me, Fish, Roy. We have these come to Jesus with Choppy, and we'd be just like, "Are you sure about this? Are you sure about?" Well, this did happen, and that did every road trip.
Yeah,
we're trying to have, especially Mike,
therapy sessions.
Yeah, therapy sessions, intervention.
I can't say it.
Okay.
I really can't say it.
I think I've kind of told this on the. I overlooked. I overlooked certain areas of abuse of that certain substances they were abusing. I was like, who cares about that? I should have cared. I should have cared much earlier. May she rest in peace. Sean, what's your answer here?
Wow. I feel like I've been aware of all the red flags. It's just a question of whether you do something about it.
Are you overly aware, do you think?
Yeah.
Like, do you think you were too picky early on in some instances? Not that you didn't end up in the right place, but do you think you dismissed too quickly?
No, like out of college, girlfriend I knew was crazy. You know what? No, people would say I'm naive.
Okay.
People would say I'm naive, and maybe I didn't. It's going to sound a little braggadocious, but I'm putting off to the side how attached someone may get and how difficult it would be to get away from the relationship. I went through a period of about 2 or 3 years where breaking away and being like, no, my God, it took years off my life.
Ooh.
I couldn't do it. I couldn't. You know how many I'm driving off a bridge messages I'd be getting? You know, I'm in this and that right there. I'm like, oh, which bridge? Kidding. I'm kidding.
214. The red flag I ignored was them signing Dak to a contract extension. I should have broken up with him right then. And then what was the other? Oh, 915, being in another relationship a week after the previous one ends. Peyton, what's yours?
Not a major red flag or anything, but this girl I dated sophomore year of high school, I was just so naive to the situation. And, we had the same lunch, and so we would sit together for lunch. Then one day she texted me before lunch and was like, hey, I'm going to sit with my friends. You just go sit with your friends. We'll see each other afterwards. And I was like, okay, that's weird, but whatever. And then she broke up with me 3 weeks later. So that was sign one of
separate lunches.
Yeah.
The Peyton Russell lesson.
She had moved out essentially in high school.
Only
terms.
to end up marrying a girl who's still eating chicken nuggets every day.
Dino Nuggets, baby.
Dino Nuggets. 877-881-1053. Franklin Injury Attorney text line. It's the Tuesday edition of Ask Reddit. During the commercial-free expressway, and the HOV portion of the expressway is driven by Mercedes-Benz of Plano. Hot off the presses. He just made these comments. Brian Schottenheimer from the owners' meetings, the new Cowboys head coach, on Micah, the number 12 pick, and the number 2 wide receiver. We'll bring it to you on the home of America's team after this.
After we get you over to Zerez and get that carpet.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut.
That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Odyssey Sports Station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
8 o'clock hour here on your home of the Dallas Cowboys and Texas Rangers. I'm Sean Shreve alongside RJ Choppy and our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt and Brian Schottenheimer, new Cowboys head coach, just speaking at the owners' meetings in Palm Beach. Who are we giving this credit to? John
Machota. These are John Machota's clips.
John Machota has the clips. Brian Schottenheimer hot off the presses. And I want to hear first about the Cowboys' need, which Stephen Jones stressed yesterday, for the number 2 wide receiver.
He's an incredible player. Always looking to add depth at that room. Again, really proud of Jalen Tolbert. I've talked about him from the time we started talking about it 2 years ago when he was improving to now we talk about him as the leading receiver touchdown-wise on our team. Along with finding guys and adding more pieces, it's our job as a staff to be a developmental staff, right? We need to get these guys like Ryan Flournoy, Mingo to take the next step. We have to do that. That's our job. And so one of the things that we're working on right now is an improvement plan for each guy, okay? And, all right, so let's use Mingo, for example. These are the 2 or 3 things that, okay, hey, for Mingo to get to where we want him to go, he does these 3 things. It's not just those 3 things. It's what are the steps, the action plan to do those 3 things. And so that's what we're looking at now with our current players because, as you know, they come back here in 2 weeks. And so between developing those guys on the roster and always looking under every corner to add some speed and some more playmaking skills, we're always looking to do that.
I love the answer of developing. Todd Haley first taught me about this in Kansas City.
Well,
you remember Todd Haley?
Mm-hmm.
And oftentimes acted like a nut job in the National Football League. But his father was a famous personnel guy, I believe, with the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Charles, yeah.
That's all he talked about. Develop. I'll tell Charles you said that. He's got a white son. Develop. And this was a Bill Parcells thing as well. Parcells, you have to develop the people that you actually have. You don't just draft them and say, all right, you are the player that you are. You have to make Flournoy, you have to make Mingo better. You have to develop them. That is one of your major responsibilities as a coach.
Yeah, and I think that's a a good answer, a very polished answer. It is still kind of a diplomatic one, I think. He doesn't, I'm sure a lot of the discussion from the Cowboys has been, hey, we invested in Mingo. We made this trade for Mingo. We'd like to see that hit. We picked Jalen Tolbert kind of high. We'd like to see that hit. Is part of what you're going to do, is part of how you're going to be different from Mike, is going to be how you're going to develop these guys, because that's going to be important to us. So I think he's trying to underscore that while also giving credence to the idea of, we're going to keep an eye out for maybe some speed and some other things that might be out there to fill out that room a little bit. But top line item here is just we need to make those guys better, and that falls on us.
All right, what about the number 12 pick and how Brian Schottenheimer is looking at that selection?
The starting point would be best player available. You're always looking for game changers when you're picking 12. Like, we don't want to ever pick 12th again. All right, let's be honest. We don't want to pick that high. But you're looking for guys that influence the game. How do you influence the game? You rush the quarterback and you get sacks, strip sacks, fumbles, whatever it is. You score touchdowns. Okay. So those are usually, I look at it this way, you build it from the outside in. So you got corners, receivers, they get isolated one-on-one. Pass rushers, tackles, they get isolated one-on-one. And then obviously the quarterback position. But usually that's the way I've looked at it, is when you're building a roster, kind of think of it from building it from outside in, based on guys that get isolated a lot. Because when you're isolated and you can't help, it's a pretty daunting task sometimes.
That's it. I mean, you want, if a corner gives up, if a linebacker gets beat or a defensive tackle gets beat, there's a linebacker right behind him. And if the linebacker gets beat, there's a safety. If a corner gets beat, it's 6. I mean, they have a safety, but there's no telling, right? Especially on a one-on-one. That's why corners are, to me, of the utmost importance. And you cannot have a weak link at all in your secondary. You can have a weak link in other parts of your team. You can't have a weak link in the secondary.
I think that's actually a really fascinating, enlightening answer from
Good
Brian
job, Choppy.
Schottenheimer.
Oh.
no, that Schottenheimer being willing to, this is where I think it's just, we're going to have a better idea of what this team thinks on a week-to-week basis and how they're approaching things. Because I don't know that Mike would have ever gone detailed enough to tell you how he prioritizes positions like that and moving, all right, outside in, and this is why. And I think it's a nice detailed answer. I'll say, well, they're talking about there's clearly a need for receiver, and he's talking about, the priority guys on that island, that's also going to be receiver. I think that sounds to me like there's a decent chance that sitting there at number 12, Brian Schottenheimer may be saying, if there's a good receiver there, like, let's take that. Let's go get that guy.
When it's of the utmost importance to win your individual matchup, that's where the priority and the, kind of the premier positional value lies. Where you have to, if you don't have to win your individual matchup to be successful, you're deemed less valuable.
Let's talk about Cowboy draft fits, Bobby, with this piece that came out yesterday.
Yeah, so this was over at ESPN. This is Matt Bowen, who I actually think does a pretty good job. He generally does some film analysis for them, regular season draft, and what he broke down this time was he took 20 prospects in the draft class and said, these are the best, like my favorite fits for each of these 20 players. And it doesn't have to be with their first round pick, just can be somewhere to couple them within the draft. And he has the Cowboys on this list, and it's a running back. It is not Ashton Genty. It is not Omarion Hampton from North Carolina, who has become a chic pick as the second running back off the board to the Cowboys. No, it's Travion Henderson from Ohio State. And he says, where would Dallas pick him? He said preferably around pick number 44. This would not be a first-round pick. He said the Cowboys signed Javonte Williams in free agency, but Henderson would split touches with him. The Cowboys need the help. They had a league-low 6 rushing touchdowns last season and averaged just 4 yards per carry. Henderson is a slasher in the run game with big playability once he gets through the second level. Henderson would bring a dynamic element to the Dallas offense with his receiving skills, too. That's something Brian Schottenheimer has underlined before about his running backs. He wants them to be able to catch the ball. He can operate as a receiver out of the backfield or split out wide to create matchup advantages. Henderson caught 77 passes during his time at Ohio State, and he will see an expanded route tree as a pro, which includes third down reps thanks to his refined pass blocking. And I think that's a good one. Henderson is a fit. I was thinking about this yesterday, and I was like, let me rack around my brain a little bit and think of a good fit that people can keep an eye on all the way down the line. So first, second, third round picks. First round pick to me, if you want to look at like what is just a perfect fit for Dallas, not necessarily that he'll be there or if he's there that they'd even take him. But Will Campbell, the offensive lineman from LSU, that to me is just a perfect plug him and play him replacement guard for Zach Martin.
Mike Vrabel said you have to view Will Campbell as a left tackle. Do you agree?
No, you don't have to. Will Campbell could probably play left tackle. He's got really short arms, and that's a problem for him. Yeah,
does he?
Yes, he does.
Does he?
Yes, he's got an issue with the length. But Will Campbell, I think you bump him inside and take advantage of a lot of his really quality run blocking and just a lot of his really strong technique. His pad level gets a little too high at times. He has some issues where he still needs to clean up his technique a little bit. But to me, that's a perfect plug and play guard. Same sort of situation that you were looking at from Zach Martin, where you got a guy coming from a Brian Kelly system who played tackle that you'll bump inside to guard. And so I think that that's something that would work out well. Second round, Jalen Knoll, the receiver from Iowa State. If you've taken offensive line in the first round, second round to me, Knoll would be a perfect complement to CD and the things that Knoll can do as like a true Z receiver, which is the guy step off the line of scrimmage, can get vertical, can do some of the stuff on the deeper part of the route tree. And when you talk about mental makeup and character and those things, everybody you talk to says that dude is every box checked. Like Brent Callaway over at Exos, I had talked to him about him, and they had trained him. He said, I've told everybody that asked me about him, he's the valedictorian of the program this year. Like, that dude is always first up, doing the workouts, shows up an hour early for every workout, holds guys accountable, checks everybody. That dude is perfect. And so when we hear about what Schottenheimer wants, that's another one. And then the third round for me, Jacob Parrish, who's the cornerback at Kansas State, who when you watch his tape, to me, it's really difficult not to see Jordan Lewis. And so when you're talking about finding a Jordan Lewis replacement, somebody who can play the nickel, at Kansas State, he played inside, he played outside, he shows run support. He smacked the hell out of Cam Scattaboo on tape in one play last year. Those tree trunk legs. I guess he had another bad croissant earlier in the day. He went down like nothing when the 188-pound Jacob Parrish knocked him down. But Parrish is fantastic. The only thing that's different with him and Jordan Lewis, I feel like, really, Jacob Parrish has better speed. Jacob Parrish is a 4.3 guy. Jordan Lewis is 4.5. So willing run support, inside-outside flexibility, little on the smaller side, but really good speed, really disciplined. I think he's fantastic. And those are all three that I think would fit really well in each round.
And the reason that Choppy was questioning the arm length is because of Armgate? Is that
Armgate?
What's developing now with the draft?
Yes. Have you seen this, Bobby?
Yes, I have.
So if you measured as an offensive lineman at the combine, your arm length was on average almost like a half-inch shorter than it was at the showcase for the Senior Bowl or the Shrine or Pro Day.
Were the ladies measuring these guys' arms?
I don't know. But at the showcase, Will Campbell measured at 33 flat. And at the combine, 32 and 5/8. You had guys like Marcus Mbao at Purdue. He measured 33 at the showcase, 32 at the combine. Every single player across the board measured 3/8 of an inch or more less at the combine than they did at their showcase. Who knows why? For whatever reason, it's different. And this puts into, conspiracy theorists now will come out here now and start saying, well, they're just trying to get a bunch of guards in there because guards are cheaper than tackles.
So a lot of times, it's literally the way they measure these is, all right, you put a measuring tape up here on this point in their shoulder and you stretch it and you go to this fingertip here. You'll get hand spans that are different. You'll get arm lengths that occasionally are different. To the teams, ultimately, they aren't going to care a ton. Like, they will trust one of those measurements. And so to them, they don't care. It's settled. One of them is settled and they're happy with the number. I'll say this about Will Campbell. Even if he's 33, that's too short to play tackle for a lot of teams. That's probably too short to play tackle for this team. 33-inch arms.
Final comment from Brian Schottenheimer this morning, courtesy of John Machota in Florida. What's up with the Micah deal?
Yeah, you guys know. Hey, look, at the end of the day, this business, and when you're dealing with, the money that's being tossed around, not just with Micah, but with the big name players, negotiations sometimes take time. I feel very comfortable. Micah said he's going to be around. I think that's what he wants to be. I think we're all very comfortable with that. And at the end of the day, he's a great player, and we think he's just getting started, to be honest with you. So I have no question in my mind that he'll be around.
God, I love the guy's personality. I just love him. I can't wait for the coaches show. And our lunch, Bobby, when is it?
Yeah.
When are we sitting down? Breaking bread.
They're all out of town right now, so I'd imagine when they come back sometime.
Okay. How are we going to suggest or push Brian to pick up the tab? I leave you usually in charge of those things.
Oh, just simple. Just ignore when the check comes.
You don't make a comment?
No, this will be choppy at that lunch. He'll go.
No, I won't even
frisk
reach.
himself,
and
I won't even reach.
Yeah, he'll look like he's going through the TSA line that he never goes through.
No,
and then he's
if
gonna
I go, I'll pay. Yeah, if I'm invited.
cheap
Pay. Anything for an invite.
Yeah, it's
You know, we should have Peyton. We have to have Peyton.
We should have Peyton there. We should.
Yeah, you're going to be talking to him. You're going to be starting it off. How would you grade your McCarthy interaction over the? How long have you been on this show? 2?
Yeah, a little over 2 years.
All right. So how would you grade it out with you and Mike? You know, picking up and ending the phone calls.
Really well. I mean, I always asked him how he was doing this morning. He always asked me win or loss the week before. You know, he would ask me how I was doing, how's the guys doing sometimes. You know, I'd update them on, you know, if it's someone's birthday, you know, give them a little inside PR on the show.
Okay.
So he was aware of what was going on. So I thought it was really well.
Did he ever ask about me?
No.
Oh.
He says, Bobby out today?
Yeah.
Sadly not.
The Dallas Stars, the only ones to shine last night, and what has LeBron learned about Luka so far? That's next on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan.
Sean and
Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut.
That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
33 with Frankel. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
Hands it forward. Johnston fighting through. He scores! Wyatt Johnston. The goal-scoring streak up to 5 games, and Dallas is in front.
The only shining part of the night coming from your stars. Get it?
One shining moment.
Victory Plus with the call. Good morning, Metroplex. It's Sean and RJ along with Bobby Bell here on 105.3 The Fan. Wyatt Johnston continuing the hot streak, and so did the team. They stretched their winning streak to 6 games, a 3-1 win, owning the Kraken.
Owning the Kraken. I'm crediting to Smith with the shutout. It was not his fault on the goal that he allowed. He allowed the goal in the first minute. The team did. Breakdown of defensively.
6 goals allowed in his last 5 games played.
He was phenomenal. But this game had a lot of scoring early and then a lot of nothing. They had 3 goals total in the first 3.5 minutes, and then they had nothing the rest of the way until you get an empty netter.
30th goal of the season for Wyatt, second straight 30-goal year. He's only going to turn 22 in May, and they finished the road trip 4-0. And for the month of March, 11-2-2, 4 points behind Winnipeg for the top spot in the Central. They will host Nashville on Thursday night. Colorado picked up a point in an overtime loss, but the Stars have stretched their lead over the Avs to 8. Spits and Suds with your hockey podcast and knowledge. Have we gotten to the point now where if they don't win it all, it's a disappointment? It'll be a disappointing year? Or is there just a monster out there that you have to give it to first or second?
I mean, there's good teams out there, but because like Winnipeg has been like basically the best team in the division the entire year. But it's also to the point like they are a really, really good team. But the problem is that the Stanley Cup playoffs never go the way that we think they will. It's like baseball, you know. The Dodgers have been the best team in the sport for a decade, and they have one title in a full season. You know, and that was last year. And obviously they won during the bubble, but it was a half a season. It's like those two sports, it's impossible to, you know, like put it on it's a disappointment if not. I think if you reach the West Finals, you're the Final Four, it's like, okay.
Which, according to ESPN Bet and other NFL or NHL futures sites, Sean, this is not Money Puck. This is actual betting futures. It's pretty much everybody has either the Stars or the Panthers as the favorite right now to win it all.
Fan text, Franco injury attorney line, 877-881-1053. Is it championship or bust for the Stars? 877-881-1053. They were the only positive of the night because the Rangers got smacked with Kumar Rocker getting worked. RJ will have Diamond Cavs at 9 a.m. on your home of the Rangers, and the Dallas Mavericks suffered a terrible loss at the AAC with the return of Daniel Gafford. Lively was questionable. It seems like he's going to be back either this week or within the next week overall, and they lose to the Nets after Brooklyn just put up a 3-point display that they're not usually capable of. Clay and Dinwiddie had 3-point attempts at the end, but Jason Kidd, even with the energetic return of Gafford, not happy with the effort with so much to play for. Plus, Sacramento lost to Carlisle, and you could have gained some ground between 9 and 10. Bad loss for the Mavericks. Good loss for Team Tank.
You do pick up half a game on the Phoenix Suns, so that's one positive that came out from tonight. We're trying to have silver linings here. We're trying to look at things positively. It's really rough to watch the Mavericks, though. Like even when they've played well and they've been scrappy, and you have to say, man, I really admire how much they're fighting and they clearly care. And Jason Kidd deserves a lot of credit for this and that. It's just still really hard. 2 months later to the day? That was February 1st, right?
Oh God,
2 months later to the day. It's really hard to turn on a game and go, he's not here anymore. And it's really hard to watch it and enjoy it.
Why couldn't that have been an April Fool's joke?
Would have been nice. Oh gosh, could you imagine if the trade deadline would have been up further and they did make that trade on that day? No one would have believed it.
Nico still going into hiding. He only shows up at arenas, it seems like, during the warm-up or right before the warm-up. Well, yesterday at the AAC, a Mavs fan saw him and started yelling this.
Fire Nico! Fire Nico! Fire Nico!
Each one got angrier than the
got
one before
angrier.
it.
Right to Nico's face. Nico sees him, walks back underneath the tunnel, and then a Mavs personnel guard, security guard, whatever he is, goes up and looks like he has to be held back from going off or fighting this fan.
Boy, the Luka trade is now the second worst decision that Nico Harrison has made, behind that zip-up turtleneck he was wearing, that mustard gold looking. Oh my gosh, no fashion sense at all from Nico Harrison. And I'm glad somebody sat right there and told him. You saw him though. He kind of shakes his head as he's walking off. He scattered.
He looked at him. He looked right at him, and then he was like, "Oh, this is not going to go the way I thought it was. Hoping it was going to go." I just don't know when he will be back in the building, like in his normal seat every night without people saying things to him.
Have you ever, when you step outside and you feel the temperature in Dallas, and like, let's say it's a summer day, and you're like, oh yeah, it's probably, guess what temperature is? And you're like, I don't know, it's probably like 95 or 96, and you're not going to be too far off. You're probably somewhere in the ballpark. Nico walks outside and goes, it's 60 degrees outside. Like, he has no concept of
the temperature.
What's going on. It's bizarre. I've never seen
he knows now.
Yeah, I guess, is it, I don't know if it's
he's hiding.
Has it been willful ignorance at times, or is he just completely disconnected?
Well, what has he done lately to show he's literally in hiding.
He's in hiding.
I think the fact that he's
in witness protection.
I think the fact that he even comes out of the tunnel at this point, no matter what time it is bold.
The place was empty.
There was like 3 people there.
How this guy even got in.
Yeah, I know the place was empty, but that was 30 minutes before tip, Sean.
Stop it. It was not 30 minutes before tip.
Have you guys noticed or seen attendance dropping?
Not the figures. The figures won't, because that's just gate. But yeah, if you look at the arena, I've had people send me pictures of there's empty spots.
Luka and
what's the point? Like, what's the draw? What's the draw now? Like
being able to yell at Nico. That's why you pay to show up.
Luka and the Lakers get a win yesterday over the Armpit. And LeBron, he's now doing the JJ Redick podcast with Steve Nash, the Mind the Game pod. And Nash asked LeBron, what's it like having this guy as your teammate?
I'd like to know from you, what excited you about getting to play with Luka?
Because he plays the game how I've always wanted to inspire the generation to play the game. And it's nothing predetermined. It's if you have 2 guys on you, there's a numbers game.
Right.
If you have the advantage, and if it's a guy that that can't guard you, or you're able to beat him, and then the guy traps the box, or another guy sinks, I'm able to make the passes and make the reads before they happen.
Right.
I love it. That is Luka's game, and that's the thing. That's why it's, even when he plays poorly, quote unquote, and it's not been Luka, that's why he still averages 28, 8, and 8, is because that's the type of way that he approaches the game, the way that he sees the game. I do think it's hilarious that LeBron's number one note, underline, is he plays the game the way I've looked to inspire these young generations to play the game.
Youngins.
It's still about him.
Look, Luka, it probably does take a minute to figure him out. If you're a teammate of his, where he wants you on the floor, where you need to go. But I also think Luka's so smart with the basketball that he knows where you're gonna go based on where the defense is. He knows where you're gonna settle in to the zone based on where the defense is playing, and it makes it a little easier transition.
And then Nash and LeBron talking about not just there's a difference between making teammates better and doing something even more impressive.
I've always loved the players that breathe so much confidence into his teammates that make them believe that they're actually better than what they really are.
Yes.
You did that. Luka has done that for 7 years. Chris Paul did that when he was down there in New Orleans and doing that for that team down there in New Orleans. I've been able to do that with a few of my teams. I mean, I don't go to the NBA Finals in 2006 with that team if I'm not able
100%.
to make them believe that they're greater than what they are.
Yeah.
You know, and just give them that confidence.
It's a great point because I think people understand you make your teammates better, but making them believe is a whole other thing because you can spray the ball around the gym and make people better.
Right.
But to give them that belief that like, no, what I do is important and valued and going to help our team win, like that's a different
and it makes them, ultimately, they will do anything for you. They run through a wall for you. So like, Luka has that.
Yeah.
And I mean, he learned that from growing up in Slovenia to heading over to Madrid and learning the game the right way and playing at a professional level at, 13, 14 years old. And he brought that same model and that same game to the NBA. And
like from day one.
From day one. From day one.
So there it is. More pain for you to absorb. Josh Clark, superb web guy here at the station, said I was at the game. Well, Nico stands and watches in the tunnel at midcourt the whole game. So there's LeBron talking Luka with Steve Nash.
It's because standing burns more calories. He doesn't want to sit. He's trying to be
What if he's watching on medicine ball?
Yeah, look, I mean, sitting is the new smoking, they say, and Nico knows that. So
they beat the Rockets, and speaking of Houston, what is going on there?
Dude, I have no idea what's going on in the city of Houston right now, but it has internet conspiracy theorists, the like really far fringes of the internet going nuts and coming up with some conspiracy theories. There have been 4 unaliving, as we talked about on Friday.
Yes, that's right.
4 unalivings connected to the Harris County Sheriff's Office in the last 6 weeks. 6 weeks. 4 different people who either recently retired from there, recently left the department, or in the most recent case this week, somebody who was actively there working at the Harris County Sheriff's Department. 4 of them in 6 weeks. The first 3 happened in the span of 6 days. That they all would, and then they just had another one recently. And
were these self-inflicted?
Yeah, these were all different various ways that they took themselves.
But why are you not saying suicide?
Because they will, like, if you say that word, the stream will sometimes kick you off on YouTube and Twitch. So we've generally tried to avoid that. But
Eric said it Friday and Bobby freaked out.
Eric said it about 6 times trying to get us kicked off. But we've gotten the stream kicked off before for saying it.
That's why they say on TikTok they'll say corn instead of.
They have replacement words instead of the P word.
Can you say kill? Can you say murder?
Typically, they will believe. A lot of people will believe that. But either way, that specifically, that word, the S word, which we can say on the radio, that wouldn't be a problem. It's just the YouTube and the Twitch would go away if we did it. But they said that Thomas McNeese, who leads the wellness program at the Harris County Sheriff's Office in Houston, said this has been like a bomb going off. They talked all about Ed Gonzalez, who's the Harris County Sheriff Department head. He says, it hurts and I grieve each loss. When a deputy dies, it is particularly painful because I can't help wondering what could have been said or done to help them. But this is now, if you go into like the really far corners of the internet, people are all just sort of, there's something going on. These people are being taken out. What cases have they been connected to? Is this an Epstein issue? What is this?
It is odd that you would have that many in a short amount of time.
Seems very statistically
improbable.
Yes.
And then if you want to avoid death by, can you say death?
Yeah.
By electrocution, just get fat.
Yep, that's all you got to do. Well, I should adjust that. If you're in Florida and you're fat, you can save yourself. So there are attorneys in the state of Florida that are trying to prevent their client from being put to death, and their claim is that just too fat. He's too fat. He's because of that, he has issues like sciatica and other things relating to nerves that his weight at this point would cause him to, if he were to get death by lethal injection, it would accentuate those issues that he's dealing with, and thus would be cruel and unusual punishment. You cannot put him to death. And they're
just shocking the hell out of him. That's not cruel and unusual.
No. There are some people who think.
Don't get me wrong. Never mind. I'm not going to get.
Well, you can do what they did. The guy in South Carolina chose the firing squad.
Yeah,
he chose the firing squad because it was the quickest. He said because the lethal injection could take 20 minutes. You could catch on fire with the electric chair.
Now this guy would still get life in prison. To be completely honest, I think I'd rather just than get life in prison. I don't think I want to just spend the rest of my days in a jail cell.
I mean, I guess it depends if it's like the Shawshank prison or
What type of
Nate
food?
Newton, yeah.
I mean, what type of food are they serving?
I mean,
Nate
what's
told me.
Florida's cuisine
I asked
like?
Nate Newton. I said,
Is
"How
this
was
a
the-"
Nate Newton
I said,
name drop, jail name
Yeah,
drop?
I said, "How was the food in jail?" He goes, "Not bad if you don't mind a rib."
Cut out,
you sucker.
You get one rib.
cut out all the noise. Who are the players you shouldn't overthink in this month's NFL draft? That's next in Below the Belt on Sean and RJ.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me
No,
take out
no,
my belt.
we're not.
Over to you, Bobby.
Is Bucky Brooks the next one to leave NFL Network? Not because he's gotten a new job, but because he doesn't seem to know very much based on his most recent article.
Man.
I have news first.
Hit me.
Adam Schefter, NFL owners have now passed a rule that both teams will be allowed to possess the ball in overtime in the regular season. The original proposal was for a 15-minute overtime. It will be 10. 10-minute overtime. Both teams will be allowed to possess the ball.
So if somebody runs down the clock to 0 seconds on their first, does that just an untimed possession for the next team? That seems odd.
Wow, that's a good question.
10-minute drive?
Yeah, at that point, or if you run down just to 40 seconds, it's like, well, this is your drive. You still get it, and you get 40 seconds to run your plays.
Yeah, you get 40 seconds.
I don't know.
Yeah,
should have been
I don't
15
care for
minutes.
that. I don't. If you're gonna have it where both teams get the ball, that second team basically needs to have a full untimed.
They had to keep up the appearance of caring about the health and safety.
Yeah.
So that's the compromise. It's fair for both to get it. We won't make it 15 minutes. We'll make it 10. So that's my theory on why they made it 10 instead of 15. We can't have, playing longer and longer and longer, especially after now you get a shorter period to adjust a primetime game.
Yeah, so now there's they changed the Thursday night flex scheduling.
Yep.
Used to be a 28-day window where they had to give you notification. Now it's 21 days where they notify you that you're playing a Thursday night game or it's flexed, which the NFL has one of the biggest laughing stocks is that they care about the fans in the attendance in the stadium. They don't. The fans in the stadium are garnish of the game. They care about the fans watching at home.
What does Jerry always tell us? Only 2%?
Yeah.
2%, something like that to ever go into the stadium as NFL fans.
TV deals, that's where the salary cap really gets its drive. That's where a lot of the revenue comes from. So, it makes sense. I will say the whole player safety thing, we got to look like that's a priority for us. Chris Collinsworth, this was in Mike Freeman's book years ago, who I believe you guys have interacted with before.
Choppy.
I haven't been able to in about since 2012.
It's been a while. Yeah, that was around the time John Heyman blocked me. So, but in his book, he recounted this conversation that Robert Kraft had with Chris Collinsworth, and Robert Kraft was just talking to him about hey, how do you think we've been doing with the safety stuff? I know that was concerning to you, but we've done some good things, right? And Kraft was blown away because Collinsworth dressed him down and told him he's I'm not going to believe a damn bit of what you say about safety or anything else until you take away the Thursday games. As long as you are putting the Thursday game still out there, you don't care about whether they're healthy or not.
Wow.
And he said, and with that idea, this will be something where people go, you dropping by another week the amount of time that teams have to prepare to stagger their practice schedules and get guys to a point where they feel all right, the physicality that they've run into, we feel like we've staggered this enough to where they're not going to be as worn down and beaten up. Brock Purdy tired. That's going to be, we've got a full month to prepare for that and change our schedules accordingly. 3 weeks now, you're just tightening again the time that they can adjust and potentially change their practice schedules and change the amount of contact that they're running into. Okay, over at NFL.com, one Bucky Brooks has an article out, which I think in general is an interesting thought process and an interesting exercise to go through. Yep.
Couple of those, huh?
And it's this idea every year. We run into these players who, when I mentioned Will Campbell, I don't know that his arms are long enough to play tackle. People asked that about Rashawn Slater years ago. Rashawn Slater's fine playing tackle. We've heard about 40 times. Oh, I don't know that he's fast. Kyle Hamilton, you're running a 4.6. Are you fast enough to play safety? Kyle Hamilton's fine. Stop overthinking him. And then there are others like Tease Tabor coming out of Florida who ran a 4.63 as a 200-pound corner, and that guy was awful. And you go, okay, we should have paid attention to that. But it's always good to look at and say, who do you not need to overthink? Don't worry about the peripheral stuff. Who just trust what you see because they're good players, and all the other stuff is just noise.
Was it Linderbaum?
Tyler Linderbaum was one of those. Is he too light? He's not 300 pounds.
His ass ain't big enough.
How is he ever going to survive? Let's forget for a second that he was like a state high school wrestling champion and pinned Tristan Wirfs at state. Let's forget about that and just say, nah, he can't handle. So some of the names that Bucky came up with as players you shouldn't overthink are close to the players I think should most be like, let's slow down and think about this guy. Here's some of the players that he has on this list. Shedeur Sanders. Take everything you want away from it. If you guys were in the evaluation process, like forget what other people have said, I think just what you've seen from Shedeur Sanders and how he's interacted, some of the stories that come out of Colorado, would you go with Shedeur Sanders and go, put away all that stuff people say about how he is and how he's maybe handled things? I'm gonna watch this film and we'll be fine with Shedeur Sanders.
Absolutely not.
You've got to think, especially
I'm really worried about Shedeur Sanders.
Especially at the top, where you've got quarterback options and you need to find those separators.
The Shedeur thing is like, you could make the argument like he didn't really beat anybody in college. Who was the great team? Who was the great team that he even played well against?
He had some good games against like USC, BYU. He played okay against them when they were decent teams. So he played. I don't think he beat USC in that game, but he played really well. So he's
didn't play defense.
No, they don't. But Patrick Mahomes came from a conference that didn't play defense either. Big 12 didn't play it.
No, they didn't. Big 12 has had some good quarterbacks. There's no doubt about that. It's just the Big 12 kind of has stunk, also.
And look, when you look at Shedeur's tape, I have Shedeur as the top quarterback in the draft. I have him number one above Cam Ward.
So you agree with Will Chambers?
No, because I have him in the second round.
Also, no first round quarterback.
No,
Cam Ward's not a first round quarterback.
No, Cam Ward's second round for me, and he's behind Shedeur. When you watch Shedeur's tape, though, there's flaws there that he still has to clean up. Like, it's not just this overwhelming tape that you go, blow away everything else you hear and see, because that guy is just incredible. I like him. If I needed a quarterback, I'd probably position myself to take Shedeur. But it's far from any sort of a slam dunk. One of the other guys on this list, Cam Skattebo.
Yeah, baby.
Oh, Lord.
Running back from Arizona State. What? Like, if you've, again, take everything else out of it, the dude clearly is massive ego. You got that angle right there. You guys had to vet me heavily. Imagine if you didn't think about me before I dropped on the show. You just plopped me down here and that ego, and you hadn't vetted whether you could stand it.
I ignored what many said.
That'd be a problem.
And warned about.
Yeah, I hear you, Jared Sandler. But when you look at Skattebo, the size, the in general, like when you talk about the projectability of guys who have transferred from smaller schools into this side, played the running back position, taken the beating that he has. That's again not somebody that you just say, all right, he's fine. Take
so he's about the size that he's short, like that.
Yeah, he's a bowling ball.
Skattebo is going to be an afterthought in 2 years. He won't be a good NFL player. I'd maybe draft him in the sixth round.
Sure.
He's not going to be a good NFL player. I don't think that's a hot take, but it's a polarizing topic.
Who's he going to? Give me a team he goes to.
I don't know.
care.
Who's famous for drafting charity cases? Never mind.
Well, who's a fullback? Who's a fullback team? San Fran.
Look, he's going to be like a lot of other running backs. If he goes to a team with a good offensive line, he'll be fine. If he goes to a team that doesn't have a good offensive line, he'll be a bum.
He's not going to be fast enough. He's not going to be conditioned enough. These are my predictions.
And that's the thing. You can't just walk away from that. What?
The conditioning, fast enough. I agree with the conditioning. Like, the guy just doesn't stop
drinking.
Yeah,
You fall for this. You fall for this Rudy try hard stuff.
No. He objectively.
We can agree to
objectively was.
I don't believe some of the things. I have other thoughts about some of the things he said, and some of the things I've heard about lifestyle.
Oh,
I'm factoring that in.
That aside. Like,
well, I can't really put that aside. That's what I'm factoring.
Well, he says he doesn't drink.
That's what I'm factoring into my negative NFL projection of him.
Yeah, I want somebody who just goes balls to the wall in all aspects of life.
That's fine. He's going to go balls to the wall at 2 yards of carry.
Yeah, he will. But yeah, like the guy had almost like as impressive of a season as any running back outside of Ashton.
Yeah. Okay.
And you want to include Ashton because he played against tougher competition.
All right, but I also wouldn't then go like, well, I'm going to trust the tape then on Eric Crouch, and I'm going to pick him in the first round because there are no other questions because he was awesome.
Crouch.
He was awesome in college last year.
Think of a comp for Scattaboo that you're comfortable with to drop on us a little later. Come up with a comp for the career that he'll have.
Size-wise, he's Maurice Jones-Drew, right?
Yeah.
Size-wise.
Yeah,
He's not as fast.
Maurice Jones-Drew now.
He's not as fast as...
Yeah, no.
Because Cam's not fat.
Just you come up with a career.
I'm trying.
Be like, he'll have this type of... You don't have to do it right now. We don't have time, but come up with one. It'll be a fun debate.
Mike Allstott.
Wow.
Shocking.
Another name on here, Malachi Starks from Georgia. And this is actually a good name. I struggle with Malachi Starks, the safety from Georgia, because I watch him and I think that's a smart player. That is a really steady, stable player with good instincts who plays disciplined football. The problem with Malachi Starks is the fact that he is a safety who comes in under 200 pounds. He's 6 feet tall, under 200 pounds. He ran a 4.5 40 at his pro day. His vertical was 33 inches, which is about the same as some defensive tackles. His 3-cone drill was 7.2, which is about Taco Charlton. And his 20-yard shuttle was 4.45. These are all numbers that safety's 20 pounds heavier than him. There's a real question about all of his athletic testing. But again, he's somebody who, when you watch him and you see him on tape, it's a good player. And you really have to wonder, all right, which side am I going to trust? And then the last one here that I don't know why he even throws him in here. Luther Burden, the receiver from Missouri, who has gotten a lot of comps to Deebo Samuel, has been mocked to Dallas several times. Here's the issue. Luther Burden's 2024 tape wasn't even the same player as 2023. So when we're talking about what reservations there are, it's not even a total bunch of athletic testing or other things. The tape isn't even the same. So which one are you telling us not to overthink? Don't overthink last year's. Say that's the player, not the one you saw 2 years ago. Or don't overthink his most recent tape and say 2023 is the player. I just, again, as I've said over and over again, I'd be terrified to take Luther Burden because yards after catch guys, when that's their MO, that terrifies me coming out of college.
Normally, I'm the one burning guest bridges, but add Bobby Belt to the list. I don't think DallasCowboys.com will be handing over Bucky Brooks anytime soon. That's fine. You got to be honest. Below the belt on the home of America's team here on DFW Sports Station. We are also your home of the Texas Rangers. They got whooped yesterday. Kumar Rocker getting destroyed. But RJ Choppy is bringing up another question. Did the Rangers start baseball's ageism trend? And how many Rangers want to get the torpedo bat now? Final hour with some Diamond Cavs on the home of the Rangers next.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Sports Station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
The 1-1. High drive. Well hit ball out into center. Leote just watching as it hits up over the batter's eye. Second home run for Dela Cruz. Both come with men on board. This two-run shot makes it 14-0.
Woo! And he did it with the torpedo bat. Final hour fist pump time on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. Here with Sean and RJ, Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. We got Peyton and Aiden in the back. You're appreciated for listening on your home for Rangers baseball. And Kumar Rocker and your baseball team gets smoked yesterday, 14-3 in Cincinnati against the Reds. Bruce Bochy on the annihilation.
Yeah, well, it was one of those games that it just started out bad and gradually got worse. Their guy did a great job on us, had his sinker slider going, and our guy just made some mistakes. He down the middle with the fastball and had trouble getting the breaking ball over at times, and we made too many mistakes ahead in the count too. We just didn't pitch well, and of course the bats were quiet, and it just didn't go well.
It did not go well. But you know what? When your starting pitcher gives up 6 runs in 2 innings, no bats are going to go well. You lose your edge as an offense. The other pitcher starts pitching you differently. It just makes it you lose your complete edge, and the game is over before it really even gets started. And Singer was really, really good for them in the first inning. Getting Simeon and Seager to strike out basically on the same pitch. And
the bats disappeared as well.
Yeah, the bats didn't do anything.
Total no-show.
But like I said, like when you're down 6-0 after 2 innings, you're really put in a tough spot as an offense. And then, look, I mean, Rocker did not do what they needed him to do when you're playing 7 straight games to start a season and not having an off day, and that's give the bullpen any rest, especially after Malley didn't even get out of the second inning 3 days ago.
Yeah.
That doesn't make it any easier.
Yep, using up a lot of bullpen arms right now, and the Rocker stuff it's concerning because, like we talked about in March, they had concerns about, all right, how is Kumar Rocker coming along in terms of with his mechanics, and what's the problem? Why is he pitching so wild? Why is he hitting guys? I mean, he hit 3 batters in 2 appearances to start spring and was walking guys, and yesterday it's wild pitch, couple walks, almost hit a guy. Like it was just not a very good performance, and it brings up a lot of questions about how much you can lean on him.
But look, these things are all ebbs and flows.
Oh, for sure.
This is a lighter Rocker seesaw, and it will be throughout their career. Both start off with the hype, and then it was like Jack in the lead. Then Jack struggles and stumbles, and Kumar last year, we were all sipping that Kool-Aid, and we're like, oh my gosh, he's the stud. And now we're back to lighter after his first appearance, and we're selling or down on Rocker stock. So we're going back and forth. Last year it was Rocker. Right now it's lighter.
Does it make you any more concerned, though, with the seesaw, the fact that this is carrying over from spring for Rocker?
No, I mean,
or do you think it's just he's still young, he's working mechanics out? Like, he always had. That was one of the things when he was coming out of Vandy that they were like, he needs to clean up his mechanics. It's wild. A lot of people were not. It didn't sound like surprised when he had the UCL issue, because of his delivery and some of the things. And so I know they're trying to clean it up, but
like Jack Leiter had to overcome an entire season of disappointment. I give Jack Leiter that credit for the first start of, what he went through last year. Everyone's saying possible bust, having to get over his pregame hyperventilation of, being too hyped and too excited. Okay, so Kumar Rocker has to get over spring training or whatever happened there in Arizona. Jack did it.
Gonna have to.
For one start after an entire disappointing season.
Right.
So it's way too early.
Yeah, and look, I mean, the
guy's a horse. Let's start there. That's good.
Who, Rocker?
Yeah.
Yeah, oh yeah, he is. Now listen, one time through the rotation for all these guys. I don't think if they go the entire season and they have 3 really good starts and 2 really bad starts, you're still winning 60% of your games. You're going to be fine. Now, your bullpen might be taxed because you can't sit there and have 2 of your 5 go a combined less than 5 innings. You're going to play 22 games in a row at some point. You need those days for your bullpen. Now, they're also going to be able to stretch Evaldi and Leiter and DeGrom more than 5 innings. First start out, you're on a pretty strict pitch count. Like they're not going to let you go 110 pitches, the first game. So they'll be able to stretch these guys out a little bit, but right now it's just they've had 2 rough outings from 2 of the 5.
Nate Evaldi back on the mound today on this radio station. 5 o'clock pregame, first pitch at 5:40.
Are the Rangers responsible for ageism in Major League Baseball? I saw this article from Verducci, and he was talking about the game has never been so young. All right. For the first time ever last year, we had 4 shortstops no older than 25 years old hit 25 home runs. The past 2 years are the only seasons ever in which under 25 aged players had 1,200 home runs across the bigs and 1,200 stolen bases. It's a faster, more athletic game. Plate appearances by players 36 years old and older last year were down 62%. 36 plus took the fewest plate appearances since 1977. On the pitching front, starts for age 36 plus pitchers dropped 36%. Right now, these are the following names without jobs in Major League Baseball. Matt Carpenter, J.D. Martinez, Jose Abreu, Adam Duvall, Whit Merrifield, Anthony Rizzo, Aaron Hicks, Mitch Haniger, David Robertson, Lance Lynn. Tommy Pham is 37. He just signed in the middle of February. Andrew Heaney is 33. He just signed at the end of February. We are seeing the last, and the Rangers were really the first team on this. The past two World Series champions, Rangers in 23 and then Dodgers last year, did not give a single at-bat to a player over 36. Not a single at-bat.
Wow.
You never see that. 13 teams have won World Series while giving at least 800 at-bats to 36-year-old players or more. None of them since PED testing began a little less than 20 years ago. So what they're seeing is that obviously now that you have fewer PEDs, guys can't maintain that as they get older. But also teams are like, we are done with the expensive veterans. We are valuing youth over experience.
Until our 10-year contracts start going the wrong way.
Right.
Until our Shohei deal.
Until the Shohei deal. Until
Second half of it.
Juan Soto deal. Right. Juan Soto just signed a 15-year deal. So I don't know. It's interesting that, not a single at-bat to a guy 36 or older for either of the last two World Series champs, the Rangers may have started that trend.
Yeah, but here's the only thing about the Rangers is that while they don't have the very peak right up there of the 36-year-old, they are, obviously they've got Bruce Bochy, one of the older managers in baseball, Chop. They also had on their World Series team, leading them in wins above replacement, was 32-year-old Marcus Semien. And they were one of the league average age of the entire roster was on the older half of the league for that Rangers team.
Older prime, not old.
Yeah, but into their 30s. They had guys into their 30s on that. And then you obviously had 33-year-old Nathan Eovaldi. They went out and acquired 40-year-old Scherzer. They paid 34-year-old Jacob deGrom. So, I don't know. They've still, I don't think they're totally responsible for the ageism. I think it's more Baltimore is responsible for causing everybody to want to go young. And just go, let's build this way. Young, cheap, start building up the farm system, and we'll go this way.
All right, Rafael Devers struck out a few more times. He now has 15 strikeouts in 19 at-bats this year. For reference, Joe DiMaggio in 1941 had 13 strikeouts and 622 at-bats.
Oh, my word.
Tony Gwynn, in 7 of his last 8 years of his career, had fewer than 19 strikeouts per year in 7 of the last 8, including 15 strikeouts in 577 at-bats in 1995.
Woo!
And Rafael Devers is sitting here striking out 15 times in the 19 at-bats.
And a lot of them against the Rangers, I believe, were off fastballs, and he was just late. He was late on breaking pitches. He was just delayed in getting around in the zone.
He's
off in his head, obviously.
Absolutely. We talked about the torpedo bats quite a bit, and while a lot more players have decided that they are going to be on the torpedo bat trend, the following players used these yesterday, including Elly De La Cruz, who hit a couple of bombs against the Rangers. Adley Rutschman, Orioles. Jose Trevino, Reds. Dansby Swanson, Nico Horner with the Cubs, Ryan Jeffers with the Twins, Lindor with the Mets. With the Yankees, you have Bellinger, Goldschmidt, Chisholm, Volpe, and Wells. With the Rays, you have Junior Caminero, and then the Blue Jays have Davis Schneider. The Braves have ordered these bats like crazy. Other teams are getting in on this. The Rangers are going to start getting in on this with certain players as the year moves on. It takes about 4 weeks.
Peterson says he's interested, possibly Berger as well.
Yep. And it's just smart. And baseball they're not going to change. The rule's been around for a while where you can use these kind of bats. And is it going to change how the sport is pitched? I think it is.
Rutschman was one of them. Okay, Rutschman heading into yesterday, he had 3 extra base hits, had only struck out twice. Yesterday he went 1 for 5, no extra base hits, and he struck out.
Okay.
So there's at least one anecdotal one that didn't work out yet.
Remember Eric Hosmer?
I was in Kansas City with him.
Yes, you were.
The leader of the Royals.
He is calling out Roki Sasaki. Now, Roki pitched for the Dodgers the other night, and
he was an offseason big name.
Big time offseason. The biggest, or one of the biggest offseason acquisitions. He came over from Japan, and, you know, if you watch this video here, this is Roki getting taken out of the game.
And his first start at Dodger Stadium, walked 4 batters, allowed 2 runs, and there he is, wiping his face.
But watch, he never uses his fingertips to wipe anything.
Yeah.
He never uses his fingertips to wipe his hand. It's always the bottom of his palm.
Yes.
You know, and I've never seen somebody wipe their face with the bottom. You know, I've never seen that. And the thought is, like, was he trying to make sure that his fingers don't touch the hat and then stick, and you could see it, right? And you could see it stick. So Hosmer's like, hand is obviously sticky. It seems like he's having a tough time blending his the substance to get the right grip on these MLB baseballs because the baseballs are a little bit different. And he says, we all know those, because somebody said, well, they wipe you down between every inning. And he's like, yeah, we all know those wipe downs are legit. Ha, ha, ha.
And is it every inning? I thought they checked you once in the beginning here and there. By the way, through 2 starts, Sasaki, a league-leading 9 walks in 4 2/3 innings.
I love the psychopath attention to detail of baseball players. That Eric Hosmer's just watching him wipe off sweat, which I would just watch and go like, that's kind of a weird way to wipe off sweat. And he's like, he's got stuff on his fingers. He's cheating. Like they are so detail driven. It's nuts. I don't understand them.
It really is crazy how they could just pick out anything. So maybe perhaps Roki Sasaki is using the sticky stuff.
Diamond Cavs with RJ Choppy on the home of the Rangers pregame today with Jared Sandler at 5 o'clock. First pitch at 5:40. We're all really frustrated with the Dallas Cowboys and the way they negotiate. Steven says, we don't care that you think we wait too long. What's it really like? What's the reality, the truth inside a Dallas Cowboy negotiation? We'll take you inside of one next.
After we get you over...
That you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has low V products? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something.
Brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214 or 817-323-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
Sean, RJ, along with our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt, would you like the key to winning the NFC East, the Cowboys' offensive identity, or some possible pressure on Micah Parsons, the leader?
Let's do the identity.
Yeah, identity's good. By the way, we also have breaking news on a rule change if you'd like it really quickly.
Sure.
The 35-yard line is the new place after touchbacks. The NFL passed that for the kickoff. So a touchback puts the ball out at the 35, and that is meant to encourage teams to stop kicking it out of the end zone since the little bounce zone and everything didn't work so well last year.
And what was it?
That's improvement.
The rule
30,
last year or the one up this year?
The yard line before.
It was 30, they'd move it up to. Now they're going to move it up to the 35.
It's not worth it.
So much offensive advantage.
Yeah.
It's still not worth it to me. I'm kicking it through.
And put them at the 35. I need to look up and see what were the percentage of drives last year that scored from the 35 versus the 30.
Go ahead, Chavi. Explain your point.
It's just like, all right, so it hasn't been at the 20 for some time. It had been moved to the 25, right? Mm-hmm. Anyway, all right. So then it's 10-yard difference from what it was, before last year. So like last several years. We are in a passing league. Yardage is so much less important today. Field position is not as important as it used to be because of the passing. Now, if you have a bad quarterback, that's a different story. Patrick Mahomes can score from any spot on the field. It doesn't matter. Don't give him the ball back. That's why teams go for it on fourth down against the great quarterbacks. Just don't give them the ball. It doesn't matter where they start from. They can find a way to score. To me, the risk of them running it back, of you kicking it short and them running it back and getting beyond the 35 or even a touchdown is far greater than the minimal increase in their chance of scoring a touchdown from the 35 versus the 30 or 25.
The return rate in 2024 was 33%. And the NFL projects that this will cause the return rate to go up to 60 to 70%. But I think they also projected that last year. Yeah. They were wrong. So
they're wrong. Now, look, will it help you score a field goal? Yeah, I mean, you might be able to get 3 a little bit easier. You're 10 yards closer.
They are giving both teams overtime possession. It's a 10-minute overtime. Both teams will be able to possess. It can't be a walk-off touchdown. And they are voting on the tush push today. Stephen Jones against it, saying, well, you don't allow linebackers to push D tackles, extra points, and stuff like that. So he wants consistency there, and I love...
That's not what I just said.
Matt LaFleur just saying it's not a great football play.
Yeah.
All right? And that's my thing. It's rugby.
Yeah.
And that's what LaFleur said.
That's exactly what it comes down to. And the latest reports, by the way, Rossini and a couple other reporters are saying they are expecting that's not even going to get voted on today. Like, they're going to vote, but the anticipation is they're going to table it till May, and we're not going to get a resolution on it today.
Yeah, Jordan Schultz is like, no, don't look for them to ban the tush push today. All right, Brian Schottenheimer on a word that the Cowboys have been terrified and hesitant to define or discuss going back to the Jason Garrett days on this show. Identity. What do you want your offensive identity to be? This is Brian Schottenheimer. Quote, physical. I talked a little bit in the opening press conference about the marriage between the run game and the action pass, but as a football team, as an offense, we want to be physical. My MO has always been to run the football. I really believe that the game, like I said, is up front. So there it is. We finally have a word for offensive identity. Why are you smirking?
Because is he saying it's always been his identity, like his perceived identity?
Well,
or he's talking about his own philosophy? Because we talked to him.
There's a reason why he was, made fun of as an offensive coordinator, has been made fun of throughout the majority of his career for being too Stone Age and conservative in Seattle.
Sure, 100%. And that's, again, if that's a perception thing he's talking about, fine. If he's talking about his own philosophy, we were in Indianapolis and we stood there 5 feet from him while he talked about, I got in trouble for trying to let Russ cook in Seattle. I didn't want to run the ball. I wanted him to throw it.
Yeah.
And then we played that clip from Collision Low Crossers where they talked about when he was in the Jets film room and they'd run the running plays on the practice tape. He'd go, can we fast forward? Can we just get back to the pass plays? And they go, no. And he goes, fine, wake me when it's over. So it's like, all right, always, I don't know, because you've represented it in a couple other places that you are about the passing game.
It's also smart PR today to shed that conservative label and talk about passing and throwing.
Speak for yourself.
Hey, we did research on this, though, right after he was hired. And we found like the quarterbacks he worked with wasn't necessarily a murderer's row, but the guys he worked with generally had their best output with him.
What needs to happen to win the NFC East? Quote, and John Machota with these quotes, addressing the front seven on both sides of the ball is something we wanted to do. One of the mantras of our program is going to be you've got to own the line of scrimmage. So whether it's Philly, Washington, or the Giants, they all have good fronts. You have to be able to do that from an offensive perspective. From a defensive perspective, you have to be able to pressure the quarterback. It's going to be a really fun division to watch, but one that we feel very comfortable in our ability to go and win. So that is Shoddy on the division. And then finally, some Phil Jackson mind games.
Zen Master.
With Micah Parsons. When the voluntary offseason program starts next week, Schottenheimer expects Micah to be a participant. This is from Todd Archer. Over the past 2 years, he has not always been there, working on his own. He's been at the mandatory June minicamp, But now, contract negotiations, there's been a thought he would not be around. CD skipped the offseason minicamp last year, most of training camp. Dak did not miss a day before signing his deal in September. And Schottenheimer said, look, quote, at the end of the day, it's a business, blah, 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 blah. But Micah said he's going to be around. I think that he wants to be. I think we're all very comfortable with that. At the end of the day, he's a great player, just getting started. I have no question in my mind he will be around. Mike is excited about the opportunity to step up in a leadership role. There's no reason he shouldn't. The best teams I've been around, their best players are their best leaders. I think the more you're around, the more you have a chance to influence guys, and not just the guys that are back there, but a bunch of new faces. We're going to add some guys in the draft, part of blah, 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 blah. I think he'll be around.
I mean, you got
was an exact quote.
You got to Teddy KGB him and pay that man his money if you want him around.
Well,
the way it's going to work. He ain't going to be at OTA's minicamp.
I mean, here's the thing, though. I wouldn't think so.
Or
training camp. If he told Schottenheimer he's going to be there, I don't know if maybe Schotty doesn't totally buy that either. But if he told him, he's like, all right, let's. I'm going to tell people you said you were going to be there, because that is one of the times we most saw Mike McCarthy irritated. Was last year was when Micah was not present, and he got questions about. He clearly was not thrilled that Micah Parsons didn't show up, and that's something that feels like Schottenheimer's trying to put a little bit of pressure on him early. Just say, you better be out there, boy.
All right, speaking of pressure and contracts and Dak and a little comparison, I've never heard this guy speak. Todd France. He is the agent for Dak Prescott. And the other day, he sat down. Athletes First is the name of their agency. And I just wanted to play 2 clips to try to gain some insight and perspective on what it's like. I always love hearing about negotiations anyway, what's really happening, the ugly underbelly, and what is it like negotiating with Jerry and Steven. So this is Todd France talking about the contract talks with Dak before the 2024 season.
Especially when they started very late coming back at us. They could have done it all off season.
Stop it right there. Number one, there's an instant indictment of the Cowboys. Todd France saying, because the Cowboys like to say, well, wouldn't you admit, Dak? You want to tell these reporters it's not just us holding it up? That's Todd France. Now, he's one-sided.
Sure.
But that's him saying the Cowboys could have started this much earlier, and they waited and waited and waited. Let's play it from the beginning, Pepe.
Especially when they started very late coming back at us. They could have done it all off season. And when Dak's getting ready for camp and getting into camp, the switch flips. Like, he does not want to be involved in or having conversations about the contract. Now, we can talk about it, and he didn't even want to be updated unless there was something worthy to be talked about. Now, I still did, and he still heard it, but they were shorter conversations. They weren't near as in-depth as they were the first go-around, because he was in training camp. And that's where he wanted to be, and that's where his mindset was. And he was willing to bet on himself. He's like, that's fine. They don't want to do a contract. I'll be a free agent. And of course, the Cowboys, were banking on the star on the helmet, and that no matter what, he's going to come back. And it wasn't going to work out that way. I had a deal not worked out. I really believe it.
Wow.
All right.
Wow.
So that's part one. Part two, the specifics of the Dak deal in terms of the back and forth.
We engaged in negotiations with the Cowboys, and ultimately couldn't get a deal done. They wanted a 5-year deal. We wanted a 4-year deal. We thought the number of years was ridiculously important. And they thought the same thing. And they ultimately, made a significant offer of guaranteed money, but you just can't look at the guaranteed money in a vacuum. You have to look at all of the pieces. And obviously the media is getting bits and pieces and making it out like Dak's crazy, and he's being offered $100 million guaranteed, and he's this and he's that. And, and ultimately, I had to sit down with Dak and educate him on why it doesn't make sense to do that deal. Luckily for me, Dak put all his 100% trust and faith in what I was guiding him and telling him. We went through every scenario. It was very detailed. And we ultimately turned down that money. And I remember the day I called Steven and told him we weren't going to do it. And I remember exactly what his response was.
And he would not elaborate.
No.
Oh, it's Steven's exact. So 5 and 4 was a huge holdup.
Okay, so that
number of years.
That's interesting because obviously you want the shorter term deal if you're like an in your prime player. That means you get back to free agency quicker.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think Dak's playing beyond this contract, at least not here. He's going to be way too old and broken down. I get why he would want to leave the option open, but there's a theoretical possibility that he's leaving $60 million on the table that he's not going to get on the back
But
end.
he's not, just like many athletes, they're not thinking,
They
I'm
don't
going to be
think like that.
broken down.
Yeah, they don't think like that.
But you think you're invincible.
But he's not going to leave anything on the table because that fifth year would not be one they would guarantee. There would the way the structure would be. It's in all likelihood that fifth year was there to get numbers a certain way or to make things look a certain way that then they could go, all right, well, here's the contract and here we are without having void years on here and being able to manipulate it a little bit. And they were just not going to play that game because that fifth year I would very seriously doubt had any guarantees on it.
The other creative thing, this is just me being a negotiation nerd, and I'm probably butchering some details of this. They were considering making the Cowboys include that franchise them a third time and then we'll sign our real deal. Because if you get franchised a third time, I don't think you can be throughout the rest of your career in the entire league. So they were trying to get the check of the third franchise just from a technical aspect so that if Dak somewhere down the road gets franchised, you couldn't do it.
Can't do it.
Starting center, as of right now for the Dallas Cowboys, Bobby Belt is?
Cooper Beebe.
You are correct. Brian Schottenheimer, according to Nick Harris, just saying that's the plan right now. Can Brock Hoffman be a 17-game starter at right guard? Saying I never would bet against Brock. If I was in a back room of a bar and had to get out, the way he's wired, he'd be one of the first guys I would want with me. So Cooper Beebe at center, the plan right now, according to Brian Schottenheimer, speaking in Florida.
Could definitely see out of anybody on the Cowboys roster just being like, yeah, I'll take Brock to try and get out of this bar. That's a good way to put it, a good analogy for Beebe. I do think it's interesting that when we were in Indy, he had made the point, Schottenheimer did, that or the way he referenced Beebe playing center was that he didn't completely shut down the idea that he could play guard. But he also said he didn't want to lose that year of work.
It is the return of Kevin Hagelin with Crosstalk of the KNC Masterpiece and breaking news on the Tush Push. We have a decision. Next on Sean and RJ.
Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. So Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady?
Pepper Lady? Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No. I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
else, all price to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
It is the return of Kevin Hagelin as we crosstalk with a KNC masterpiece. That's Bobby applauding, not me, here on 105.
The hands were too big. You could tell.
Welcome back.
What up? Hey, I missed it earlier. Where are we at in the competition with y'all for the bracket?
I'm clear. I'm good.
Me
and Bobby
we're clear.
Are clear and good.
It was the Houston game.
So it just comes down to RJ and Peyton. What needs to happen?
If Florida wins the title, Peyton loses. If Houston beats Florida, Peyton and Choppy tie. All other outcomes, Choppy loses.
If Peyton loses and he crushes his hosting segment, his 30 minutes.
Yeah.
For either reason. He's either really, really good, which I'm not counting on, or he's really, really funny. We're probably going to give Peyton a second segment.
I say fire him, fire him, give him a weekend show.
You just glossed over really big news. A second full segment weekly for Peyton.
What are you doing?
How many does Alec have?
One every day.
Yeah.
Huh?
Every day.
But it's one.
He gets
two separate segments.
Alec does?
No, I'm saying Peyton will get two separate segments. He has the one that he does every day, but Peyton would be getting two different segments.
Yeah, I'm saying Alec right now has one, though. His own
is
segment.
5 a week.
He was at 5.
Oh, 5 a week.
5 a
and
week.
Peyton has 1 a week.
Okay. Have you guys looked at the numbers for Alec's segment?
Ooh, no.
Not since Mike left.
We need to get Gavin to pull those for both segments and really compare who's doing better. They would lord that over the other.
Absolutely.
I feel like Alec is going to go talk to one of the bosses and be like, hey, let me go ahead and get that information right now.
Yeah.
Before they get their hands on it.
I've already started planning my 30 minutes.
You have?
Oh.
Yeah, he called me yesterday.
I've already started. I'm actually kind of hoping that I do lose.
Oh.
Because I do think it would be quite good.
It's 5:30? 5:30 to 6?
Wait.
I got this. This is really simple. You hop on and you do exactly what I've always done. Every time I've filled in for y'all. What the hell are y'all doing up so early? And just let people text in, and then you're done. Yeah. Then you're at 6 o'clock. You're ready to rock.
Could RJ just volunteer right now if he said he kind of hopes he gets it?
No, because Peyton probably hopes he gets it.
Yeah.
Oh, give it to me.
What is involved in your planning?
I'm really going to use the audio loophole.
Oh yeah, he is.
Be an elf
Yeah, we
segment.
said 2 minutes. We said 2 minutes of audio.
Yeah.
I'm going to break this down into about 120 1-second clips.
That I'm going to set up and play.
This whole thing is a loss for me. This whole thing is a loss for me.
Peyton is going to be. Yeah, he's going to be working. He's going to be working the overnights here.
Don't pick chalk, Peyton, and you don't have to worry about that.
Editing. All right, we got some breaking NFL news. Jordan Schultz, no vote today on banning the tush push. It's being tabled to a future meeting as Stephen Jones apparently not in support of the tush push. I love it.
We still have to talk about this crap again then? Like, we're not done with it? Can we just be done with it? It's stupid to even have this discussion.
Is
like,
it this
really
or Aaron Rodgers that beats you down?
Oh, man.
Packers
Aaron
are responsible
Rodgers.
for both.
Yeah. Wow. Valid. It's always the Packers, isn't it?
Multiple reporters are saying that the Cowboys have offered Micah Parsons a record deal, but the problem is the agent hasn't really been involved. And that Jerry or Steven, the Joneses, are going straight to Micah.
Micah likes to visit. He likes to chat.
This I see from Mike Fisher. I see from Clarence Hill.
Gentlemen.
How common is this? You're going around the agent?
It's been common for them. I mean, they've talked about it openly, that they've gotten deals done where they just, hey, let me pick up the phone. Let me talk to Zach Martin. Let me talk to DeMarcus Lawrence.
Yeah, DeMarcus Lawrence said, hey, I want to talk to them now. I'm done letting you negotiate. Get me on the phone with Jerry, right? So, this happens frequently.
I mean, honestly, that's always made sense to me. I think the Players Association can suck it. The agent works for the player, and if the player says, go get the deal done, I think that's what should happen.
Well, my question is, are you meeting face-to-face for a final talk, or how long has this been circumventing the agent?
How many still get their commission?
How many talks and discussions have they had to where David Mulugheta was not involved?
I know they had not done enough legwork to be able to just have a meeting with Mike and say, hey, would you approve this? Since it's not like they did a whole bunch of legwork on a deal. That has not happened.
What do you think David Mulugheta's response to this is?
You guys are going to sign a fully guaranteed contract now for all 4 years. I mean, he is a shark, like in a good way, like the way you want somebody representing you. He will get a deal that.
I mean, he's the one who just blew up the secondary market, right?
He blew up the secondary market. He is the one who got Cleveland to agree to that fully guaranteed contract for Deshaun Watson. He basically, a couple years ago, I think it was 2019, he got more for his. Everybody thought the safety market was dead. And in 2019, he got his first 3 safety clients who had entered the market that year more in guaranteed money than the entire safety market the year before had signed in total contract value.
That's great. That was against other teams. Now you're having to negotiate against the Cowboys.
That's right. And they have not wanted to negotiate. They've known this was going to be a negotiation they were not excited about for a long time.
Do you think they just write on a sheet of paper, they just sign it and be like, why don't you fill it out, what you want?
I don't think that's what they do.
But it kind of feels like it's not far off, right?
That one, but
it feels like it's not far off.
They've had a couple where they can count them as victories.
But Osa? They won the Osa deal.
A lot of the offensive line deals were victories for them. The Osa one was a victory for them.
I mean, Tyron's deal was a big victory. Like that was under market.
Yeah, and then it's just, I mean, they've also lost some others, and this is it's funny. Years ago, I know the Cowboys were
Dak.
a player had asked them like, "Hey, who would you say I go with?" And the feedback he got, this is years ago. The feedback he got was like, "Yeah, we don't care, just not Todd France."
Oh. He's a
shark.
He was a little surly listening to that audio. I was like, ugh, this guy's not too likable in my opinion.
There were hurt feelings from that last negotiation.
All right, so it's Tuesday, and we have Ask Reddit leftovers that we'd like to throw your way with Kevin and Corey on DFW Sports Station. So what did we not get to, Roberto?
All right, let's go to this one. Kevin Hagelin, what is something you think will be gone by 2050?
God, you hope it's April Fool's, right?
Radio?
You would hope, yeah.
Why is that still a thing?
2015?
2050. Okay. 2015's already in the past, Marty.
Yeah, that's why I was like confused.
I hope.
Robert.
You said radio.
Radio.
Oh, man. I hope it's April Fool's.
What did Corey
You
said?
hope it's April Fool's?
Yeah, this is stupid.
I'm really adamant that April 1st come around every year. Like, that every day comes around every year. I hope.
That's fine.
I don't want to
But we just don't have to do
the end of any days.
this tomfoolery, right?
And then what did you say, Corey? You just
Maybe
said
the
Social
kids-
Security?
I said tariffs, yeah.
Oh, yeah. That's
they better be around.
Social Security.
Bill Gates said in 30
Corey
years.
said it.
Bill Gates said in 30 years that every job will be done by AI.
I saw that the other day, dude.
Humans will have like no.
What do we do?
I believe
We're
it.
just
around.
like Wally.
The goal
Right.
is leisure time anyway.
Yeah.
That is the goal. Your goal is to work. I get it, Kevin. The goal is leisure, more time to yourself so you can watch X-Men 97 again. All right? More time to yourself so you can watch WrestleMania 7 and Mr. T going out to box the human ice cube or whatever. That's what your goal is to have more time. So if AI's doing it and we can still barter and have that kind of system built, we should be able to do it.
Yeah, about how the rest of us make a living.
Go back to
Peaches.
barter days. Barter days.
Peach Farm.
And the Cowboys
I have
would
this
lose.
child that I found on the street. You can have.
Oh my
You
God.
can have them.
I need 3 potatoes.
I was saying let's trade peaches. Remember my Peach Farm idea? That's the way we should do it.
All right, this will take some thinking probably, but I think it's a really good question to ask. So I'm just going to throw it out, and whoever has one first can answer here. What are examples of being picked last in gym that are equivalent as an adult?
Oh,
That's a great question.
not being invited to work happy hour or something like that.
Yeah, dinners.
Or work lunch or friend group lunch, happy hour thing.
Top response was getting invited out only on the condition of being the designated driver. That was the top answer. on Reddit.
That's
man.
oddly specific.
Dang.
What about wedding? Not being in the crew.
How many people want to go to
yeah.
the
bridal
Yeah,
party?
that could be
people want to
one.
go to the wedding, though.
Huh?
You don't want to go to a
Yeah, I
wedding.
do.
Oh, you do?
If it's a fun person,
Man, I don't ever want to go.
you don't want to go to weddings.
No, I'd rather
Rush
do
out my
anything
list.
else.
Why do you hate them?
Because it's not about me, probably. That's probably what it is.
I can see that. I feel you on that one.
Yeah,
I feel you on
thanks.
that one, yeah.
You go and enjoy an open bar and a buffet.
If there's an
What if
open
they don't
bar,
have an open
Yeah,
bar?
if there-
How about let's get a group photo together and somebody hands you the phone?
Man.
Oh God, that's
Damn.
that was in that movie. That was in the movie A Real Pain or whatever it
Yeah.
was when Jesse Eisenberg. They were like, "Hey, will you take this picture?" And they were like,
That happened to Waldchuck over and over at the brewery in Fort Worth that we went to. Everyone just wanted me and RJ celebrity photos.
Here, take a photo
And
for
Zach
us,
had to
Zach.
keep taking it. Yeah, it was amazing.
Some of the other answers that were out there, people talking about party plans in front of you but not inviting you. When somebody goes around the office getting lunch orders and they don't ask you.
Ooh, I could see that.
How about the last second invite where you know
it's
it
a
was a
fake
charity?
yeah.
It was a charity invite.
Yeah, like they probably have plans, so now I can safely invite them because I don't want them to come. All right, how about what, Choppy, you can answer this one first. What's something women think men care about, but in reality they don't?
Okay, so have you seen the TD Jakes clip? It's old. It's old. No, where he's like, he asked his wife, "What's for dinner?" And she goes, "Well, it's the damnedest thing. You know, I was going to go here to get the chicken, but I went and there was traffic, so I had to go to this place.
The details.
And then there was a sale on this, so I went all the way across town." He's like, "Just tell me what's for dinner."
Mm-hmm.
Like, we don't care about the details.
Yep, not at all.
I was going to say,
Show me the baby.
The people a couple removed from the people I actually know or care about. Like, oh, hey, do you remember Janice's friend's cousin?
No.
Who?
The story can end now.
Her friend? I don't even know her friend. Well, her friend's cousin. And I was like, I just told you, I don't even know that other person who relates to them.
See, whenever I'm telling a story, Kristen will break it and go, no. Here's the thing. And then she starts putting details in it. I'm like, I was skipping all these. I knew they were there. This is not necessary for the story.
Pepe, do you have an answer for these? You're usually the best at Ask Reddit.
For the first one, the what would be done by 2050 would be the drive-thrus. I think going through the drive-thru, I think it's done.
Why?
Oh.
I just think, I mean, you're going to be able to order from a kiosk and have an AI, a robot, bring you out your order.
Yeah.
I mean, everything's done kiosk-wise, so that'd be my answer.
It'll be a drive-up instead of a drive-through.
Yeah.
Right.
I don't know.
And then the second one?
What was the second one, Bobby?
What's something women think men care about, but in reality they don't?
Oh, it's the nails and eyelashes. I've never looked at a woman and been like, eyelashes need to be nails. No, like makeup, I totally like. Yeah, I care about your makeup, but nails, eyelashes, I really don't.
I agree.
I love when Sarah gets her nails done and the eyelashes.
So you can bite them.
No. Yeah.
Are you still biting your nails? Is the stuff still on? Is it working?
It's not on at the moment.
Let me see them.
It's not on at the moment.
Oh, good night last night then, huh?
Because I saw a picture. You posted a picture the other day, and your fingers looked awful, terrible. Let me see this. You need some lotion.
That's
nice. My God,
you used it all.
Say I do. That's wrong, Peyton. Nails absolutely matter.
No,
yeah,
they don't.
Yeah.
Come on.
They especially if you're gonna wear the open toe shoes.
Whether or not it's that time.
No.
Yeah.
Wait, what?
You care about
we gotta
the
go, dude.
toenails?
We gotta get to our show now.
Did you hear what he said?
No.
Was it the Social Security thing?
No, it was before that.
All right, someone let me know. Odyssey Rewind. It's the return of the full KNC masterpiece next.
our D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hageland. You got Corey Majors. Thank goodness for that. And the famous Alec Medford. Corey, we're going to do something a little totally different for just like 30 seconds to start the show.
Is that an oxymoron?
Yeah.
A little total?
I ain't no oxymoron. I wanted to give a shout out.
What movie is that, y'all?
To our buddy, Phoebe Gomez. She passed away. She's been here. She was here as long as when I started.
Yeah.
And she had cancer and she passed away. And I'm pretty sure every single human listening either has been impacted directly or knows a very close friend, family, loved one, whatever, who has been stricken with cancer. And so F cancer. You know how it goes.
F cancer, dude. Say it out loud. Say it into your windshield right now, or don't say it like to your boss, but they'll probably agree with you.
Say it out loud depending on where you are.
Right, yeah.
Because if you're in a meeting, like you said, with your boss, and they're like, that's my sign.
And also, if you're in a meeting with your boss, how are you listening? Is the boss listening? And so he's probably going to be, or she is probably going to be all in on this.
That's a good question.
Stand up, not in your car, and go, F you, cancer! Because it feels better when you do that.
And
get it all out.
I like it. And shout out to BB. She was awesome and just the nicest freaking person. All right. You want to do sports now?
Let's do sports.
All right. Let's do sports now, but don't worry. Apparently, I was looking at the run sheet Corey put together. We will have time for Broadway talk.
There's
later.
a lot of room on that.
But there was some room on that run sheet. All right, let's start with cut number 7, the Mavericks and Stars super segment.
Hands it forward. Johnston fighting through. He scores! Wyatt Johnston. The goal-scoring streak up to 5 games, and Dallas is in front.
Now, the Dallas Stars, they were the one hope we had. Now the Rangers started it off. Hey, those 3 games in the middle were really awesome.
Every time you're in DFW, the Rangers lose. I'm just saying. When you're out in New York, we've been saying here since you were gone.
That's a good point.
Wolchuk said he would gladly fill in your spot.
Oh, man. Hold on. You're right.
But you could do the show from WFAN if you need to.
Because I flew out
Friday
before the game.
And Jack Leiter was exceptional on Friday.
And they won. The game yesterday was when I was flying back in.
Yep.
So the baseball gods knew it.
Yeah.
And they're like, no.
Here comes Kevin and and they can't go 162-0. And
they couldn't.
Yeah, well, they can. They could have next year.
They did.
We were rooting for 161-1, and then you got back to Dallas, and look what happened. So here we are. Rangers got just destroyed, but dude, the Stars kept my hope alive last night.
Hold on.
They're good.
I got great news for you, Corey. I may or may not inquire about taking a couple more days off next week. We'll see how that goes. And the Rangers are playing Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday.
All right.
So if it meant win, I'm sure you would gladly get rid of me. All right. Let's go back to the Stars. 30th goal of the season for Wyatt Johnston. That's 2 straight 30-goal seasons, and he's 21 years old.
Dude.
What did you accomplish by 21?
Let's see. I hadn't graduated college. I'd left college. I was making 6 figures.
Oh.
Yeah, I was making 6 figures in IT, and then I stupidly left that industry and decided to pursue happiness. Look at this.
Whoops.
So that was dumb. But
I had not yet knocked up a woman outside of the constraints of wedlock.
Nice. Good for you, dude.
So I was still on track to get into heaven.
I was kind of roaming aimlessly, though. Like around that time, I was like, there was bars included and just lots of chaos. So I don't know. Yeah, Wyatt Johnston's, he's better at this point.
Alec, you're 21. How? No, just kidding, but not far off.
23.
But not far off. What did you accomplish 2 years ago? Yeah.
Oh, man. It feels like 10 years ago. No, I was hosting radio shows, and that's about it. Yeah, I hadn't quite graduated college yet. So, yeah, whole lot of debt piling up, whole lot of mistakes being made, and a whole lot of sports being talked.
I've seen you at some of the remotes. You're still making some of those same mistakes.
All right.
Hey, so the point is...
You're never going to let that go, are you?
So the point is the Stars win again. They remain 4 points behind Winnipeg. We have talked about this. It is going to be tough, but
lose a peg.
Lose a peg. I'm sorry. You're right. Lose a peg has finally decided to win some because I think they heard about your inflammatory nickname and they're like, we need to try and turn it around. In the meantime, Colorado is like, I don't want to be C2. But at the same time, Minnesota was like, guess what? I don't want to be C3. I'm content with the wild card. Meanwhile, the St. Louis Blues are like, we're going to win all of the games, but we might be too far back to make it all the way up to C3 and match up with the Stars in the first round of the playoffs.
They have a 9-game win streak
yes,
right
they
now?
are.
Wow, that's impressive, dude. That is impressive right now. Thank you, Bobby. For
Less impressive is Bobby wanting to give people kisses and stuff.
But Stars are on a 6-game win streak. That's nice right there. They can do it. I think they can definitely win the Central.
Okay.
We talked to Heike yesterday, and he was like, Lose Peg's kind of got their situation going. What he said, though, Kevin, was the Stars have yet to play their best game. They're still not at their best right now. I was like, dude, it's weird you say that whenever they've scored 17 goals in the last 4 games. Can you please explain that why? And he said, the Stars are so capable of scorers up front that if a puck gets loose and they get out in front, they can finish. So sometimes that kind of thing happens. But winning in your zone, winning puck battles is something that they have to do more of. And that's what Pete DeBoer is kind of still harping on for this team is, hey, we can get lucky. And we know we can finish when we get lucky. It's just the other times when we have to manufacture a goal, can we do that part of it? And that's where they still need to get on their faster, better stuff.
I like it. I understood where you were going.
Yep.
I wanted to say phenomenal job to the Stars on their Canada West Coast road trip.
Yeah.
I said they needed to come away with at least 5 points. Guess what? They were like, well, that's loser talk. And they came back with 8 points. And you're right. You're within 4 points of Winnipeg. You still play them again a week from Thursday. So you've got a shot at this. In the meantime, the reason why I wanted to bring up Colorado and Minnesota is, Corey, have you seen the gigantic gap now between C2 and the rest of the division? It feels like, barring a catastrophic failure down the stretch, I guess any failure is probably pretty bad, that they'll be at least the second seed out of the Central, which means you'll at least have home ice in the first round. But you're right. You still have an opportunity to get home ice throughout
8 points
the entirety of the
Colorado?
playoffs. Yes.
Yeah.
And Colorado's played an extra game.
Okay, that's even better. Right
As
there.
has Minnesota. Unfortunately, now it looks very, very unlikely that you would draw Minnesota in the first round. And that was a matchup that I liked just out of selfishness because I was like, Ottinger and the Stars freaking out in Minnesota. So maybe not very unlikely, but has become somewhat less likely.
I love seeing the Stars' point differential. Like, that's the thing that really, they're at 65. All right.
Their goal differential?
Yeah, their goal differential. When Lose Peg's 83, that 15 games to start the season definitely set that tone for them. Washington is 70. You got one dude right there that is hunting goals. So like that's his whole thing is he's hunting that right now. And then Tampa's at 69. Nice. But that's it, dude. The Stars have one of the best goal differentials in the league, and that means your offense is on fire and your defense is doing its job too. I bet it would be even better if Miro was available and if this defense was at its best right now.
And then somebody brought up the biggest win of yesterday from the 945 was Miro skating again in Frisco. Look, if you have Miro for the first round of the playoffs, I think you're the best team in the NHL going into the playoffs. If you don't, I think you could be the best team in the NHL going into the second round playoffs if you make it that far. He is that much of an impact maker.
Absolutely, man. Absolutely. But that's just something that we can't guarantee at the moment.
You're right.
You just kind of have to wait out. And just like anything, when somebody's not there and not available for it, how do you do the right thing? How do you create the better defense? Do you try to do the same thing that you were doing, or do you say, no, I'm going to tailor it to what these guys are really good at? I think what they want to do is they want to say, here's our defensive system. we got to make sure we play within it because we got to start preparing for playoffs. That's how we're going to play.
From the 214, what time does Bochy Tuesday start? Starts at 12:30. And also, no, you did not interpret that correctly from the 817. So to be clear, did Kevin just say that the Stars cannot finish any better than second and will be swept in the first series of the playoffs? No. I still believe the Stars are going to win the Stanley Cup.
Me too. Yeah.
Hell yeah. Hey, let's go to a team that probably won't win any championships. Give me cut number 5. Because the Mavericks also played and did the right thing last night.
Watford, perfect feed. Johnson, reverse. Flashy from Keon Johnson, and the Nets go in front.
I don't know.
What's the right thing?
The right thing is to lose.
But they're going to be in the playoffs.
See, I don't think we should take that for granted yet.
They're going to be in the play-in game. I think it's going to happen.
You're probably right because as we've discussed many times, the Phoenix Suns hate each other maybe more than any team we've seen in the last few years in sports. So every time the Mavericks were like, "Hey, would you take my spot?" The Kings were like, "You know what? I will." And they're like, "Phoenix, would you also like to take my spot?" And they're like, "Yeah." And then another person on the team said no. And then the coach said, "What if I pie face you?" And then they just started an all-out brawl. That's pretty much the Suns season in a nutshell.
You got pie faced once. I remember seeing it.
By a real pie.
Yeah, he cut your face.
It was not pleasant because they decided that they were going to throw their fastball with a pie. You're probably right. They're probably going to make it. And I know some people are going to be like, they were undefeated before yesterday with the Anthony Davidson lineup. That's great. They were 4-0.
Interesting. Kevin also wasn't here.
That's true. Look, I would much rather, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and say it. People get mad if they want. I would much rather the Rangers be piling up these wins than the Mavericks.
Whoa.
Do you disagree? No, wait, do you disagree?
No.
Okay, good.
I don't disagree with that. I mean, I would like to have both of them, but...
Sure. In that magical world, that would be phenomenal. But yeah, you're probably right. The Mavericks are probably going to eke into the playoffs, and maybe they beat Sacramento, maybe they don't, and then they lose before they make it to the real playoffs. I do think it's neat that Gafford is back, Lively's on the way back, but it just feels too late for me to do anything this season.
Maybe
I'm wrong.
If they get into the play-in game, I'm going to root for them to win it.
Okay.
And then I'll root for every single one of those, like every other game that happens after that, I'll root for them to win that one too. And I think with that crew, they're capable of winning a lot of games. Now, last night you did see Anthony Davis was facilitating a lot. I expect that to happen even more. Kyrie's not there, so Spencer Dinwiddie's the other facilitator. Those are the guys that are bringing the ball up the court. And then you see Najee Marshall, he's grown and he's flourished.
Sure.
As Luka has left, that's been an opportunity for him. And there are some other names that kind of pop into the conversation. Max Christie's a baller, dude. I really like what he brings to the table. So I will be rooting for them to win because I want to see my team go deeper and deeper into the playoffs. I do think without Kyrie, you're missing that thing in the fourth quarter whenever it's time and everybody's looking for somebody to help out. Now, maybe Anthony Davis is that guy, and we just don't know it yet. But Kyrie, we know for a fact, has been that guy in the past and can continue to be that guy. But I'll keep rooting for him.
This opinion might very well make people mad, but I'm gonna agree with part of what you said. If they make the real playoffs, then I'm like, all right, then why the hell not? Let's go for it. In the meantime, I think the best thing for this franchise is to lose. I just think that's best from an asset standpoint.
Yeah, because you don't have many down the road.
Exactly.
Whenever the 3 years of this is done.
Exactly.
Now, can Nico go play some games and try and figure out how to get picks in that time? Maybe.
Sure.
He's going to try and do that, or he's going to be fired.
And I don't know if maybe this is the player you want, maybe it's not, but if winning a couple extra games to get to the 9 spot and then you end up losing to Sacramento in the 9-10 matchup cost you Trey Johnson, let's say that was your player of choice. That's going to be really agitating because people seem to forget going back to the Luka year. Remember, the Mavericks didn't even do that right. They didn't even tank correctly. They only got to pick number 5 and then they had to give up a first round pick to get back to 3. And now that first round pick ended up being, I'm pretty sure it ended up being Cam Reddish. I'm not saying that that's who the Mavericks would have drafted, or obviously he turned out to be very good as an NBA player. But just remember when everyone's like, oh, yeah, we got Luka. But you didn't even do that right. And it still costs you an extra first-round draft pick. So I think for the betterment long-term of this team, they need to lose. But I'm sure none of the players view it that way. Like if you're Daniel Gafford, you're like, I didn't come back to help us get a better draft pick. Same with AD. And I understand all of that.
Yeah. And the other thing, too, is I also can separate and root for the dudes on the court and Jason Kidd and that coaching staff.
Sure.
And also not like the decisions that Patrick Dumont and Nico have made. Like those are,
I think that's fair.
Those are two. The players didn't make that decision.
Not their fault.
Unless they did. Unless they all went to Nico and said, we want this guy out of here. And then we have a whole completely different conversation.
Bombshell that would be, right?
That would
if they're like Mavs players voted 9-4 or whatever to get rid of Luka.
That's all it would take is 10-4. That would be weird.
Feels like it should have been unanimous.
All 10.
Right? Yeah. Okay. Look, I don't think that's going to happen. But if we did come to the revelation that the Mavericks players went to the ownership group, then I feel like that would be pretty much the next big story that we got around here. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, the Rangers get rocked. How much of it? Hold on.
What?
How much of it was my fault?
Most of it. Yeah, we're all going to blame Kevin on this one.
Next.
Full KNC Masterpiece shows available anytime on the Odyssey app. Proudly presented by Comerica.
Forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
And the pitch to De La Cruz. He's hit high and deep out into center field. Going back, Leote back to the track. He looks up. It's gone.
I was hoping it was too high, but that did not end up being the case.
Too high.
It is gone, and the Rangers get freaking obliterated against the Cincinnati Reds. It is a rough night for Kumar Rocker. Let's talk about that, and then I'll take whatever share of blame I deserve in this whole debacle.
All right, so that 3 runs in the first 2 innings does not give your team a good chance. And that's all that Bochy and Maddox are asking out of their starting pitchers is give us a chance. Oh, that was when Ian Kinsler hopped on with us for opening day. That was what he said he thought this pitching was capable of doing is they'll always give the team a chance to score runs and be in a game. And last night, you're giving up that many runs. Your team's looking at it going, I ain't got nothing left. That being said, the thing that Bochy is always adamant about is whenever you're in that kind of a crap hole situation, how do you respond? And I think last night you heard him. He was like, dude, they didn't stop. They kept fighting. We hate to hear that. Managers love to see that, though.
Yeah.
Like, they love to see that their guys, the chips are all down. Everything's wrong. What are they going to do? And they say, like, we're going to keep fighting and keep doing our thing. But there's a lot of frustrating things about last night's game in particular. That being said, you got to see Ellie De La Cruz, and I was telling you, I want to see that player.
Yeah.
Damn, he's good, dude. Good God, that guy can hit.
He had a ridiculous game last night. Now, I know it's way early, but I think that's actually what makes this super fun. Ellie De La Cruz right now with a 1.346 OPS. That, of course, is only 17th in Major League Baseball.
Is he behind Adolis still?
Oh.
I think Adolis was like a 1.4 going into yesterday.
I think he is because Adolis is a 1.471, which, again, only good enough for 8th in Major League Baseball.
Hey, are all of them Yankees then because the torpedo bats?
I need to check on that, and I am so fascinated because people were talking about that
in New York
on the subway, and I heard so many people say Aaron effing Judge so many times without the bleeping or anything like that.
You went on a subway even after that documentary on Netflix about Jared?
No, that is about Subway, the restaurant.
Oh, it's a restaurant?
I don't know that.
Sandwich,
you know what?
Let's call it a sandwich shop.
The second I said restaurant, I thought that sounded too fancy for Subway. That's nothing against Subway. I feel that way about a lot of places. Can have good food, but restaurant feels too fancy.
When was the last time you sat down at a Subway? I think I took the kids like when they were little and we sat down.
But that's what it has to be, right?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm usually going to get my sandwich and go.
All right. We're about to have a side conversation in the midst of all of this, and I really want to know, do you sit down at inside fast food restaurants? And if so, why so?
I'm on a road trip, and I don't want to. I've been in the car for too long, so I need to get out, walk around, go inside Whataburger, and get my food, sit down and eat, and then take a break. Back in the day, though, Alec, we all wanted to play on the little playground, so we were begging Mom and Dad to take us in there so that we could get caught in some sort of wiry thing in there that was going to kill us.
Yeah, man. If you look back at that Mayor McCheese thing that you could hang out of and jump out of Mayor McCheese's mouth. It was, I know Alex, I don't know what you're saying, but if you're of a certain age, you would climb up the tree trunk and then you would be in Mayor McCheese's head, like being John Malkovich. And then there was those little openings in the bars where you could jump out.
If you could fit through the bars.
If you could fit through the bars.
Yeah,
and people were
kids.
just like, it's fine.
Yeah.
You're just being a kid. And Alec, let me ask you a question about McDonald's and the FCC. Do you think it's too early in the day to use the B word?
Maybe.
I mean, we're in the second segment, so.
Okay, I'll try to edit it. One of my favorite experiences in the history of my life. I'm not kidding about this. happened during Brandon's last day of school. I believe it's the last day of 3rd grade. All the kids wanted to go to McDonald's to celebrate that they weren't in school anymore, that they were off for the summer. And so they're playing and stuff, and the kids, they're all little. Maybe it was 2nd grade. And there were bigger kids on the playground. And the little kids all came back. Brandon, Isaac, Walker, and his friend Max said that they couldn't play there anymore.
I know Max.
Yes, they couldn't play anymore. And, this is a different Max. I'm sorry. And they came up and they were like, what do you mean you can't play anymore? And then I'll edit it because it is not even 10:30. And he goes, yeah, the big kids looked at me and I was like, you're not supposed to be doing that. And he goes, shut up, B.
Oh, man.
And I had to cover my face. I was trying so hard not to laugh because he retold it exactly how that kid told it to him. And he did not edit it. And so I put my hands over my mouth and I kind of scanned the rest of the parents. Half of them were in shock and they were like, oh, what a world this society has become. And then the other half were trying to not laugh just like I did. And it was the funniest thing ever.
From the 469, I prefer to sit down when I do fast food so that I can get a refill on my way out because you're going to pay $3.99 for a drink. By God, you should have a full cup whenever you leave.
Okay, that makes sense. And another person said if they're doing it for their lunch break. That makes a ton of sense. And now that some more of these answers are coming in, because we don't leave the office at any point until
After,
exactly. But that makes a whole lot of sense to me. And I like seeing some of these answers. It feels like kids are leading the way, though.
From 321, I sit down at fast food restaurants to make sketchy transactions. And is it polio? Is it not
what?
polio? Not polio. Pollo Reggio? What was the one from Breaking Bad?
Pollo Loco?
El Pollo Loco. Yeah, that's right. Pollo Reggio is actually fantastic chicken. So check that out if you get a chance.
Don't you just assume they mean to buy weed or other drugs?
Oh, yeah, lots of drugs.
See, I think it's weed mostly because they're like, the McDonald's people don't care.
Or guns.
Oh, my gosh. What was that other one?
Guns and ships. That was from Hamilton, Kevin.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
But yes, for the most part,
That wasn't mine.
anytime I go to a fast food place, that's when Peyton said we're going to get rid of the drive-thru. I was like, man, I usually only go through the drive-thru and we take the food.
What a bad idea.
I agree with him. I think he's right. I think at some point it's going to be you pull up and it's delivered to you via non-human. And you just, most McDonald's, you just walk in now and there's nobody working there. You just go in and you enter it into a kiosk, and not most of them, but some of them, they're starting to create that. So that's interesting to me. Pollo Hermanos. Los Pollos Hermanos.
Pollo Locos.
My bad, dude.
Yes,
my bad.
Me too. And
we go eat at Schlotzsky's pretty often. I haven't been into a Schlotzsky's in a long time. I did their drive-thru. I love Schlotzsky's, though.
What was the place that you didn't like?
Quiznos. Alec, here's the deal.
I don't think it was about the food, actually, though.
If you're going to do a marketing campaign and you're a restaurant, don't have rats carrying your food around. That's going to turn you off.
Fair.
Like that immediately I was like, what? Now, if most restaurants are all like, no, every restaurant has rats. If that was the idea, then I guess we'd all be used to it. But no, man, not whenever I'm trying to get a sandwich.
I love Quiznos as a kid, man.
I get it.
And again, I don't think it was anything he had against the food. It was just that ad campaign. From the 469, also sit down at fast food because ain't nobody got time for cold french fries. Now, what my wife has explained to me that I didn't realize for the longest time is those aren't fries for home.
Those are car fries.
Those are car fries. That is exactly what she says.
Yeah.
Those are car fries.
And if we're at a party or we're hanging out at the house and I say, hey, I'm going to Whataburger, anybody want anything? And they say, yeah, you fly, I'll buy, or whatever. I go and on my way back, I'm taking some fries. I don't care whose bag it's out of because that's just the fee. That's the tax for me driving to Whataburger and then coming back. And you know what? If the fries do get cold, air fryer. Air fryer's the way to go. I have found out the air fryer is the baby, man. It is good.
In the A17, I knew a gal who sold weed out of Chili's. You just had to park in the to-go parking. And I wonder if they always told them, go to spot 6 or whatever. Like they had a set spot to go to that was not one of the main ones that you're probably most likely to drive up to straight away or anything like that. Hey, in the meantime, give me cut 1 because Kamar Rocker also gave this up.
1-0 pitch. Swung on, that's hit high and deep to left field. Back goes Langford at the wall. It's out of here. Over the 379 sign in left center field. Matt McClain has homered in 3 straight games. And he's given Cincinnati a 2-0 lead.
Eric Nadel sounded so sad already about that. It was a rough start for Rocker, and you're coming off a Malley start where he didn't get very far in the game. And then to go along with all of that, people have lots of fiery Chuck E. Cheese thoughts.
Yeah, and I just pointed out, like, the Chuck E. Cheese had kinder eyes than the rats from those Quiznos commercials. Go back and look at their eyes. That freaked me out just a little bit.
And did it make a difference to you that you know that there's a person in that Chuck E. Cheese suit where these, like, CGI-generated rats or whatever?
And isn't Chuck E. Cheese a mouse?
I don't know.
He's a friendly little mouse, not a scary, devilish rat, you know?
The way his nose looks makes me think rat.
We do need to find out, is he a rat or a mouse?
Why?
Because this could change it.
Then you're not going?
I haven't been to Chuck E. Cheese in ages, dude. Like, I think whenever my kid was 2. That was the last time I was there.
I was at Chuck E. Cheese a few weeks ago for my nephew's birthday.
That was the pizza.
It was definitely good.
Really?
Look.
What about the beer?
I did not have
still
beer,
doing that?
but they did still have a tap there.
There you go.
They really did. And I've always thought Chuck E. Cheese pizza was not that bad.
Quiznos never had a tap.
That's
not that I know of. I never went in, except for that one time that y'all made me go.
What?
Or did we go?
How much do they check your hand stamps for the kid you're with?
They do. They do, because Carter took off once. He went underneath, and like we had to do the whole thing. And I was very afraid of losing my kid.
From the 214,
he was a runner.
Is officially announced as a mouse. We have to respect that.
Thank you.
If that's how he identifies.
I don't think it's him identifying as that. I think that's just the way that the marketing pushed it. Marketing said that.
It's not up to the person.
Huh. I mean, not when it's a mouse.
Oh my goodness gracious, Corey Hate Majors.
I just said whenever it's a cartoon character that's turned into a mascot, then I don't think it is. I think it's, never mind. I gotta.
He was a rat from 77 to 93.
And then they changed it to mouse?
Yeah. He was supposed to be a coyote at first, but the first costume that got shipped into the store looked more like a rat. So they just went with a rat.
This has changed everything.
What has it changed?
My whole childhood.
That's it?
And now I got to take back all my spider rings and the balls I stole from the ball pit.
Why will you still have those?
The spider rings?
Yeah.
Decoration.
Oh, that actually is fair.
Around Halloween time.
And from the 214, who cares? Because Showbiz was better. I agree. I was a Showbiz pizza kid. And for the people who are requesting that Marcus Semien be moved down the lineup, I'm not saying that it won't happen. It just still won't happen yet.
How long, and I don't know, I don't even want to ask Bochy this, honestly.
20.
Because it's so early in the season. It's so early, I don't want to be like, all right, are we ready to change this?
I say 20 to 25 games.
20 to 25 games. Is that a fair time to start asking? Or is?
I mean, I think so.
Okay.
Especially if it's anywhere near as bad as it's been right now. But that's the thing you have to be careful with right now. We just said a 1.479 OPS is 8th best in baseball. That is a preposterous number that that Adolis can probably keep up. But most human beings could not keep up. So if Marcus Semien goes off in the next 5 games, guess what? Now his stats for the first 10 games are going to look ridiculously good.
Yeah.
So it's too early for that. But I think once you get through kind of the first month of the season or almost month of the season, you can make some of those decisions.
For sure.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets, where guess what? Shohei gets to be number 1 at another thing. Next on The Fan.
Eats has low fee products. I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, give me a look. You've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Those are those.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Freaker?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. This is normally the time for baseball nuggets, but even though Mike has departed, the Cowboys are still going to try to wedge their way into this spot. I take you to the Corey news desk for, honestly, I don't know if this is news or not, but it feels important to bring up.
All right, so multiple reporters, Kevin, have tweeted this out. Jory, John Machota. Cowboys owner Jerry Jones on Micah Parsons' contract situation. Everybody out there, take a second to relax and take this all in.
Hold on, pause. Alec, that means what Jerry Jones is about to say is going to make us angry.
On Micah Parsons' contract situation, Alec, I don't view it as urgent at all. Which I do feel like he said about CD and Dak last year, which frustrated everybody. On waiting, I'd rather pay more and get it right.
This is the life we've chosen.
It is the life we have chosen. Thank you. I don't understand what that means. I'd rather pay more and get it right. How you can't get it right and pay the right price for it? That doesn't make sense to me. But I honestly, the only thing that for me that it really affects as far as timing goes is how you spend money on other places. They did spend money on about 8 free agents and then 2 trades, right? Is that how the number there?
Something like
somewhere
that.
in that range. They did that. But man, there are other players they could be adding. There are other things they could be doing. But that's the way that Jerry approaches this.
All right, I'm going to go back to a conversation that we had with Stephen Jones last year at training camp. It stood out to me then. It stands out even more so to me now. When we asked about the possibility of getting a Micah Parsons extension done, and this was in the 2023 offseason, he said, I don't think there's a need for that. Like, that just became available, so not really. Now, conceding the point that if Mike and his agent didn't want to do the deal then you really aren't going to get anywhere. I absolutely agree with all of that. And so if that was the case, then there's nothing you can do. But it feels like the Jones family does what so many of us did in college, and that's wait till the last minute to cram. And so instead of having like a reasonably budgeted out amount of time, or in this case, money, we just wait until the last minute and we're like, well, this will definitely get it done. Because that last part is infuriating. As long as we get it right. Well, you didn't get the last 2 Dak Prescott contracts right. And there have not been very many more clear examples of you getting a contract wrong than the last Dak deal.
There was an addition.
Okay. This will change it. I'm going to relax.
Rather than pay less and screw it up. So that was he doesn't, hey, look, he just doesn't want to screw it up. That's the point. Because
that is going off the
Tyron
assumption
Crawford,
that if you do things early, then that means you screwed them up. Think about this. What in the world did they do with that Dak Prescott? And this has nothing to do with what you think about him as a player. Let's just focus on how they did it. All in, all in. Everyone's going to prove it. This is a prove it year for everybody. Okay.
Except for the starting quarterback.
Well, no, but it was going to be for the starting quarterback. And I understood that because I was like, you know what? You're rolling the dice. Good for you. Take a chance. Except the day the season started, they're like, we're just kidding. We're going to go ahead and give him way more money than any other quarterback did on the market. Well, the next deal will surpass that. Really? What was the next deal? Josh Allen? I don't think it surpassed that. No, it didn't. All right.
You played yourself.
Yeah. You negotiated against nobody and you lost.
That's the point.
How is that even possible? And now for this one, let's wait till the last minute for Zach Martin. Guess what? That didn't work out for you. You're going to carry a cap hit for him, even though he's not playing. You paid more for CeeDee Lamb. You've paid more for Micah as the offseason has come along. And the thing that bothers me about that is that what have you heard in the last year and a half? Have you heard any discussion, like outwardly from the Cowboys, that they might actually move on from him? No. Every single thing they say is, he's a beast. Mm-hmm. He's part of our future plans. If I can quote Mike Bassick, then what are you waiting for? If you are positive he's part of unless you weren't actually being honest with people.
Mm-hmm.
You can pay,
or yourself.
You can pay late and get it wrong, or you can pay early and get it right.
You can pay early and get it wrong.
Yeah, yes.
You can do both.
Yes. Those things are not mutually exclusive. And for people who are like, well, what if you want to wait until the season and see how he does or make sure he doesn't get hurt? If you tell me right now that's what they're going to do, I support that. Because they're going to ride it out and they're going to be like, let's see what happens after this. But I think there is literally no chance in hell that happens.
They've already made up their mind.
Yes.
Like they made up their mind a long time ago. All right, Kevin, a real quick wanted to throw out that Lance Lynn has retired from baseball, and that is our own Lance Lynn that we loved so much, who was such a joy around here, threw fastballs. He was a bulldog, and he did it on his wife's podcast. So,
what a get for her.
Yeah, I have no clue. She must have reached out to his agent and sent it like a fruit basket or something.
How do you think that would go over if she asked him and he said, you're going to need to check with my agent? Probably not super well, right?
I would definitely say that to Adrian, and she would laugh, and then I would walk off and say, no, I'm serious. And then just leave it at that and see if there were other offers to entice me into being on her show.
Good luck with that. Hey, I know you're going to be shocked by this. Alec, you're going to be shocked. You know how Jurickson Profar got really good at baseball all of a sudden?
Was he really good?
Okay, let me try that again. That's fair. That's a fair critique. You know how Jurickson Profar got better at baseball?
At 32?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, you'll be shocked to learn that he has been suspended 80 games for violating the Major League Baseball PED policy.
So
I can't believe it. Why not 81 games?
In 2018 and 19, he hit 20 home runs respectively. He hit 254 and 218 in those seasons. So those were okay seasons. Last year, however, he hit 24 home runs and hit 280. And he had 85 RSBI. He was what every single person kept asking during the offseason. Why don't we get Profar? Why don't we get Profar?
His WAR was the highest of his career.
And my response to every single one of them was, go look at his numbers. This is a contract season and the first time he's ever performed this good. It's not that he just figured it out 9 years into his career. It was a one thing, contract season, and he was knowing I got to play to try and get on one more team to get one more contract before I'm done here. And he lands with the Braves, and they were very excited. Now, he did release the template statement that is, guys, I would never knowingly take performance-enhancing drugs because of my passion for the game. I can't believe those things anymore. Thank you.
Is it a shame that some people at the beginning of, let's just say lying in general, didn't just take ownership for it straight away?
Oh, he said he was sorry immediately.
No, I mean like in the history of lying. If more people cop to it straight away, do you think you'd be more inclined to believe people's excuses and be like, well, usually people are just like, oh, I'm sorry I did that. So maybe he's telling the truth. But nobody does that, and that's why you don't believe anybody.
Yeah, and so he released that statement, and is it 50 games? 80 games? So he'll be gone for half that season. But again, go look at his numbers. He was never that good until it was time for him to go get paid.
Yeah.
And then he turned out to be that good. Now, I don't know how much of it was last year was this. That's the thing I don't know. Did last year's numbers pop because of this or because he had more consistent, comfortable playing time? I'll go with that.
And that could be the case. It's just whenever you hear all these USADA officials say that the tests have never caught up to the drugs, that always makes me nervous. All right. Now, I know there are stats like this that include like Joe DiMaggio and stuff and rock on. I'm going to go with somebody a little bit more contemporary. In 2025, Rafael Devers has 15 strikeouts and 19 at-bats. In 1995, Tony Gwynn had 15 strikeouts in 585 at-bats. Do you think Devers can go the next 566 at-bats and close out the season without another strikeout?
No, dude. He's gonna have a massive amount. Here's what I propose, Kevin.
Oh, I do.
I have proposed that Rafael Devers is intentionally blowing it so that the Boston Red Sox will have to trade him since they signed Bregman in the offseason to play third base, and he played third base. Remember he was sitting there at spring training. He was like, I play third base. And Bregman was kind of sitting there going, oh, yeah, but I also do. And then they were like, you're DH now. And he's like, what the hell I am? I think he's intentionally blowing it so that they can trade him, but they're not going to get any value out of him. I think that's what happened in here.
All right, I'm going to put you guys to the test.
I don't have anything to prove that.
Does Devers
but I
make
did my
it
homework.
through today without another strikeout?
No.
He will. They do not have a game today.
That was the next thing I was going to say.
Trick question. Corey Majors, and you failed. All right, a couple of other quick things for you. I promise we'll get to Shohei probably in the next segment. Carson Kelly has the first cycle of the MLB season. By the way, first cycle for the Cubs in 32 years.
Wow.
And then Garrett Crochet, we just saw him. I think this deal was going to get done anyway, but he started off the season very, very well. He gets a 6-year, $170 million extension.
I mean, that's a significant number.
Sure.
More than DeGrom is what I saw something, and I don't know exactly what it was over DeGrom.
That is not more than DeGrom.
It was something, I'll have to go back and
Okay.
look. But Nightingale had said something. But it's a significant number. But when I looked at his numbers, his pitching numbers, I was like, this is a 3.69 ERA guy. Like this, it's not. He had 209 strikeouts last year. Before then, he'd never had this kind of numbers.
Yeah.
So a lot of people are basing this on 1 year. Granted, great fastball, really talented pitcher, but a lot of this is based off that one season for him.
And I'm going to say it's weird, but do you think some people will be like, it's only $28 million a year? Only 20. I mean, I realize that's a big number. When you look at the way pitchers get paid, maybe that is the explanation. Ladies and gentlemen, that was Baseball Nuggets, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. Coming up next, we will this time get into the Shohei Ohtani stuff. Hopefully no Cowboys stuff will slow us down. And apparently, Alec and Corey want to know about my trip. We'll do it all next right here on The Fan.
Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. 3 things we're going to cover here. Apparently, some thoughts about my trip. Also, the jersey sales for MLB. And thirdly, did you hear how different that commercial is? You don't need to expand.
The kid's voice wasn't as annoying.
877-881-1053, Franklin Injury Attorney text line, or the Twitch, or the YouTube. Did you hear that shocking change to the commercial?
Yes, the fan text is already starting to text in and ask, "What the hell is this?" Hold on.
No,
did you like it better?
It was a great commercial.
Did you like it better? This is all I'm asking. Did you like it better or no?
I will admit, I was surprised when it sounded different.
If you're trying to advertise and your goal is to get people to A, remember, B, talk about you,
that's a win.
They've crushed it every time.
Yeah. I agree with all of that. All right. The most popular player jerseys based on sales and whatnot going into the 2025 season. How many, Corey, of the top 10 do you think you could name?
4.
Alec, can you name more than 4 in the top 10?
5 maybe?
Corey, would you like to beat 5?
What?
Or let Alec give it a shot?
6.
Alec, I believe in you, man. If you go to 7, I think you'll get a shot at this. And I think you can do it.
I'll do 7.
Oh, Corey!
9.
What the hell? All right, Alec. Now, this is going to be harder to convince you. This is going to be really tough. If you think you could do all 10, first of all, Corey can't steal that from you. It would be
It was all you after that, yeah.
Memorable.
If you don't do it, we have to chop a toe
The
off.
players on the list are people you've heard of. That's the best I can say.
Okay.
It's like,
That doesn't make me feel better.
Yeah.
You've heard every one of their names, is what he's saying.
So.
Before, at some point.
I'll do 10.
There you go.
Oh, my gosh.
Take the challenge.
And yes, from the 806, the 817, the 972, I don't know if that was an Easter bit. I don't know if it was for April Fools.
As Alex said, recession.
Yeah.
Eggs are expensive.
I thought it caught people's attention.
Huge.
Yeah, man. I'm looking at the fan text. You're right, Corey. It definitely caught people's attention. All right.
Black Panther to you said, does that say donate your ex today?
I think it's A.
That's what I heard first. I'm not going to lie. I was like,
You'd
please.
get a lot of people who'd be fine with the other.
Yeah.
They'd be like, okay. All right, Alec. You said you can go superstar mode here and get all 10.
You can do this, dude. I got faith in you, Alec.
If you get it right, I'll say you did an excellent job.
All right.
All right, go ahead.
So this is baseball, right?
Yes.
Just to confirm.
Top
Okay.
10 jersey sales for baseball heading into the 2025 season.
I'm going to take a big swing. Shohei Ohtani.
That is number 1.
I'm going to take another big swing. Aaron Judge.
Good answer.
Aaron Judge is number 5 on the list.
5?
I know. I actually would have guessed higher than that as well.
Huh.
By the way, walking around New York City, tons of Aaron
Shohei
Judge
Ohtani.
jerseys.
Okay, yeah, Judge. That makes sense.
Give me the World Series MVP, Freddie Freeman.
Coming in at number 2 on the list.
Good for him.
See, the
Freddie
other thing,
Freeman, keep that in mind.
didn't he just roll his ankle in the shower? Like
Yeah.
the one he just got surgically repaired? And they
What
were
a
like,
freaky accident.
Yeah, so weird. Like that dude yesterday for the Pirates that stepped on the base on a home run trot and fractured his ankle. How's that happen?
This is an interesting bit of advice from the 806 named Dodgers and Mets, and you have a great chance. Don't know if that is accurate or not.
Okay, Dodgers and Mets. Give me Juan Soto.
Juan Soto is number 3
Because he has a New Jersey, right?
on the list. That's right.
In New Jersey.
That is an important thing.
Huh.
Oh,
Isn't it
kinda.
Queens?
Yeah.
Mookie?
Good answer. Good answer.
5 answers in, And Alec Medford is named 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Mookie Betts is number 4. Corey, are you getting nervous?
Not at all.
Okay.
I think he can do it. I know Alec Medford.
That's not what he told me off here.
What?
That is true.
Alec,
You are a fraud.
5 down,
I'm doubting Thomas here.
5 to go.
If we're going with the Dodgers method, I'm going to go with, this one scares me. Yoshinobu Yamamoto.
Man, he said the name.
Yamamoto is not in the top 9. But luckily, this is a top 10 list. He is number 10 on the list.
I like it.
I think he's going to do it.
Okay, if they're people I know. Ronald Acuna Jr.
Good answer. Good answer.
Number 9 on the list. Alec is now 7 for 7.
Has he only named one Met so far?
I think, yes, that is accurate.
I can name another.
From the 817, Peyton could never do this.
Ooh, this is true. It's not a ball knower, you know. That's why I get 5 segments a week. We still got to pull those numbers. Give me Francisco Lindor if we're talking Mets.
Francisco Lindor is number 6 on the list. You're 8 for 8, Alec. Most popular baseball jersey sales going into the season, which obviously I know it really started on Thursday. You have 2 left.
One of them's stupid.
Oh.
So it's an Astro. It's Jose Altuve, isn't it?
That is correct!
Yes! I love it. Dude,
one more and I can go home.
Did you see? No, hold on. Did you agree to that?
No, I agree that we would cut your toe off.
Oh, okay, but he can't go home because we don't know what to do over there. Like, nobody has a clue how to work the board.
Kevin's just going to get some early work for when the Rangers go 162-0 next year.
That's right. Altuve, Kevin, did you see when Juan Soto hit one to left field and he had no clue how to catch the fly ball? And it looked, I doubled up. I said 7 games. I think 14. He's going to cost him 14 games this year.
He looks so lost out there.
He does.
Alec,
and tiny.
You have shown off your impressive sports knowledge. You are 9 for 9. But to really make you an elite champion forever, you have to get this last one. You have gotten 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, and 10. Who is lucky number 7?
Kevin hates him.
That's who I was going to guess. Thank you for solidifying my idea. Bryce Harper.
Oh, man, it was very close.
For the record, I do not hate Bryce Harper. I want to make that abundantly clear.
I think you're lying.
He's just a tiny bit overrated. But that is correct. Bryce Harper is number 7 on the list. You got all 10.
There you go, buddy.
And proved you are the knower of all things baseball jerseys. Well done. Now, for the trip. What do you guys want to know about the trip? Or do you want to talk about more sports stuff?
Was there enough space in your bedroom to like do flips on the bed and stuff?
I think there was. I do not think I have the necessary athletic ability to make flips on the bed.
Oh, but you didn't try then?
I did not.
Did Jess?
No.
Next time.
You know what I did like? Because we actually stayed in an Airbnb. It was really nice. But the lady goes, hey, it can get noisy occasionally because it's in the middle of everything.
What does that mean?
What it means is some people like to be hollering and the cops get called sometimes.
Oh, really?
But it was legitimately a 5-minute walk from the Prudential Center.
That's what
It was right around the corner, and it was easy to take trains into the city, which we did on Saturday and Sunday. So I thought the place was great. It also had an uber firm mattress that made me rethink the way we sleep on mattresses.
So it would like pick you up out front?
No, not that kind of uber.
Oh.
It was just really firm, and I loved it. And I think we should change mattresses. Also, saw 2 plays out there. John Proctor is the villain, which starred Sadie Sink from Stranger Things. And I'm going to tell you, I was really excited to get to experience
Is that the little redhead?
Yes. Yes, it is. She's good at it.
She's a Broadway actress now?
Yeah. She started in Broadway, I believe.
No way.
There is a moment in that play where we all audibly gasped together. Wow. And then I go, oh, yes. Because I was truly stunned by the revelation that had just taken place on stage. That was on Saturday afternoon. By the way, dress code at Broadway, not so much. Sunday.
Did you dress up anyway?
No.
Oh, why not?
Because I made my judgment off of the Saturday matinee where I was going to be rocking my Duke shoes and my Duke t-shirt, and I was okay with that.
You love to dress up, though.
I do, but...
You wore a cape last year.
When I
community
you guys
ball.
asked me that. Yes, I did. But then when I saw the way people were dressed, and then somebody walked by in a Dick's Sporting Goods t-shirt, or the fishing place. Oh my God.
Bass Pro?
Bass Pro. Thank you. In a Bass Pro t-shirt. And Jess goes, I think you're okay.
Yeah.
Because and that's a great place, but not the dressiest of shirts that you could wear. Sunday night, we went to a play called & Juliet. It's essentially a sequel to Romeo and Juliet, where Juliet is not dead. It is very entertaining.
She died.
Well, or did she?
Oh, did they get her
What?
before? I thought they buried her.
No one's dying.
Yeah.
Well,
See,
especially-
Jason Kidd.
But what about
spoke.
Romeo? He died, right? Did he die? Is he in the & Juliet? Oh, is that the finale? Wow.
I think you should watch the play because I'll tell you this. They have lots of 90s and 2000 songs in there, and they've been reappropriated for this play, but they don't really change the words that much. So, like, there's an argument when they're redoing this play between Shakespeare and Mrs. Shakespeare. And the way that they have this argument is by singing the song, I Want It That Way. And so we'll always come back to Shakespeare and he'll hold up his book and he'll be like, but I want it that way.
I think you were singing that on Friday. I think you were.
It was phenomenal.
I thought you said Anne Juliet. I didn't know it was and Juliet, like ampersand.
A-N-D.
Now I know.
And Juliet.
Did you get any pizza there? You didn't have any New York pizza.
My number one disappointment, we tried 2 different times to go to Joe's Pizza, which people seem to say was the go-to spot there. The line was insane both times.
A lot of visitors for the Final Four, for the Elite Eight.
That is true.
Sweet 16.
And so I thought we thought we were going to come across some pizza eventually. We didn't, but I think I had the best cornbread I've ever had outside of Texas in my life.
I was about to say, dude.
Because I got in trouble because I was on with the Fan Jam this weekend, and Chris Arnold got mad at me for saying that. So I've revised my statement. The best cornbread I've ever had in my life outside the state of Texas. Because you know what? It wasn't in the shape of Texas.
Fact.
Which is what makes Love and War cornbread the best.
Fact.
But it was at a restaurant that was called Cornbread. And they have more food than that. But they have like soul food and everything. And their cornbread was phenomenal. So was their fried chicken.
Oh, man. That sounds like a very worthwhile trip. And we didn't even have to talk about Duke playing basketball. So that's cool.
Yes.
Oh, one thing you are going to want to know about that game that has nothing to do with what happened on the court. By the way, from the 972, not dead. That kind of defeats the point of a tragedy. All right, there's this whole subplot about Shakespeare and Mrs. Shakespeare arguing about it. And like, you need to see the play. It's super duper fun. Way different than John Proctor as the villain. Jess was almost called to violence during the game.
Really?
Because there was an Alabama fan sitting at the end of our row.
Just yelling at John Cryer.
It's John Shire. And so Alabama had more foul calls in its favor than Duke did, despite the fact that they were jacking up 3-pointers and Duke was going to the basket. So there was like one call, and this guy goes, "Oh, ref, what are they paying you?" And she goes, "I wish he would shut the hell up." And I was like, "Really? Oh, yeah, or else what?" And she goes, "You know what? I can't do anything because there's a dad and his son in between us. But if there weren't, I would go tell him to be quiet." I might have cleaned that up just a little bit. And so she wanted to slap the S out of that dude. And then that little crybaby left before the game was over. He's like, "My team's not going to win." And so he stomped off and he was all sad. But yeah, Jess was getting super into it. And it felt like she was ready to throw hands with an Alabama fan.
I would have liked to see that.
A little bit like that. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. One more addendum, I'm sorry, for the 817. Kevin, was that the dirtiest smelling city you've ever been to? No. It had one very specific smell, which again, my wife said she was not prepared for.
Urine?
No. It felt like all the people were smoking weed there. Even if you weren't directly where somebody was smoking weed, the entire city smells like weed. So for some people, that might be a huge benefit to go out there.
For some people.
Coming up next, it's time for AM on the FM.
We got the question of the day, plus maybe the mock drafts aren't so crazy. Next on The Fan.
Commercial-free K&C. Delicious. Spend your lunchtime commercial-free afternoons.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Pepper lady.
Cinnamon sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron squad?
Nutmeg maybe?
Paprika?
No. I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
The 1-1. High drive. Well hit ball out into center. Leote just watching as it hits up over the batter's eye. Second home run for Dela Cruz. Both come with men on board. This 2-run shot makes it 14-0.
I know that highlight is a little depressing. I'm going to try to cheer you up before we do AM on the FM. At 2:20 today, Rangers Player Show, the Gbag Nation will have the man of the hour, too sweet to be sour, Jack Leiter, on the show. And then also, MLB.com put together their 10 classic baseball pranks because today is April Fool's Day. Number 1 on the list, hands off the head. And it was the continued shenanigans between Elvis Andrus and Adrian Beltre. Well, I guess kind of one-way shenanigans for a lot of it, but they said that is their number 1 favorite prank in all of baseball.
Really?
So there's some positive Rangers news.
Always like the hot foot. I thought the hot foot was a good one.
Yeah.
It's where you have a bunch of cigarettes and bubble gum tape them to somebody's shoe and light it on fire.
I did think that is funny. Now, something that always brings us humor. It's time for this.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful.
1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time for AM on the FM. My name is Alec Medford. Welcome back, Kevin. You get to step right back into chaos. Woohoo! With the question of the day, 877-881-1053 on the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line. Twitch and YouTube want to hear from you as well. Plus, piece of audio that might tell us that maybe some of those mock drafts for the Cowboys aren't so crazy. Maybe even one that we talked about with Zach Wolchuk.
Interesting.
Corey Majors. We'll get to that here in just a little bit. We're going to hear from the head coach of the Dallas Cowboys, Brian Schottenheimer. But some of you might have found out the hard way. I haven't yet. I haven't come across anything that's been divisive or concerning on social media and gotten me to bite yet. But it is April 1st. So that means it's April Fool's Day. So I'm asking you, the Tolo, have you ever been involved, whether on the receiving end or maybe you were on the planning end, of an epic April Fool's story? I want to know that story. 877-881-1053. What is your best April Fool's Day story? Because I think for me, maybe the fact that it took me an hour and 15 minutes to get to work today, that was absurd on a Tuesday.
No.
Yeah, because one right lane on a 5-lane highway was closed. It took an extra 30 minutes.
On a 5-lane highway?
It's like one lane closes on 30. And what happens? I don't understand.
Can I ask you a question about that theory? All right, so the one lane is closed. Let's just assume for the purposes of this, it's the left lane, right? And so you're in the other 3 or 4 lanes. You're following the rules, staying in your lane and everything like that. And you see somebody continuing to move down the left lane, closer and closer to stalled car, police vehicle, whatever is the impediment. Do you protect your lane to make sure that person can't get in where you are? Because they have clearly seen the problem. They've decided to flaunt the system in an effort to get ahead. Do you protect your space in your lane?
Kevin, yes, I do. And I saw this play out yesterday on 75 as somebody was trying to, at the last second, get out of the HOV lane because they were afraid they were going to get caught. And it happens all the time. Right there on 75 South where the HOV lane continues to go over the Mixmaster, that's a bad spot right now. And it really does crush the left lane all the way back because people are trying to get over and forcing their way over. And I do protect it. Saw a guy protect the lane. The guy behind him pulled up and hit him. And then they both drove off. Like the guys got out, yelled at each other, and then drove off. And I was like, whoa.
What?
Yeah, he just hit him for protecting his lane.
See,
you made the bad decision of waiting until the last second to get over.
Exactly. And so I don't understand why the person who's in that lane trying to get in is honking. I'm like, why? Because I'm not going to let you shortcut because you didn't wait like everybody else. Now, it's a different deal if you put your turn signal on and you've been waiting to get in there for a million billion years. We should all use the zipper method.
Yes.
I'd be fine with that. But if you're trying to just cut to the front and you don't get let in, don't honk at that person. That's not their fault.
Yeah, I definitely protect mine, and I'm religious about that. Like, I hate when people knowingly see that there is an issue, they need to move, but they're like, I'd rather cut in front of 15 people so I can get past all this mess quicker. It's like, I know what you're doing. I'm not stupid. You can't sell this like, oh, nobody would let me in. No, you had 15 opportunities. I could see you in my mirror. Those kind of people are the absolute worst. And driving from Grand Prairie over by Joe Pool Lake to downtown Dallas every morning, you get a lot of that stuff. And going back home, especially because the lane's narrow, you get in onto 67 where it shrinks down to only 2 lanes at some point, and there's always that one guy.
Do you think that this would be different if people did a better job at paying attention? Like, one of the things when we were in New York that I liked a lot is people honk immediately. Like, we didn't have a car, but for people that are driving around, do you think if people were like more alert and knew that it's going to be really tough? Because I think one of the reasons people do it outside of impatience in selfishness is some Nimrod won't be paying attention and I'll get to jump in there.
Mm-hmm.
And that's their fault at that point. Like, if you're sitting there on your phone, because you're like, oh, it's at a total stop right now, and then you look up and there's 4 car links in front of you, then you deserve that. Sometimes it is earned. It's karma. Putting the car in karma.
When I was in the restaurant business, Alec, as a server, it was April Fool's. I've not taken part in many April Fool's moments, but my best friend was the shift leader, and he was also my roommate at the time, and he was like, nah, dude, I can't let you off work early today. And I was like, I really need to get out of here early. And he was like, I'm sorry, I can't do it. So I unscrewed all the salt shakers in his section and just left them like that. So everybody that used the salt just dumped salt onto their food, and then he had to take it back. And I thought it was hilarious because it was every single one of them. And he thought it was just one. And he was like, oh, okay. And then it kept happening. And he was like, how is this happening? And it just was really funny to me.
Man, I just thought of mine. I was going to make a joke as mine, but I totally just remembered a great story from freshman year of high school. I've talked about this guy before. The same man that I told you a couple weeks ago thought he tore his ACL trying to dunk for his middle school basketball players. His name is Jackson. He transferred to our high school from a different city, I think, freshman year, and he became our quarterback of the football team. So, like, everybody knew who he was, but he was the new guy in town, so we had to let him know that. And in algebra class, shout out to Coach Woodward for letting us get away with some of the stupid stuff that we did. We found it, ironically, kind of looked like him. Not even making that up. He kind of looked like him. Just had hair. That was the only difference. Nice. But he had an incident one time where Coach Woodward had some lotion at like the table at the front just in case anybody needed to use some lotion. And somebody left it unscrewed and it got all over Jackson's hands. And so like he had a fear of that lotion bottle ever since. So before he got to class, because he was habitually late to every single class, as most of us student athletes were because we were too cool or whatever, we got there early one day and we put lotion on his seat, his calculator, the Texas Instruments calculator, how they have the cover on it.
Those were not cheap.
We put it inside the cover of the calculator, put a little dollop in there. We put lotion everywhere that we knew he was going to be or have to make physical contact with, just to scar him. And he got so mad at us. And back then, there was a little bit of like genuine disdain for him because he kind of was, the showboaty guy. Now he's one of my best friends. So it's weird how that stuff works out, but we put lotion everywhere inside of his athletics locker, like everywhere. We put lotion everywhere just to scare him. Just like the myth that the Undertaker is terrified of cucumbers, right? He was like terrified of lotion after that day because somebody left the bottle unscrewed and it got everywhere. So he's like, nope, never touching that lotion again. So guess what? We put the lotion everywhere else on April Fool's Day. And that was the funniest thing freshman year of high school. It was the dumbest thing we ever did. We should have gotten in trouble for it, but you know, you had the cool teacher that was also a football coach. So he was kind of like, you deserved it anyway. You sucked in practice. So, you know, it ended up being A-okay. So let's keep those coming in. Your best April Fool's Day stories, 877-881-1053. We're getting lots of feedback on the people that try to skip traffic, too.
Okay, and one of them, I think this is fascinating because I'm not going to lie, I've done that as well. I've done this one as well from the 972. Not only will I protect my lane, I will go out of my way to move over into the lane they're trying to get into and block them. So I thought about this in terms of like when you get on the highway and someone's going to try to go around you and drive down the shoulder. And maybe people will not agree with this, but I might inch over just a little bit so you're not going to get around and be able to drive on the shoulder and cut through the traffic for everybody. Although I have seen one or two people who are like, nope, the roads belong to us all. You can do whatever you want. And I was like, okay.
I just like people who do it the right way, man. You get rewarded if you do it the right way. I will not reward you for thinking that you're better than everybody and you have somewhere more important to be because, you know, my bed is calling my name after the show. I'm lying. Gosh. It's usually the gym. Yeah. And I'm trying to get there before the high school kids get out and take up all the machines. So, hey, don't throw off my day by being a jerk.
He's right about that part. Those kids get in the way.
Yeah. How many more lotion-based stories do you have?
In terms of pranks or just like...
It's in your arsenal. I'm just curious to prepare for the rest of the week.
Probably like double digits.
Quick lotion story for you. That's what I want. That's how I want it to be introduced every time.
Each day I'm going to have a different lotion incident. Back to the days when I was doing weekends and there was that random bottle that was just sitting in there and I'm like, why is it halfway empty?
Kevin's bottle.
Yeah.
Kevin's bottle of lotion that he had.
This popped up like 2 weeks ago, and now it's totally...
People know that story. It bothered Mike so much that I would lick my fingers that he was like, we need to get lotion in here. Because this is unsustainable.
I've got so many drops of Mike saying, like, we're the show of licking and stuff like that. Because, you know, that's what we do around here. We lick ourselves. And, yeah, there's a bunch of great stuff.
Alec?
Remember, I'm the producer, so I choose if this stuff makes it to 1:30 Friday. That's not going to. So the audio cut I had from Brian Schottenheimer is a bit on the longer side, so we're not going to get to it. But I will quote it, where he was asked about the wide receiver 2 position and what he wants to see out of his guys and potentially people that they could add. And he said, look, we have plans for the guys on the team already, like the Jalen Tolberts and the Jonathan Mingos of the world. Like, hey, we know you're good at X, Y, and Z. Can we make you good at these other things? So he said, we actually have written out plans on how to help these guys improve, right? But he did mention, he said, for guys outside the team that we could add, looking for speed and explosive playability. That instantly made me think, Corey, when we were joined by Zach Wolchuk in Kevin's absence, and you talked about Matthew Golden popping up in some mock drafts here recently. And a lot of times with the national guys, sometimes they'll throw out a fun one that's like, there's nothing to go with this, so just be fun to see. When a lot of the same national people start putting out the same ideas, usually it's because people are, you know, flapping their gums a little bit about certain players and certain ideas and certain needs that the team thinks they need that maybe we don't see the same way as a fan or as the media or what have you. So I wonder if wide receiver is going to be at play and at pick number 12 for the Cowboys, and if it would be a Matthew Golden, because when I think of explosive receiver, that's who I think of in this class. Do I think he's the best receiver in this class? No. But the fact that the head coach is openly saying, yeah, we'd love to add explosive playability and speed to this roster at the wide receiver position, that makes me think draft or maybe even the trade market. Who knows? But it looks like they want to add there again because Mingo wasn't enough and they missed that 4th round pick. They just won't say it.
The KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. All the new NFL rules and what didn't pass or even get frickin' voted on today. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy. And we had a lot of NFL doings transpiring today. So, remember the Lions proposed to eliminate automatic first down for defensive holding?
I do.
That did not pass.
Oh.
They said no dice. So you need 24 of the 32 votes to get it passed.
How many? Do you know how many they got?
I don't think I've seen that vote count.
I agree with that. I mean, I think the holding should be a penalty, but you're already going 10 yards.
Yeah.
And now you get the first down. Like, I agree with them trying to pursue that.
Because it's the back-breaking, it was 3rd and 25, and you got that, and you're like...
Automatic first
fine,
down.
then make it 3rd and 15 or 13, depending on where the spot of the foul was or whatever.
Yeah, I do hate that because... But it is one of those that the referees can really control a game if they decide they want to call it. Because we're told all the time, holding's on every play. It's just a matter of if they decide to call it or not.
Now, what the NFL did decide to approve, they approved expansion of replay assist. So, for some people, they'll love it. For some people, they'll be like, why? And you'll still get it wrong anyway.
Is this like the ABS?
Kind of. So, they're now going to allow... You can check on hitting a defenseless player, grabbing the face mask, horse collar, tripping.
Okay.
Not tricking.
So many tricks. When it comes to baseball, they were like, we need to make the game faster.
Yep.
And hey, how much time is it going to take with the automatic balls and strike system? Oh man, not that much time. We're actually good.
Yeah.
With football, nobody's asking for the game to be shorter.
I think you're right. I think the NFL is still kind of obsessed with keeping it in that 3-hour window.
But they also do want to get things right. For the most part, it sounds like they want to get calls right. And the fans want that too. Because then we have the controversies of, it was a catch. No, it wasn't a catch. Des caught it. No, he didn't catch. And they were supposed to get that one right, and they still effed it up.
Right.
But they do want to get it right, and I think fans definitely want that to be right as well.
The owners did also pass the rule guaranteeing each team a possession in overtime. Now, we had talked about this. Actually, we've been talking about this for a while. This is something that could potentially slow down the game, although you're still going to have the maximum of 10 minutes in the overtime. I know some people had wanted to push that back to 15 as well. Do you like the idea of the rules falling more in line with how they do in postseason?
I don't care in the regular season, honestly.
Okay.
Now, there's going to be a team that it matters a lot to them, but it's going to be that one team. And it might be the Cowboys, and we'll be like, dadgummit, I can't believe this happened. Well, score more points in regulation, and you don't have to worry about it, or stop a team from scoring. But it does feel like once you get to the playoffs, if you've never experienced it, you don't know what to do. Maybe you don't have a real system built for it because you didn't do the same thing in the regular season. That's a trial period for the playoffs. So that's the one reason that I would say I want that trial period. But that's what practice is for as well. Practice for those situations.
Quick football logic question for you guys. Would you still always take the ball first? Because I know in college overtime, there's thought that like going second, you can see exactly what the other team did. And you could still do that in the NFL. But if it's still tied after you both get that one possession, then it's sudden death. So it does feel like still having the ball first is the way to go.
I want to take the ball, score, put pressure on them to now score, hype up my defense.
Like, would you go for two or just kick the extra point?
Man. So more often than not, Kevin, I am going for two.
Okay.
I'm probably not kicking extra points in the regular season most of the time. I'm one of those guys like, no, let's get 2 points. Let's get 8 every time. They're giving us a chance to get 8. We might as well take 8 from them. And I want my team to have that mentality. I'm more Dan Campbell in that respect.
Okay.
It might not be the logical thing. It might not work out for me.
I got you.
But if my team starts expecting it, hey, we're always going for 8. We're never going for 7. So that would probably be my approach.
Same question for you, Alec.
I think I'm still taking the ball first because I do like the idea of putting pressure on the other team, because if you can get them to press offensively, they're going to try to do too much more times than not. They're going to think that they have to make every play count. So if they try a little too hard on every play, or maybe they get into a pass-happy mode where they're like, we're going to throw the ball 3 times in a row, then hey, that's their problem, not mine. And to Corey's point, get that defense hyped up, them knowing that, hey, we don't, like, obviously if we get a stop here, we win, but we also have those 7 points, maybe even 8 points to go along with it. So it's not the end of the world. We get another shot at this thing as a team.
Would you choose to go for 2 regularly? I mean, I get it. A lot of this can be situationally based depending on what kind of game it's been and all that. Just as like a blanket statement, do you think you would usually just go for the extra point or go for 2?
I think in 2025, people are going to look at you weird in a situation like that if you don't go for 2. Like, I think it's going to become more and more common, and that purist mindset is going to start to go away. Dan Campbell is going to be the pioneer of it, but, you know, I think a lot of teams are going to start, the younger head coaches that start cycling in. Maybe it is Kellen Moore who starts it off this year with the Saints. He's like, I don't care if we got the best kicker in the league, whoever that might be at any given time. We're just going to go for 2 because we think offensively we are smarter than you.
Yeah. Now, a couple of things got tabled, which... Look, you can break that down a couple of different ways. I think the thought is that they had built up some momentum, but didn't have the votes yet to make it pass. 2 things that got tabled: the Lions reseeding of the postseason. That was the Lions' suggestion about not giving division winners an automatic 1 through 4.
Because the NFC South is so terrible, and they're just like, they don't deserve a home game.
That is probably true. And then the other thing that got tabled is you're going to have to deal with more talk about the tush push. Can you handle more discussion about this?
I don't care.
Because you're just beat down by it, right? Pick one or the other.
Sure, but I also I'm for it. If you can do it, then do it. What I was asking Wolchuk, I think this may have been off air, is I want to know the percentage of time that the push from behind doesn't even matter for the Eagles. What they get with the guard and the 2 guards and center, the push they get there, and then the sneak from Jalen Hurts, that's good enough.
Yeah.
I think most of the time they get the yardage they want. It's the extra 1.5 yards that everybody's upset about, I think, because the push comes from that. So if they're doing a quarterback sneak, what's the problem? If they're that successful on it.
Yeah.
And we've seen players get pushed before, and we see offensive linemen and guys on the goal line. They're like, hey, let's just kind of lean into them, or the pile's moving, and then they finally blow the whistle. I don't understand what the big problem is, other than people go, we don't know how to stop it, so the only way to stop it is by eliminating it from the game, and that's what I hate.
Yeah, no, I'm with you on that. Now, I don't know if Jets owner Woody Johnson watched Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure before this quote, but he was asked about, hey, you got an F in the players' rankings for ownership. And he said, my first reaction, I think it's totally bogus. Then he derided the survey as, quote, not fair, and said if the players are unhappy, they need to tell him. Quote, I can't do anything if you don't tell me. Does this count as telling you? Like, I know they didn't directly, I get what he's saying. Like, hey, come to me, person to person. Like, I get that. But surely this now counts as telling you, right? Like, a huge percentage of everyone's team voted on this, and they gave you an F.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Like, that counts.
Isn't he like aren't they saying, hey, we're laying you off for cultural purposes if y'all want to take this buyout now? Like, isn't that? I think they just rolled. The Jets just rolled out this idea where they're doing that. So, hey, we learned from our survey.
Thanks a lot, Aaron.
That we stunk. I think it's bogus, but now I'm going to give everybody an option to get a buyout, get 18 months, something like that, and we'll move on from that. I don't know. Like, if you think it's bogus, then probably you're not changing things.
And I don't know if you guys have strong opinions about this as well. We talked about the probability of this. In fact, the high probability of it. the NFL is moving the spot of touchbacks back up to the 35. Now, we talked about it, how it got moved to the 30, hopefully, and with the new kicking rules, they would spur on some more returns. They got more returns, but not as many as I think they anticipated. So now they're going to increase it to the 35.
Is this encouraging more field goals?
It might be. I think
more Brandon Aubreys.
See, I think if I'm the Cowboys, I'm like, great, 15 yards, we got a shot. I think the NFL is viewing it as further incentive because they really seem to want to jumpstart the kickoff thing, which is weird because it feels like we've discussed how there's more injuries on the kickoff versus anything else, and so they're trying to be safer, but they're also trying to jumpstart it. There's a lot going on that the NFL is trying to pull off.
I like this idea. Multiple people have texted this in, but the idea of the tush push, what if Jalen Hurts did it for an entire 8 minutes in overtime, and they just tush push the whole way down the field, and then they got their points?
I'm not going to lie. There's been a couple of times when the Eagles were in 3rd and 3, and they run a different play. There's like maybe an incomplete pass, and I'm like,
why?
Why not just do back-to-back tush pushes? Like, if you know you're going to be getting your 1.5 yards, maybe your 2 yards. So maybe it's 3rd and 2, 3rd and 3. That thought has crossed my mind a million times.
Yeah.
By the way, the NFL is very concerned about player safety. I've told you that's why they redid some of the kickoff rules. Also now, you only have to flex a game to Thursday Night Football within 21 days. Now, it was 28 days, and they decided, you know what, 4 weeks is too long for you to think you're going to go from playing Sunday. Now you have to play on Thursday. We're only going to give you 3 weeks. It's things like that. That's fine if that's what you want to do. But I don't think that always works in cooperation with we're looking out for the best interests of player safety.
Yeah, no,
Then
I agree.
Maybe you shouldn't be flexing because they're like 4 weeks is too long because some of these teams got worse again.
If safety is really important, get rid of the Thursday night and Monday night games.
Yes. Or definitely don't flex a Sunday game.
Matter of fact, make there be a week between each game or 2 weeks between each game. If you're really concerned about them.
You know what? And I think
shorten the season even more.
And I think if the NFL was really smart, they could cycle through a little bit and only play each team only plays every other week, but you would still have your slate of 8 games per week. And look, there's a lot to think about.
Shorten the season, Kevin, to 8 games total.
That's not what we're going to do,
and
Corey.
double up the price because supply and demand.
Instead, they're concerned about player safety and they're going to add another game.
Okay.
Although I do think they're going to add another bye week, and that is going to be the new NFL schedule. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time to power rank those MLB power rankings. Where would you put the Rangers? Let's do it next right here on The Fan.
that Uber Eats has those?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady?
What are they? Cinnamon sisters?
Razor Blades.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Sweet Herb?
No,
Nutmeg Maiden?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
by our D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We got Bruce Bochy coming up in about 30 minutes. I forgot to mention this. The NFL will go back and do not one, not two, but 3 games once again on Christmas. So if you ever thought, hey, maybe they'll eventually ease up and give it back to the NBA. Nope, they will not.
Is Christmas on a Tuesday this year or something? Are we getting Tuesday night football this year?
I don't know what day Christmas is on. I'm very sorry for not having that.
What day is Christmas?
It's December 25th, sir.
December 25th this year is a Thursday. So
okay. Well,
it landed perfectly for me.
That fits right in with what they think. All right, it's time to power rank the power rankings for Major League Baseball. Would you like to go with ESPN or The Athletic today?
I think that ESPN, Kevin, will be worthy of this.
Okay. Alec, we go with ESPN. Gentlemen, who is the worst team in all of baseball?
The White Sox.
Chicago White Sox is correct. They are last in both power rankings. And if you recall, Alec, your new favorite statistic is that Polymarket said it was 3 times more likely this year that Jesus would come back than the White Sox would win the World Series.
Amazing.
I have a friend who is a big White Sox fan, and he, after the first win, he was texting everybody. He was just like, "Oh, you see the White Sox and the Rangers lost." My first thing was, "It's the Angels, bro."
Sure.
And then second, I followed up with this statistic that you threw out there, and he laughed so hard. He was like, "Dang, that's a good one."
Keep in mind, 4 games into the season, the Chicago White Sox are only 39 wins short of matching last year's total.
Good job for them.
This is a true thing. All right. Is there another team that you want to throw under the bus and be like, this team absolutely sucks?
Who do you got? Angels?
Ooh, the Angels. The Angels are not at the bottom of the list. In fact, they are 24th, just ahead of the 25th placed Only Call Me the Athletics.
Really?
Yeah.
I guess they do have Leclerc, so.
Yeah. Whoops.
Yeah, not going great. Minnesota Twins?
The Minnesota Twins are even higher on the list at what? You sure?
Dude, Twins are 0 for 4 right now.
They're getting demolished.
They didn't just leave the Twins out, did they?
What?
Surely. Hold on.
They forgot the Twins existed.
Hold on. Surely
That's how bad they are.
Surely I just missed this somehow. Okay, this is boggling my mind. The Twins are 10th.
0-4. 10th best team in Major League Baseball.
Wonder how much different they are on the. Okay, I'm going to give you guys one chance to change. The Angels are 28th per The Athletic. And the Twins are 18th in The Athletic.
Okay,
Would you like
let's go back. Let's go.
Okay, we're going back.
The Athletic
to The
is
Athletic.
now worthy
So
of this.
ESPN let you down.
Yeah, ESPN let me down.
From the 716, the Rangers should be number 1, but Kevin went and effed it up. You don't know. They might still be number 1. And from the 425, I'm not going to ask this question. With 3 NFL games on Christmas Day, will that make that FC Dallas player reconsider his favorite holiday? I'm never going to ask a question to FC Dallas players, or hopefully any player ever,
Makes sense
about
to have
Christmas
3
again.
Because 3 wise men, 3 football games.
I'm not going to ask that question anymore. All right.
Now I think we can rock this one.
Who is the number 1 team? Not in your heart, but in reality.
Probably the Dodgers. They're 6-0.
The Dodgers are number 1, and this is how you know it's going well for you. Most encouraging sign. This is actually what it says. Everything?
Yeah.
And they said, think about this. Roki Sasaki hasn't been throwing strikes, and Mookie Betts hasn't been able to keep down solid food. Max Muncy hasn't made much contact either, and they're undefeated.
The
Roki Sasaki has looked terrible so far.
The Yankees are perceived as cheaters with the torpedo bats because they were the first ones to really expose it. They're at a plus 22 run differential. I don't know that the Dodgers had already exposed this or not, but I hadn't heard about it. They're at plus 19 already. So, without even, quote, cheating, they're already destroying everybody.
I'm really sad I missed that conversation yesterday. Should I take it that you do not believe the torpedo bats are cheating whatsoever? They're just smart.
I mean, if
fine.
If it's within the understanding is length and width, or length and weight is the important part of legality in baseball. If this falls within the legal constructs of the game And then why not? I'm surprised they didn't do this far earlier than this. And Bochy's probably going to tell you that there were some other bats being made. I compared it to sawing off the leg of a table during Nolan Ryan's second no-hitter.
Right.
I had that comparison. But no, I'm perfectly okay if that's the way that it is. And if bats were always shaped like that, we wouldn't have a single problem with it. It's just now we're like, hold on, this is different. And I am kind of with Big Cat on this one, Kevin. I don't always agree with Big Cat from Barstool Sports, but he said, can't we all just shut up for a minute so we can win some overs? And I was like, dude, he's right.
Yeah.
If everybody just shut up for a little bit, then the overs would have stayed low because they would have been like, why are they hitting so many home runs?
That was one of my favorite, in addition to on Sunday, because I think it was right after he had 3 home runs. Yankees fans saying Aaron effing Judge. I heard one person go, those bats, though.
He wasn't using it.
But it was it was a positive. Like, it wasn't those bats, though.
Yeah.
It was like, those bats, though.
Bats.
Yeah, it was definitely a positive. All right. Do you think they're second, then?
I'm going to go with the Padres.
The Padres
at 5-0. Oh, my gosh.
Are number 7.
Oh, gosh.
Look, you say that now, it's going to come around and work in your favor.
Okay, all right.
Okay,
all right.
just trust
so
that.
I guess, yeah, we'll go with the Yankees.
You
They're
should have picked the Yankees.
3-0.
They are second on the list. Now, Alec, we're going to pivot to you. If the Dodgers are first, the Yankees are second, but the Padres aren't all the way down at 7, who is third?
That's tough. These lists have been weird so far.
Oh, yeah.
The Diamondbacks?
The Arizona Diamondbacks. That's a fair guess. But they're only 6th.
Huh.
Tied for 4th and 5th are the Braves and the Phillies. And remember, when I told you...
Hold on, what did you just say? The Braves are tied for what?
For 4th and 5th with the Phillies.
They're 0-5.
And that's why they dropped from 2nd to tied for 4th and 5th.
Okay.
Hey, I didn't make these power rankings.
I guess they did lose all their games to the Dodgers and Padres, so that makes sense.
There you go. And yet somehow you think they would be below the Padres. But alas, they are not. So I understand your frustration. You want to complain a little bit about it, right? You should not. Because coming in at number 3 on the power rankings, including yesterday's game at a robust 3-2 record, the Texas Rangers
-9 run differential, baby.
have moved up from number 10 in the preseason rankings to number 3 in the Athletic Baseball rankings that were put out this morning.
All right, go get Rangers.
Thank
There
you, Boch.
you go,
Thank
Boch.
you.
How much do you think that would beat him down if we were like, hey, you guys were 10th in the preseason power rankings. Now you're up to 3rd.
I dare you.
I will not, because he's gonna be like,
What do you think about that, Boch?
I don't really care much for them rankings.
You know, I don't even know who is ranking those
Yeah.
right now.
I know the
I'm
Dodgers.
dumbfounded.
Yeah, that's fair. But they're number 3, and it says Wyatt Langford took a step forward toward taking the leap. Now, that's a lot in that sentence. So they're not saying he's taken the leap, but they're saying he took a step toward making the leap. They won 3 of 5 games, even though they got smashed yesterday. That moves them up from 10 to 3.
Dude, from the 4-2-5, the Braves should be 30th. They've scored 1 run in the last 3 games. And I went and checked. 6-1, 5-0, 1-0 in the last 3 losses.
Yikes.
That's bad.
I mean, look, we've talked about this before. I think it's really hard to break people's preconceived notions in the power rankings. They're like, yeah, I know they scored 1
Give them
run.
some time.
And
Give
they
them some
lost.
time.
You just wait. And they don't want to slide, except for the CBS quarterback power rankings. Man, they dropped Patrick Mahomes like to 20 straight away. They're like, I don't care if he is the best player in the game. 20th.
It seemed like they were like, finally.
And here, they're like, hey, I don't care what happened with the Rangers yesterday. They're 3rd. If you would have stuck with ESPN, they are 7th on the list. So, advantage the Athletic. Do you believe right here and right now that the Texas Rangers are the 3rd best team in baseball? Feels maybe a little high at this early stage in the season.
Mostly because I haven't seen them have an unrivaled batting outing yet.
Yeah.
One of those where you're just like,
that offense been?
There's that staple of what we always expected. I haven't seen that yet, and not just against a bad pitcher. I'm talking about clubbing somebody that like wow, we actually expected something good out of this, and they just got them. I haven't seen that yet. So I don't think that. But that being said, their starting pitching, at least 3 outings, were very, very impressive. And I mean, DeGrom was impressive. Leiter was fantastic.
He was. And he'll be on today at 2:20 with the Gbag Nation.
Evaldi gave you exactly what Evaldi gives you. And then your bullpen was able to pick up Malley, and your bullpen was able to pick up a couple other moments for DeGrom, too. So that is something where you look at the balance of the team, and maybe it is very balanced and not top heavy or whatever, but it's a balanced team. We just need to, it'll make me feel more comfortable whenever I see the rest of the lineup, other than like Adolis here and Wyatt here and Tavares, just all the whole thing doing its job.
So the Rangers 3rd per The Athletic, 7th per ESPN. We've got Bruce Bochy coming up in about 15 minutes. And of course, remember, you can hear the Rangers and the Reds get after it again tonight, 5 o'clock pregame right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, I already told you we'll get to Boch, but also Corey has demanded we regrade every NFL QB pick of the last 15 years. First, I thought it said all the draft picks, and I was like, we're going to need more time. We should be able to do that next right here on The Fan.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has frozen food?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Baby.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens? No. I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
The Expressway on 105.3 The Fan is presented by the On-Time Experts.
McCann kept alive and score! Shot by Marchment, tipped in front by Duchesne, and the Stars answer right back to tie the game.
Wanted to throw that out there once again for the Stars. They beat the Kraken again 3-1 in that little 2-game mini-series, 8-2 right there. And the Stars have won 6 games in a row as they continue to threaten not only to win the division, but potentially have the best record in all of hockey when the regular season wraps up. They will get after it again on Thursday against the Predators. But right now, before we get to Bruce Bochy, I'm going to throw it over to Corey Majors for a little project that I believe you are interested in.
Yeah, I was checking this out on CBSSports.com, and they were kind of looking at a lot of people aren't necessarily in on Cam Ward or Shedeur Sanders.
Right.
And there's a lot of conversation about, hey, even Jackson Dart and Jalen Milroe, there are a lot of questions about them. Are they going to be this? Are they going to be that? You know, you see upside, and then you also have to say, but what is the lowest ceiling for them, the floor for them? And a lot of times I think people get caught up in the ceiling and don't pay attention to how bad it possibly could go.
That's probably.
And that happened with me with Trevor Lawrence. I was like, dude, everything's there. And I mean, we kind of talked Mike into it too. Other people were talking him into it, but we did too. So I'll admit the miss on that so far.
And like, I don't think that's a bad miss. That was a pretty good consensus of people like, I think he's going to be awesome.
And granted, he went to Jacksonville, which is the worst place to go, aside from maybe Cleveland. But like, it's a bad thing. So what they did was they went back and graded, and they had home runs, solid return, mixed results, incomplete, and misses.
Okay.
Based on the quarterbacks that have been drafted in the first round over the last 15 years. I don't know how far we're going to make it into this thing, but let's see. Last year's group, Caleb Williams, incomplete. All right, so there's one there. Jaden Daniels, they got him a solid return there.
Yeah, I know it's just one year and it could change, but I think I already feel comfortable being like, all right.
That one right. And then so Drake May, Penix, JJ McCarthy, Bo Nix, all incomplete. For Bo Nix
is closer than the other ones.
I would say more solid return than I would say mixed return on him. But, well, for their list, there he is. 1 solid return, 5 incompletes based on last year's draft.
I could get that.
All right. Bryce Young, CJ Stroud, Anthony Richardson. Bryce Young, incomplete.
Oh.
They give incomplete, Kevin.
Oh.
CJ Stroud.
I think it's a solid return.
Incomplete, according to CBS Sports. Anthony Richardson.
Then miss.
Our first miss of the year.
I mean, look, they needed to bring somebody in already because they're like, hey, you're not good.
The Texans, that's interesting to me with C.J. Stroud because Stroud, year one, I would say home run. Year two,
that's fair.
Offensive line was bad. What have they done this offseason? They said, we're investing in defense. They're hoping to hit in the draft.
Trade
so
Larry Tunsil away.
We'll see how that goes. Yeah. 2022, Kenny Pickett, miss. So we'll go ahead and knock that one out. All right. 2021 draft, maybe the worst draft in the history of the world.
Oh, no.
Trevor Lawrence, first mixed result. Zach Wilson, Trey Lance, Justin Fields, Mac Jones, all misses. So that's 4.
Yikes.
1, 2, 3.
Man, that was
4.
a vaunted quarterback class as well. Ooh.
2020, Jordan Love, solid result.
Yeah.
Justin Herbert, solid result. I would say mixed result, but Tua, mixed result. Joe Burrow.
I mean, that's got to be
home run. So that's the first home run in the last 3 years of drafts.
Do you think Jaden Daniels will be a home run?
Yes.
I think I do.
They've built a good offense for him, too. And as long as Cliff's there with him, I think they're going to be fine offensively. I really do. 2019, Kyler Murray. Mixed result.
I see. I was going to argue mixed result at best, right?
Daniel Jones and Dwayne Haskins.
Oh, my gosh. Miss.
Miss.
Oh,
all right.
sad.
So 2018, Baker Mayfield.
All right. I'm going to argue here miss.
Okay.
Because
the team that drafted him never got the result.
Exactly.
They have mixed result for him. And that is kind of the idea of, hey, the place he was drafted at was Cleveland, dude. What's he supposed to do? But I agree. He didn't save them. Sam Darnold, miss. Which, even after last year, you saw what happened. He turned back into a pumpkin. Josh Allen, home run.
Yeah.
Josh Rosen.
Oh, man.
Where is he now?
Look, Josh Rosen is somebody, if we're talking about how we crashed and burned on some of these picks, I thought Josh Rosen was going to be a big deal. I really did.
I thought that he wasn't because of the whole hot tub and his. I was like, no. But I'm with you. And then Lamar.
Whoops.
Did I say Lamar Jackson already?
That's
Lamar
gotta be a home
Jackson
run.
at pick number 32, home run.
Yeah.
2017, Mitch Trubisky, miss. Deshaun Watson, mixed results. Although right now it looks like it's he was a good player.
And that was another one that looked like it was going to be a no-brainer home run.
Yeah.
Now, not so much.
Patrick Mahomes, solid result.
What?
I'm just joking. He's a home run. He's a home run for sure. 2016, Jared Goff, mixed result is what they have on him. I think that's a solid result. I disagree with them on this.
I mean, he did make it to the Super Bowl with his original team.
Carson Wentz, mixed result. I'm going to say miss, but either way. And Paxton Lynch,
miss.
2015, Winston Mariota, miss.
Yeah, that was. Do you think the Ward Shador combination is going to end up better than Winston and Mariota?
Yes.
I know I'm not setting the highest bar.
I think Shador's going to land in a place where he's going to be able to grow, and I think Cam Ward is going to be a good quality quarterback.
Okay.
Quality. So I think he'll end up getting a mixed result.
Okay.
More than he will a home run. Blake Bortles, Johnny Manziel, Teddy Bridgewater.
Oh.
1, 2, 3 misses.
That is a brutal set of
EJ
misses.
Manuel.
That's a miss.
Miss. Andrew Luck. They have him as a home run. So, okay. Robert Griffin III. Ryan Tannehill. Brandon Whedon. Miss.
Oh, RG3 doesn't even get a solid result.
He does not.
Man.
2011, Cam Newton, home run, they say.
Okay.
Jake Locker, Blaine Gabbert, Christian Ponder. Again, these are all first-round drafted quarterbacks. Miss.
But still in life, we give Christian Ponder a home run, right?
Absolutely.
Okay.
The 2010, Sam Bradford, Tim Tebow. Sam Bradford got a mixed result.
All right, we're going to get back to the rest of that. I'm really fascinated. Tough grading there. Right now, brought to you by National Car Rental. It is Bruce Bochy, your Texas Rangers manager. Good afternoon, sir.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
We're doing very well, very excited to get the season started and get to talk with you once again. I know that it's kind of common sense, but I'm hoping you can walk us through some of the nitty-gritty of it. How much does it stress your bullpen early when you don't have a day off, and obviously you've had a couple of short starts?
Yeah, it does stretch it out a little bit. In fact, there wasn't a lot of strategy involved in the bullpen yesterday. We really had two guys that we could use, Church and Garabito, so that kind of limits the moves you can make when most of you guys have thrown. Your guys have thrown 3 out of 4 games. But you know what? We got through it. Garabito, yeah, he gave up some runs, but he did. But we need from a lone guy, and that's give us innings. Church, same way. We're sitting okay today. We have 6 guys who are available. But to your point, I never was big on having a day off after that first game. But
yeah,
the way you're lining up your starters for the season, you are kind of slow playing them today, and where they can't go too deep in the game, and so it does get stretched out not having that day off.
Bochy, I don't know if this is fair, especially this early, as far as a question goes, this early in the season, this early in his career. But is Rocker, is he not quite ready for the consistency needed at this level yet?
Well, in fairness to him, yeah, he's missed some time. I think that is always going to come up, whether he's ready or not. He came in spring training. He was behind a little bit. He got a little bit better as it went. And I said with he and Leiter, we're still going to have growing pains with him. And hopefully he learns from yesterday on his pitch selection, holding the runners. These are things that he'll get better at with experience. So when you lose 2 starters, we had to push guys a little bit, and he's a guy that came up last year and threw the ball fairly well. So I'm not going to say he's not ready. Was that a good game? No, but I think it will get better with him. The stuff that he has, there's no reason why he's not ready to be a good major league starter that can help us win on a consistent basis. So that's up to us to get him better in all those areas, and we're working at it. And so, I don't go 1 start. That's his first start. Yeah, a little bump in the road, but next start, hey, we may be seeing something different. He goes 5 or 6 quality innings.
Yeah, and that's my hope as well. Now, I'm glad you mentioned Leiter in that part of the conversation too, because I think we all walked away from Friday night going, man, we feel really confident. But the next start, this is now his turn to see how he does the next time, and then the next time, and the next time, and how important is that to continue? Because like Kevin and I, we did weekend radio. And then we got on every day, and we were like, oh, we have to do this every day. And it kind of changes your approach and all those things.
Yeah, well, with Jack, you're hoping that start actually jumpstarts him to being a consistent major league starter, which there's no reason why he's not going to be that. We know he's going to be that. So we'll see how it goes tomorrow. But I just love the new pitches that he has. I'm talking about the 2-seamer, the change up. I think that's going to help him out. He's holding runners well. He does all the little things you like. He can fill his position. More importantly, he's throwing more strikes now, more quality strikes. Now, what has to happen is do that on a consistent basis, and that's what determines whether they stay in the rotation, performance-based, as you well know. And we're not going to have Bradford or Gray for a while. We do have Corbin down there throwing, so we have to make adjustments. Yeah, we'll do it. But meanwhile, we need these kids to help us. And, one had a good start, the other one had a bump. But I really think that, when it's all said and done, we're looking at 2 really good pitchers.
Obviously, we're talking about a significantly longer time frame with Gray when you mentioned that, since he's on the 60-day IL. Are there any more updates or any kind of time frame for Cody Bradford? Because obviously fans are anxious to see him too.
No, you know what? He's probably going to throw here. I think it's about 10 days now, maybe soft. Start throwing easy. But it's going to be, it's going to be a long rehab. We can't push this, so It's going to be a gradual thing. I'm talking 4 weeks probably in that area before he even probably gets on the mound and starts, throwing the hitters. And that's without talking to our trainer the last couple of days about him. So he could be even in a possible 60-day. That's how close it is, and whether he'll be ready when the injury happens. So, but the good news is he is doing well, and that's what we're excited about. So we can't really think about him right now because it's going to be a while before he's back.
Okay, and I don't want to belabor the point. I promise I'll move on after this. Can you tell us anything more about what happened to him? Because we just heard the scans came back clean. Okay, great. Hopefully no Tommy John, but obviously it's a long process and a bigger injury.
Well, anytime you get in that, around the elbow area, the forearm, there's always a little concern there, and so you have to slow play this thing. He's had a strain there, and it's really important that you rehab in a proper way. So we're not looking at a possible surgery, and so there's no point in trying to rush this thing and risking losing him. So he felt it throwing the curveball. Felt like he's having to grip it tighter, and consequently it did affect his forearm area, and that's why we're slow playing this thing.
Yeah.
That's what every club will do with a pitcher like this.
Coach, I was very interested to see how Adolis would step to the plate, because I know he kind of worked on shortening the swing a little bit, and then he went kind of back to what he typically does, and then he gets up there, and now he's just crushing again, and that's awesome to see. And then, I love when he points over at you guys in the dugout after he hits a bomb too. What is the thing that kind of worked for him? Was it just kind of getting away from what he did and then refining himself? What are you seeing there?
I think more than anything, combining, his adjustment that he made this winter, shorten up the swing, trying to help his ability not only lay out the high pitch, but to handle that upper rail fastball by being a little quicker to it, cut back to strikeouts, maybe cut back some chasing. He probably overdid a little bit and took away from what we want him to do, and that's some slugging. And so anyway, he made the adjustment. I thought, when he got a little bit of time off there in spring training, I think he looked at some things and made that adjustment. And so now he's got them both working. And now we got the player that we saw in 2023, a guy that's under control, has good balance up there, and is laying out pitches. But yet, he's looking to do damage on them. When he first started spring training, he was in a contact mode, and that's not the Garcia that we wanted or want. But to his credit, though, he did make that adjustment. So I think the first adjustment helped the second.
Do you have a list of players on your team that you think need a torpedo bat?
Yeah, that's going to be a big topic here, especially with their guy using one, having a big day yesterday for the Reds. And so, I think every club's going to be looking at it. We are, I can tell you that. And I'm sure there's going to be some bats in here. Peterson, he had one in spring training. I have kidded with a couple players about, hey, it's going to be perfect for you. We're just having fun with it, where you can move the sweet spot. But we're not clicking. I get that we're not, and it's early. These guys will get the bats going. So as far as this bat, though, it's going to be interesting on what happens here with this club, on who wants to try it, who wants to use it, because of what's happening in the game. When a team has success, I don't care if it's with the bats, it could be a pitching adjustment, something, hey, other teams are going to try it, other players are going to try it, and I'm sure we will.
From a logistical standpoint, because I'm just fascinated by the day in, day out work that goes on into this, do you guys just order a ton of these bats so everyone can try one out? Is that a player by player, I need to order my own new bats? How does that work if you guys are checking them out?
Yeah, that player, they ordered the time they wanted to wait and everything. Yeah, that's really how it's done. Like I said, Peterson, he's got, I think, a couple here, a couple of those bats. And so, guys, I don't know who has interest in ordering them. It was a topic yesterday, but my guess is there's going to be quite a few players that bring them in our club. I can promise you. We're looking at the data, and they will be here, guys. So we'll have that available. It's just like anything that comes in new in baseball. This trajectory machine, it's a machine that can simulate what the pitcher you're facing is throwing that night. Now we have one here. We had one in spring training. A lot of clubs have them. It's just, we want to be up on everything. We want to have all the resources possible for these players to help them become the best player that they can be, including these bats.
I think we can all understand how a bat could make a difference. I'm curious, in your playing career, was there ever someone in the clubhouse that was having success because they did their socks differently or wore their hat differently, and you're like, I'll try anything to roll like that guy?
Well, I don't know, going to that degree as far as socks or anything. But I will say, I know when I came up, Bob Watson, who was a first baseman, he taught me into using this 36-inch, 36-ounce bat. It's a huge bat. He said, all you got to do is catch it out front with it. And so, that got contagious with the ball club. A lot of guys were using it. But that's just an example, where, somebody has success doing something and it works for them. You're going to try it. And obviously I couldn't hit like Bob Watson. And I went back to my 35-33, but hey, I tried it and I loved it at first, but it's a pretty heavy bat to get around when somebody's throwing 97, 98 miles an hour.
Heck yeah, it is. Now, Jake Berger, I think we all expected, he's gonna come in, he's gonna provide some pop to this thing, but that dude's a cat over at first base, man. I did not expect that kind of some of the plays that he's made have been really nice.
Oh, I'm not surprised. We talked about going in spring training, how nice it was for Jake. We're talking about just to concentrate at first base, where he was playing third, playing some first, even a little bit of second base, but his total focus was getting better defensively at first base. And Ragsdale worked with him every day, and he runs better than you think. He's quicker than you think. He has a good arm over there. There's no reason why this guy can't be one of the better first basemen in the game. And he's already made some nice picks over there, some nice plays. So he's going to be just fine there. I thought it was big for him to hit that home run. I think he's been putting a little pressure on himself, being the new guy over here, and so to get that out of the way, I think probably did take some pressure off him.
Hopefully it'll be a short-term deal, but can you tell us anything about what you tell to somebody like Josh Young, who clearly wants it a lot, but it just seems like he cannot catch a break on the injury front?
Yeah, I called him yesterday to see how he's doing, and he's doing great. We expect him to come off the DL or IL, you have to call it now, when he's ready. So last thing for him to think this is going to be going on the rest of his career. Close setback. He is young. He's been on the IL a lot, but we think this is something that will clear up. We'll get this out of the way, and knock on wood, we won't be talking about this the rest of the season.
And then the last thing I was curious about, I know the fan base feels that today is a Nate Eovaldi day. What's that feeling in the clubhouse when you're like, oh yeah, we got Nate going today?
Oh, yeah. It's always good to have Nate going, or one of your guys, Nate or DeGrom, players they know that, for the most part, we're going to have a chance to win the ball game. They're human, you get it, but you know that they're going to give you everything they got, and probably will 95% of the time, whatever. They're going to keep you in the game and give you a chance to win. So, this is a good club we're playing. They have a lot of speed. They can do some damage. They're a little different. They're trying to put the ball in play. We do have to adjust on their defense a little bit here. They got some hits to the right side. We're going to try to cover tonight to stop that. But as far as Nate, there's always a sense of confidence that goes throughout that clubhouse when he's on the mound.
Outstanding stuff as always. Really appreciate it. So glad we've got the opportunity to talk with you every week. Thank you very much, good sir.
All right, guys. Always good talking with you. Thanks for having me on.
Go get Rangers boats.
There you go. You don't have to say that.
Yeah, we do. Every time. That's part of it. It's part of the gig.
I keep hoping he'll forget and he'll be like, oh, yeah, you're that dumbass who said that. Man.
No, maybe he loves it. Maybe he's like, that's the best thing that's ever come out of this conversation with you guys on a weekly basis.
Could be. There's a couple things I want to go over real quick. And I know we did not get to finish the
we'll get to it.
The quarterback list. I wanted to throw it out there. The Victory Plus has now surpassed 1 million downloads. So
nice.
We've talked about opportunities to watch the Rangers and the Stars. But the thing about Cody Bradford, man, I was really amped up on opening day because Chris Young said, hey,
sounded more positive.
Yeah, we got some good news about Cody Bradford, which he goes, unfortunately, usually the trainers give me bad news. And now you're kind of hearing from Boch is like, hey, maybe it'll be another 10 days and he'll start to soft toss a little bit. And then the thing that he dropped in there that really caught me off guard, I hadn't even considered this, is he goes, you don't rule out that he'll go on the 60-day IL.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And the goal, it sounds like, from them is to do everything they can so he doesn't have to have surgery. Let the inflammation go away. How long is it going to take for the inflammation to go away? Well, I mean, it depends on everybody's body's just a little bit different. How much Tylenol can we pump into this sucker? How much ice can we give to you? All those things go into play there to see if you can get the inflammation to go away. Once the inflammation's gone, now how does it respond whenever you do what you did before? So it does take time for it, but there is probably the inflammations do come into play. And so they are doing everything they possibly can to say he doesn't have to have the surgery. But that could be a final result down the road because, this is the science of body. You kind of have to do things and trial and error to figure out what's wrong.
Like a lot of things in life, I guess you hear a piece of news and just kind of hope for the best version of that.
Right.
And so when it was, hey, Bradford's scans are clean, I was like, okay, hope for the best version of that. Like, we're ready to rock and roll next week.
Exactly.
And that's just not been the way it has played out. And man,
I love your positivity, though. Like, I'm not used to this. Usually there's a huge gray cloud hanging over Kevin.
Oh, what?
And he's out here throwing positivity, and he's like, dude, Bradford might be back tomorrow.
And
I love it.
I really was hoping for that. But interesting, and I'll try to spin this positively, whether you're Patrick Corbin, and that's probably why he signed with his team, not only because you needed a left-hander, but you saw like a clear path to the rotation, or Leiter, or Rocker, is you see, hey, there is a clear path for me to stay in the starting rotation and stay in the starting rotation for the whole time, or, hopefully for most of the season. And I think that's something super positive for them, whether you're Leiter, who had a really good first start. By the way, he'll be on with Gbag today at 2:20, or Rocker, who struggled in his first start.
Exactly. Did you want to go back to the list to finish this up? So kind of what I was trying to figure out here is how Broadus always tells us the most difficult position for him is quarterback, to study and to try and get correct.
And by the way, people were waiting for Dak. This is for the first round draft.
First round only, yes. Yeah, this did not include a conversation about Dak. Ultimately, though, this is how difficult in the first round it seems to be for the NFL. And I don't know if it's the environment you let the guy into. This is what we kind of discuss. I love when Wolchuk said this yesterday. It's a good case study. The environment they get drafted into, because we could probably look at a lot of these names and go, bad team, bad team, bad team. And the reason is they're drafting at the top of the first round. And most teams, Lamar Jackson got lucky to go to the Baltimore Ravens, honestly.
I think that's probably fair.
I think he's a really good quarterback. I do. But I also understand that he landed in a great spot for himself. So did Patrick Mahomes. He landed in a perfect spot for him.
You know who else, by the way, just real quick, is lucky for all of us? It's National Car Rental and Olshan for bringing us that Bruce Bochy interview every single week. Thank you guys very much for that. Thanks to Olshan or Olshan, I'm talking like Sharif, for getting in there on this. We look forward to talking to Bochy every single week this season.
All right, Kevin, do me a favor real quick.
Okay.
Actually, I got the number. Never mind. 49 quarterbacks that we have listed off here.
Okay.
Out of those 49, there were 6 home runs. That's actually a pretty. It seems like a big number.
Feels low, man.
12% of the picks out of 49. And if you're picking in the first round, you're thinking to yourself, I'm getting a bona fide starter, a bona fide potential Hall of Fame quarterback. Like, that's what your hope is. You got a Hall of Famer on the way, and maybe a guy that can get us into the playoffs and maybe to a Super Bowl. That's what you're hoping for with the home run. 12%. Solid result, 6%. 3 of them. Mixed result, 8. Incomplete, 7. 25 misses in the first round, which that part of the conversation is, are they just really bad at this? Did they just pick a quarterback because they thought, hey, quarterback is the position we need? Our quarterback's not that good. And you're just not going to get that many good quarterbacks, because the number being 50% of the time you're failing at picking quarterback, why are you even picking quarterbacks in the first round anymore?
Okay. So I have a couple thoughts about that. First of all, the most sobering thought if you're drafting a quarterback in the first round here is think about that result. 25 misses. That means every other result combined is 24.
I would also say, Kevin, yes, you're right.
So that means home run, solid, incomplete, any of those are as possible total as you're going to miss.
I would also say I'm probably taking maybe one of those home runs away.
You taking luck? Or
I would take luck out.
Yeah.
Just because ultimately he never completed it.
I got you.
Cam got to the Super Bowl. So I'll give him a home run. He got you to a Super Bowl. He had an MVP. Like, he got you those things.
Does that disqualify Josh Allen?
Every other year was bad for him.
Yeah.
I think we all look at Josh Allen and think the Bills are thinking that's a home run for them. They're consistently in the playoffs. They're consistently have a chance at it.
So I would,
for some reason, it's tough to find the first round guy that's right for you.
And I would hope that this would offer a reminder that you don't have to overreach. Like, for example, the Giants at pick number 3. Oh, maybe they're going to take Shedeur Sanders. Okay, maybe. Or maybe you could take Travis Hunter, who it feels like at worst people think is the second best cornerback and second best wide receiver in this draft, all rolled into one package at worst. Or you could take Abdul Carter. I know it'll depend on how the board falls, who could be a potentially game-changing defensive player, or you're going to hope for the best. Because I kind of feel a little bit like you've seen that's what happened with Tannehill. That's what happened with any number of other people. EJ Manuel on this list, and that might be what happens with Jackson Dart. Maybe Jackson Dart's going to end up being really good, but maybe he's going to get picked in the top 18 because the team's like, well, I can't wait for him in the second round.
Right.
And I think that's how you run into a lot of these misses. We're the KNC masterpiece.
I just wanted to update on something. My wife just texted me, and she
did
said,
like the Boch interview?
Do you know a guy named Jim Johnson? I said, hell yeah, I know a Jim Johnson.
Yeah.
He was on our show recently.
She should be friends with him.
And he was phenomenal.
We saw Jim at the ballpark.
We did see Jim at the ballpark, and he kindly made a donation to MP. Thank you, Jim. We love you, bro.
He's the best.
He is the best.
We're the KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, I'll give you an update on Atolo in Canada, but also it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Oh, my gosh. Did Cal Ripken Jr. really do this? And will Corey Seager have to do it for Rocker? Next on The Fan.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking out a little bit.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Couple of quick things for you. One, this is from Cody. Hey, guys, just wanted to let you know I've been toloing for the last couple of years all the way up in Calgary, Alberta, Canada.
Yeah.
I'm a diehard Rangers and Cowboys fan and a bunch of other really nice stuff. Thank you for rocking with us, Cody, all the way up in Canada. Second, this is a question for you guys, then we'll get to the C block, I promise. Whenever you're logging onto a website, anytime there's a pause or it's thinking, do you think that means you got your password right? Because it feels like if you get your password wrong straight away, they're like, no, it's wrong. You're stupid. But if it's right, it feels like there's a long delay and they're like, man, I got to think about it. Maybe. And you're like, yes, I got it.
Yeah.
Okay, because that's what I think.
I think that's fair. The worst thing, though, is whenever it's been a long delay and it's like, oh, man, we tried to look for every password that would match and you're still wrong, you dummy. And you're like, what is my password?
It's hurtful.
It's very Gilbert Arenas. She threw my laptop into the pool. How am I ever going to know what my Netflix password is? I don't know. You just leave it. Most people, what we do is we just say yes. Whenever they say, do you want us to save the password? You just say yes. Or here's what I love about, I don't know if the Android is the same thing. Do you have facial recognition?
No, there's this thing called a pass key on there that's kind of the same logic.
I love that I just kind of point my face at it. Now, what's the problem with it? I'm sure somebody out there is like, this is actually a really poor problem because something's going to happen. From the 682, I'm glad Cody is not in Lose-A-Peg. Yeah, we are happy.
Good point.
He's not
That
there.
is a good point.
'Cause they are going to lose first place in the Central Division.
True.
All right.
Now the C block starring Corey Majors.
All right. So here in the C block, there are a lot of things that I want to get to. One being the question that kind of was up there this morning in crosstalk. But Micah Parsons is doing a lot of his conversation with the Cowboys. Steven said he likes to chat. He likes to visit. And I'm interested with you guys and with most people out there. You're dealing with maybe $40 million a year at $4 million or 4 years, $240 million, all right, that you're dealing with here. Are you going to personally want to be involved in every step of the process and maybe eventually reach across the table and punch Stephen Jones in the face because he said you weren't that good? Or are you going to say, I hired an agent and I'm paying him 15% or whatever it is to get this done. I will let him do it. Because I can understand a lot of people have had that like mindset of, he's going to screw it up. I'm going to eventually have to fire that guy. Like I don't know if I trust my agent. But if you hire that guy and it's Muggaletta, like go with him. Go with him. He's the good one.
I think my personality flaw will come. One of them. There's many. One of my personality flaws is I'm a control freak. And I think that would come to the forefront here. Because instead of like the agents coming back like, hey, they can't do that. Because I think I would annoy the crap out of my agent and be like, well, did you tell him this? Did you ask him? It's like, I know how to do my effing job, dude. And so like, I think being a control freak would be problematic for me.
But you would need to tell your agent then that too, right? Hey, look, I'm probably going to end up talking to these guys a little bit. I'll bring all the information back to you.
Yeah.
But I'm probably going to end up talking to them because I need to. Is how you would approach it? Alec, how do you think you would handle it? Would you just let your agent do his job, or would you say, I know I got to be involved in every conversation and find out as much as I can?
I want to be involved, but I don't want to run the table. You know, that, like you said, the agent gets a big cut of that deal whenever it's done for a reason. And I mean, those negotiations are not easy. Like, I think arbitration in baseball is one of the most demoralizing things ever in pro sports, because they're literally going to sit there and tell you, hey, you're not as good as this guy. You're not as good as this guy. You're not really that good at doing this, this, and this. So this is why you should get this much less than you think you're worth. And then you have to defend yourself. I think that the agent is the perfect vessel because they're not going to get emotional in it. They're going to say, all right, you're still wrong, but okay. You know, like they're going to be straight faced. They're just going to be that perfect middleman, that mediator that you need.
I feel like I need to be there and see that person say no, because I remember every single negotiation that didn't go the way that I thought it fairly should have. Mm-hmm. Like to this day, I can remember them all. And like, I just keep that in mind.
Even what to have for dinner that
for
night.
Future negotiations. And I want to be like, no, I remember I sat there and you said, well, you're not doing well enough to get this.
And then I did. And now you're telling me I didn't do what you told me I needed to do.
Exactly.
That is interesting because anyway, I'm probably in the boat where, because I like to believe that everything's kind of like Ballers, and that my agent is my friend and part of my team, and we hang out and stuff. Like I like to believe that. I like to believe the show is like a part of my family, my extended family. That's how I am. And so I'm probably the dude that's going to, hey, he's got my best interest in mind. That's the reason I signed him, is because I trust him. He's part of the family. He's going to go do that. But then when it gets down to, all right, we've gotten through the minutia, because the minutia is really the little things that you want in all of it. I'm trying to know, what is the future of, how do you see this? How do you see me? What's the plan for me? I want to know those things. I'm probably going to have that conversation at the end of it. I'm going to let them get through all the minutia details of it, and then I'm going to ask them a few questions and then end up closing the deal. Like, that's, all right, let's close this thing out. I'm ready for it. And my agent should probably know that too.
Yeah.
But for Micah, this is the conversation he's having with Stephen Jones. This is the conversation he's having with Jerry Jones. He feels connected to them in that way, and he feels like they have his best interest in mind. And he's like, I'll do my part. My agent will eventually give me the paperwork, and that's how I'm going to deal with it. But I feel like Michael wants to know more about what they want to accomplish, and I think that's going to matter to him. I hope that matters to him whenever he's re-signing with this team. Cal Ripken, actually, I'm sorry, Ben McDonald was on Ryan Ripken's show.
Man, I thought Ben McDonald was going to be the next big thing in baseball when I was a kid. I was stocking up on those Upper Deck rookie cards, the star rookie. I thought he was going to dominate.
Had you known that Cal Ripken was doing this, maybe it would have changed your mind.
Chris Hoyles was a young catcher.
Yep.
I was a young pitcher. We're trying to figure this thing out at the highest level you can figure it out. I remember Junior sticking his head in there. Me and Chris were having a couple beers after the game, just beating our head up against the wall, going, golly, are we ever going to get this right? You know, and he sticks his head in there and he goes, you boys don't have a clue of what you're doing, do you? No, sir, Mr. Ripken. I said, I got no clue at all of what's going on. And he said, he comes and sits down, he pops open a beer like he does, you know, and he goes, would you like some help? I said, is a school bus yellow? Of course I'd like some help. And so he said, here's what we're going to do. We're going to have this triangle, me, Hoyles, and you. I'm going to start calling all your pitches you throw. And I went, are you going to play catcher? And he goes, no, I'm going to call them from shortstop. I was like, how is this going to happen? He said, don't you worry about it. I'll take care of that. So all of a sudden,
Pause it. That's a damn fine question from Ben McDonald right there.
How are you going to do that?
If Cal Ripken Jr. says, don't you worry about it, then I guess you just go about your business.
He's Cal freaking Ripken Jr., dude.
Okay.
He goes up to bat and has 17 batting stances based on the situation. I'm guessing he knows a little bit about this game.
Fair enough. Back to you, Ben.
How is this going to happen? He said, don't you worry about it. I'll take care of that. So all of a sudden, it's so funny. I'm looking in at home plate, getting the signs from Chris Hoyle, and I could see his eyes are looking over my right shoulder where Junior's standing out at shortstop, and the way he held his glove and where he would actually touch, because nobody looks at the shortstop when the ball's coming back to the pitcher. So
right.
Hoyle throws it back, and he could be focusing on Rip, and he's getting the sign and the location. This went on for a full year. Like 33 starts, he called every pitch I threw the entire year, and we sat down and we talked about it. And then at the end of the year, he came to me and Hoyles, and he goes, you guys are good now.
Wow.
I would like to thank Reginald Atatula for sending me that video. He just was like, hey man, I think you might find this interesting. And I was like, that is fantastic. Good content. And that's why they call baseball the beautiful game. That is why they've always called baseball the beautiful game. That ticked off Reggie because he loves soccer so much, and I knew it would. And I enjoy ticking some people off sometimes.
I'm kind of looking at some of these numbers, and I'm thinking he should have kept having Cal Ripken Jr. call his pitches.
Great. I'm glad you're doing this. How did that season go for Ben McDonald?
So it looks like, did he say specifically which season it was?
That was his rookie season, I believe.
Okay. So, well, then we're going to need to correct him on a couple of facts.
Okay.
Because his real rookie season was 1990.
All right.
He only had 21 games pitched that year and only 15 starts. But, you know, it was a long time ago. I'll cut him some slack. But he got so much better than the year before when he only pitched in 6 games. If you wanted to skip ahead to more when he was throwing.
He said 33 games.
Exactly.
So yeah, okay. Here we are at 35 and 92.
And then 93, which 93 was arguably the best year of his career outside of his 1990 season. So if it's his rookie season, like he says, that was probably the second best of his career. Maybe I guess probably the third best. He had a good year in Milwaukee too. And if it was the year he started a bunch of games, well, either way, it looked like the Cal Ripken Jr. effect was doing very right by him.
Yeah, 65 strikeouts, 85 strikeouts, then that huge jump to 158. I think and then 171. So that's a
really
huge
thought
difference.
he was going to be awesome.
Yeah, and so that's a huge difference. But again, like you said, it's Cal Ripken Jr.
Yeah.
If he's offering to help, I'll accept the help. What like really gets to me is, was Cal Ripken Jr., could he have been a pitcher and like called his own game? He was just shortstops where you go. Also, nowadays, that would never happen because there's so much micromanaging and control from these guys that they're like, even the GM wants to micromanage who's pitching and, you know, who's going at what times and stuff like that. It doesn't seem like that would be possible to pull something like that off because somebody's gonna be like, why aren't you calling the pitches that I'm telling you to call?
From the 817, Kevin, do you remember that same set and the Kevin Moss rookie card? All right, I've confessed this to you. I thought Ben McDonald was going to be one of the most awesome things in baseball. I thought Kevin Moss was going to be the best player in baseball. His rookie year, played 79 games, hit 21 home runs. Now, were there a lot of other concerning secondary statistics I should have looked more at? Probably, but I was like 9. And so I was like, well, if he plays twice as many games, which he should, he'll hit 42 home runs next year. Well, he played almost twice as many games the next year, and he hit 2 more home runs. And look, it never quite worked out, but that Kevin Moss 1990 Upper Deck star rookie, I probably had like at least 20 of those. I thought he was going to dominate as well.
I was terrified when I saw him come up to the plate after like that first start, and his stance was weird too.
Yeah.
And you were like, what's he doing? He's sitting in a chair, but there's no chair.
It just didn't work out.
So that's the Cal Ripken story. And this is my favorite headline that I read yesterday, Kevin. Sweet chin music. You guys get that because
Yes.
y'all are wrestling fans.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Shawn Michaels and Bret the Hitman Hart. Is that where it started?
Good enough.
All right. Here's the rest of the headline. Soccer ref in Peru delivers a perfect karate kick to a coach's face who tried attacking him with a water bottle. I love headlines.
It's a little wordy, but it's pretty good.
It gets the story out. I told you, Kevin, go ahead and check out this video because it's worth the watch. This referee is standing there. He made a call. I don't know what the call was. I'll be honest. And the excitement, honestly, that I didn't ask for audio from it, Alec, because the excitement wasn't there. I didn't feel like there was good excitement for the kick.
Oh, dip.
He's standing there making his call, and this dude just comes out of nowhere, just wielding a water bottle like he's going to knock this guy out, and the referee just sticks his foot up in his throat and knocks the guy out.
Okay. All right. It might be the sweet chin music, but the ref also turned a little bit, so it kind of looks like the Sheamus kick.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
All
a
right.
bro kick.
Yeah.
So he's ashamed of it?
No, but like the one ref in the background, he sees that this other guy is going to be a problem. That guy is going to throw that bottle at him. I honestly thought it was a yellow card at first that he was going to throw at him. And so then the other ref comes in and he's like, booch, and just knocks that dude to the effing ground.
Yeah.
That was amazing.
That was good time.
It helps that it looks like the guy he kicked was about 4'8".
Oh, yeah.
And then it looks like he's ready to get after it with some of these other players. And he's like, no, I'll fight all of you too. The kick was amazing because that guy was running in. But when the ref starts to run after other players and he's like, you don't want this, that feels like maybe that's too far.
And Kevin, now that I look at the run sheet, I may have stolen what I had planned for the next segment. So
No
we got
problem.
something else we got to do here.
Coming up next, we're like the Boy Scouts. We're always prepared. Pieces of advice for round 1 of the NFL draft. Will Corey and Alec listen to and abide by these tips? Next on The Fan.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
10 to shoot. Russell, no look. Claxton, it's good and a foul. The Nets are cooking.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. The Mavericks lose to the Nets 113-109. Only 6 regular season games remaining for the Mavericks as they look to cling to their play-in spot. They'll be back at it tomorrow against the Atlanta Hawks. Now, we got a lot to go into here. I got college updates for you, also NFL draft guidelines. But first, we go to to the Corey News Desk from Micah Parsons News.
All right, this is real quick, and I believe Jane's saying that Jerry was just being Jerry when he said this, but Jerry from Clarence Hill, Jerry with blatant disrespect to Micah Parsons' agent, David Mulugeta. The agent with, quote, "The agent is not a concern here. I don't know his name." Mulugeta is one of the best and most respected agents in the NFL. And I think Jane said Jerry was just being Jerry with that. But
okay.
Micah then quote tweeted Clarence here and said, "Facts. David is the best, and I will not be doing any deal without him involved. Like anyone with good sense, I hired experts for a reason. There is no one I trust more when it comes to negotiating contracts than David. There will be no back doors in this contract negotiation."
All right.
Settle down just a little bit.
Well, there you go.
So that might lead to our brand new segment. Have you ever tried to tell a joke that really went sideways on you and you did not realize how bad this is going to get? Because look, it's pretty much going to turn into Micah Central. I understand that. I understand how people are excited to hear about this. Actually, you know what? I'm not going to lie. I kind of think people are excited for this to get done so they can complain about it.
Yes.
Not just so it's done, so they can complain about it. But that's not what you want, right? Even if it was Jerry just being Jerry, if Mike is quote tweeting and been like, "That's for damn sure, no disrespect here," and you're like, "Oh, I was just kidding about that."
I'm glad it's sitting there going, "Go ahead and add a 10% more on top of that."
Yeah. So I had a friend. We're actually still friends to this day, and we went out with one of her friends, and we were all hanging out, and her friend was the worst. And I was just joking because that's the way I talk. And she goes, "Oh, hey, what did you think of my friend?" And I go, "Oh, my God, I think I hate her." And she goes, "What?" I was like, "Oh, no, I was just," and before I could even finish, she goes, "You hate her?" That's one of my best. And it just, like, it led to a problematic thing where we had to have a follow-up conversation about it. That went very poorly.
You know what? That kind of happened recently with me. I was going with some friends, some new friends. And I said, "Hey, this is that band that I was telling you about, by the way." And the guy goes, "Oh, yeah, it's terrible." And I was like, "Oh, man, dang, dude, this is my friend's band and everything." And he goes, "Oh, no, that's how we talk in our family. Whenever we like something, we just say that's terrible and we joke about it all the time." And his wife was like, no, he's being serious. Like, we actually do that all the time. And I was like, "Oh, well, okay."
All right, so I'm going to read one more and then give Alec a shot, and then we're going to read the one that's going to end this conversation. From the 469, bad joke that backfired. "Hey, Nico, would you ever trade?" Alec, do you want a shot at this, or do you want me to read the one that will end this conversation?
I want you to read the one that's going to end the conversation.
From the 940, I made a "your mom" joke to a girl when I was in high school.
Holy crap.
She claimed that her mom had been brutally murdered when she was a baby. I called BS. She looked up the news story and it all checked out. I felt like an idiot. Oh my gosh. Yep, that's when you just move on. And,
well, I hope she never meets MJF.
Yes. Oh, did you tell that story?
He played it.
I'm okay.
The audio.
Oh,
I tweeted it too, Alec, on the radio. If you want to hear what MJF said about my late mother.
Here's the thing about that, Alec. I'm glad you have a great sense of humor. And you did ask, knowing who the guy was, for him to say something rude, and it just went a little further than I think any of us expected.
Now we're gonna get to draft pointers, but I promise you college sports updates. I have them for you. We'll get to Coastal Carolina in just a second. But in the meantime, the Texas women's basketball team, they defeated TCU, had already made their longest run ever in the tournament. And so the Texas women's basketball team victorious over TCU. They make their first Final Four since 2003.
Congratulations.
Man, I thought it was more recent than that, but that's what the Associated Press and the Dallas Morning News say.
When was the last time the UT men's team got there?
Oh, I really should know the app. 2002?
2002.
I don't know.
And they still haven't gotten there.
I was one.
Oh, okay.
There you go. 2001.
Now, update. Coastal Carolina. And you know this is real because they actually put out a follow-up that it was not an April Fool's joke.
Okay.
So they said, we're going to have free concessions for fans at all of our college football games. And again, they followed up. this is not an April Fool's joke, even though they put it out yesterday, which that feels like that would be ill-timed either way. But they're going to feature free concessions at Brooks Stadium as part of their Coastal Carolina kickoff meal deal.
Congratulations to them.
Would you go to a football game for a team you didn't really care about if you knew they had free food?
Yes.
Okay.
Look, if there's anything I learned from college, it's that free food's important. If you're a college kid and you hear free food in something hall, I am trying to come up with one right now. You're running to that place before the food's gone. That's just the way it is.
Media
and I think
people are like that too.
I think that just stuck with me ever since then. Like since then, I've just been like, hey man, if there's free food around, go take advantage of it if you can.
Now, the NFL, or NFL.com more specifically, put out one piece of advice for teams drafting in round one. So one piece of advice from each one of these reporters. And I wanted to throw a few of them out there and see if you agree.
Okay.
And you will take this piece of advice or not. Are you ready?
No.
Okay. Well, Alec, I hope you're ready
yes.
then. This is a very deep defensive line class. So do not be afraid to draft multiple defensive linemen in the first 100 picks. I know. You're like, oh, we just took a defensive line. Can't take it. No. It's a deep defensive line draft. Do not be afraid of doubling up on defensive linemen in the first 100 picks.
I'm perfectly okay with it, especially if you need it. And that's that conversation of, hey man, how good are we on offense because what we did in free agency? Do we need defense? Yes, you probably do. And at defensive line, just because you have this guy that you drafted in the first round doesn't mean you can't add another dude that's a first round pick right next to him. Look at the Eagles, dude. Look at their defensive line, how important that was to them. So yes, if you believe that those guys are going to be studs for you, you'd get them.
Now, I've got a couple of quarterback questions for you for the Cleveland Browns, or suggestions. Hey, you're not competing with the elite of the elite in the AFC with Shedeur Sanders. Okay? But could you have one of the best defenses in the AFC if you drafted Abdul Carter?
Yeah.
You get to pair him up with Myles Garrett.
Yeah.
And let it go wild.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I mean, I feel like they're pretty good in the middle there too. Now, obviously, their offense is their biggest problem. Their offense wears their own defense out because 2 years ago, whenever they were able to run the ball at will, they felt really comfortable there. They haven't been quite as capable with Stefanski since Nick Chubb's injury. Like when Nick Chubb and Kareem Hunt were going, dude, they were strong.
Yeah.
And that was able to make the Browns defense. It gave them a lot of breath because they were longer drives. Now, obviously, the scoring was smaller, but it was longer drives and a more potent defense. Right now, you got to figure out what you're going to do on that side of the ball so that you can be stronger there, so your offense can be better.
Alec, will you take this next suggestion? Build your team first, then get your quarterback. All right. And the reason why I bring that up is because 6 of the teams in the top 10, you could argue, and in some places, it's just a fact. Tennessee, Cleveland, the Giants, Vegas, the Jets, and New Orleans need a quarterback. There ain't that many quarterbacks for the taking in the top 10. At best, there are 2. And at best, there are 3 first-rounders, or 3 logical first-rounders. I guess I should change it up and say, will you take the advice of, hey, let's build our team and then we'll get our quarterback?
I feel like it's kind of tough to build your team without the quarterback, right? Isn't it going to be hard to convince people to come to your team via free agency? And then if you trade for a guy on an expiring deal and say, hey, we promise we're going to get a quarterback. We know we don't have one right now, but we will.
But what if I have all of the money?
See, money does talk.
To entice you to come over because I didn't waste it or spend it on the quarterback yet.
See, I say all of that, and then a team that comes to mind super recently, the Washington Commanders. Feels like they built that team.
Yes.
They drafted the perfect quarterback for that system who is just a wildly talented player in and of himself. Yeah, I'm at this rate, for some of these lower echelon teams that do have the cap space opening up, it does make sense to go and add, and then you say, okay, we think we're ready to compete now. Let's go ahead and plug and play with a young quarterback on a cheap contract. Sure, why not?
My next piece of advice, will you follow it?
Can I add one thing to that? Jobs matter when building that, though. And Brada says this very frequently. GMs are very tied to quarterbacks. GMs are very tied to, and the patience that an owner has for you.
Fair.
They want that quarterback so they can see the future. When you're sitting there going, no, my vision is build first, because I'm with you. I would do that. But the owner wants to see the future of the quarterback.
So maybe the best way to do that is if you've already had success.
Yes.
And they're like, hey, I'm going to give you a little bit
then
more
you can
time.
do what you want. Yeah.
All right. While this is a really deep draft, it is not necessarily a high-end talent draft.
Okay.
Because I think people will say, whether it's safety, defensive line, there are a lot of super deep positions in this draft. Did I say safety? All right, don't worry about that. Defensive line, let's focus on that. Don't allow a potential superstar like Ashton Genty to slide out of the top 10.
Agree.
Will you follow that same advice?
Yeah, I think people overthink these things way too much based on positional value. If you think he is a top-tier player, you take the top-tier player. Just do it. You've seen other teams do it in the past. You know, some of the really good teams end up doing that. You know, I think of, at least in my opinion, Detroit, when they took Jahmyr Gibbs.
Yeah.
I thought he was the best player left at that point in the draft, you know, and people were like, but he's a running back. It's like, no, he's a damn good player, and look how good he's been for them.
Now,
he's a playmaker.
That actually
he's a game breaker.
That's true. And obviously, great decision for them to go ahead and take him at a time when I also thought that was too high to take him. I will admit I was in the wrong category on that. All right. Since there is so much depth in this draft, my next bit of advice, this is not the year to trade up.
Agree.
Because I know a lot of people are going to say, like, let's say you get to 12, oh, the Cowboys should trade down or this or that. And I'm not saying you don't do that if you trade down, but I wonder if there'll be as many people wanting to move up in this draft.
Yeah, I'm perfectly happy staying where I am or trading down. I'm perfectly happy with that this year because there's so much depth at so many different positions that I need. Every team's a little bit different, but I'm very happy with that. Kevin, somebody said if you build first, you won't have a high enough pick for a quarterback. I just showed you the study.
Yeah.
Now, that granted, this study also shows for Super Bowl winning quarterbacks that top first rounders are usually the way to go there.
Sure.
But the study has shown that there are more misses in the first round. So maybe if you're just really good at understanding what the quarterback is, that'll help you a little more. But I am there, Kevin, with I'm staying where I am at 12. I don't know exactly. If I'm trading up, it's going to be second round, third round. I'm going to move around in those rounds right now.
Now, this one's really interesting. Don't assume a player can only do what they did in college. Now, this can be dangerous because obviously we've expressed some complaints when the Cowboys have done this. But, for example, Walter Nolan lined up between the guards at Ole Miss, but he flashed when he was a heads-up defender against offensive tackles. And, like, you can take a look at the same thing at Ohio State. If you have your wide receiver in the slot because they have Marvin Harrison Jr. and Jeremiah Smith, that doesn't mean that receiver couldn't line up at that position as well. This feels like a tough balance between I think you can do this versus I have seen you do this on tape in college.
There's a few positions that always seems to be the case. Like, I don't know why in my mind it's probably not even true, but it feels like every 2 or 3 years there's a school like Alabama that puts out a defensive back that, like, he played safety, but he's going to be an NFL corner. You know, he never played corner in college, but he's going to be a corner. Just trust us. They end up drafting him, switching positions, and it works out perfect. It feels like that happens every 3-4 years or so, and you see it with the defensive line too. Like, he played a lot of linebacker, but man, he can get home to the pass rusher because he is an athlete. Just trust us. We're going to do that. So, yeah, I do think that you need to be open-minded with some of these guys and say, look, even with quarterbacks like Jackson Dart, like, I think he could be in the right system, a really good NFL quarterback. You have to realize he's not limited to his college tape.
With the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the Gbag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
that?
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Courtesy of D&M Leasing, it's time for our chit-chat with those fellas from the Gbag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Doing pretty good. Hagee, how are you?
I am doing very well. Thank you for asking. Now, we were talking about this in the break. Broadus, do you think Texas A&M doesn't pay any money because Buzz Williams has been hired as Maryland's new coach when their previous coach, Kevin Willard, felt like he complained a lot
the whole tournament.
Yeah, about Maryland's pay scale.
I never learned anything about Maryland's basketball team. I learned how crummy Maryland's basketball NIL money and everything else to go with it. So I wonder, was he just that? And it seemed like he had a great relationship with his players and a great relationship with the Aggie fan base.
It really did, and it was weird. I had a feeling it might go this way because as soon as Willard moved to Villanova, and the Maryland job became open, people are like, look out for Buzz to go take that. And then now you hear that today he's signed a deal to become the Maryland's next head coach. So apparently they paid him enough money.
Well, I think
does that mean A&M's not doing it right?
I think Maryland has a great basketball history. With Gary Williams. I mean, you could go way back to this program. Yeah, exactly. And so the thing with it was just so strange to hear. And it got to the point where Willard they asked him a question about the basketball program, where you're at. And he then went into this, well, we've got to stop this guy, we've got to stop. If we don't stop this guy, then we're going to have a lot of problems. He went into like, I'm here to answer basketball questions, where the previous game you were here to kind of say that Maryland's basketball program is in the dark ages.
Yeah.
And it was just like, and you think that Buzz Williams, who these coaches like, and Dawson and the right, they were always telling me, hey, the coaches, they could leave any time and no loyalty, da-da-da-da-da. I'm like, don't say that. Sure, that's what we've got now. If players are going to leave, these coaches are going to leave, and that's going to be it. But, man, it was fascinating to hear a Maryland coach, former coach, just completely rip the program. He takes a job, and then a guy who I thought was doing a really good job just says, I'll go take that mess. I think Buzz is trying to stay ahead of getting fired.
And
maybe that's what coaches do.
And the other thing I was wondering is because they had a lot of older players on this team, like by college basketball standards, and so they're going to lose a whole bunch of folks. I wonder if he's like, hey, if I'm ever going to leave, now's the time to leave with a lot of my players graduating.
You guys, everybody in my family went to A&M, and you support A&M, but you guys got money.
You have lots of money.
If it came down to, okay, we need NIL money, I could get that at Texas A&M. I mean, with Maryland, I'm not so sure. I mean, I'm not listening to the Willard talk about it. Maybe they just said, listen, we're not giving you any money.
Because it feels like you could make an argument that Texas and Texas A&M probably have the most on-demand NIL money. Like if they were like, hey, I want it, I need it, so will you give me the money?
It feels that way.
In theory. I guess maybe that's not how it works.
I've never seen Texas A&M people say no.
Yeah.
I've been to those dinners with my dad where it was $20,000 a table, and Jackie Sherrill standing up there and like, hey guys, this is how you help me recruiting. Just give me your money. And everybody's like, yay, Jackie, yay.
Take my money.
And I'm like, I go, really? And Dad's like, yeah, you should clap, start clapping. I'm like, I'm not clapping for that crap. But anyway, that's A&M has always been in the forefront of giving money.
Maybe this guy's scared of the SEC and just how dominant it is, or was this season.
Hey, yeah.
And then quality of life, maybe just geographically. He's like, you know what? I like the cuisine.
He's a big soft shell crab guy.
Absolutely.
Likes Old Bay.
Right, yeah. 100% it is. It's a great point, Corey.
And look, I've seen people texting this in already. Let's go get Chris Beard. There's a source out there that was like, hey, maybe it's because they didn't want to match the number because they're like, we can go get Chris Beard for that number. So maybe that's going to be the next move. I'm honestly not sure.
Yeah.
Corey, you look very serious.
2 on 4 athletes don't want to go to A&M naturally. I feel like there have been some
I
players
think that's
that
you know
have
what.
Proven pretty inaccurate.
Has to be an unnatural desire.
I feel like that was always a hard. I know with LSU and recruiting against A&M, if it was down to LSU and A&M, we were probably going to lose a kid to A&M.
Yeah.
There's a lot of kids that want to go to school there. Matter of fact, I think it's now up to where their population for females is over the male side of things there at the university. I think that's one of the universities that they have more females than males.
Isn't that Texas Tech as well?
I think there's some universities in Texas that are trending that way, and A&M might be one of them. Yeah.
Interesting. I wonder how much, I mean, I'm sure the answer's not, it's not, but how much they talk about that, like in these meetings and stuff, and they're like, hey.
You got a 3-1.
Right? No, you absolutely do.
That's a huge selling point.
Absolutely do. I mean, and I back in an era in recruiting where it wasn't NIL, we were illegally recruiting kids with money. We were
TAIL.
Yeah, we were. But we.
That's actually, I like that a lot.
Exactly. But yeah, we were in you'd walk kids around on campus.
Yeah,
and you could just naturally see. TCU's that way too. You can walk kids around at TCU, and they're like, wow, there's a lot of female suits. Yeah, every day. Yeah.
I was thinking about He Got Game or even Blue Chips on the recruiting trail when it comes to stuff like that. I'm sure people are like, it's not that bad. And then other people will watch it and be like, oh, yeah, that's more spot on.
Man, there was some fun times recruiting with when you just had to be those guys at SMU in the 80s. Gosh, I'd love to have lunch with those guys.
Yeah.
And talk how they did it. Because they had a great plan until what happened is one guy turned on them, and that's all it takes. But
the one guy,
and they all denied it. But there was nobody there to say, well, find out what happened then. Find out what happened here, and they did a great job of hiding that.
He had the check stubs to prove it.
Oh man,
oh yeah.
I have to admit, I was a little alarmed earlier today when we talked with Bruce Bochy, and he was like, hey. Probably 10 days away from soft toss, and you still can't rule out 60-day IL for Cody Bradford. Were you guys surprised by that? It felt like, because we kept asking, like, if the scans are clear or there's positive news, why are we still so far away? And so, Bochy, as he usually does, gave an excellent explanation of it, but
Because I don't owe you any explanation.
No, I thought he'd.
That's the asking questions, Kevin.
The crux of it was let's do everything we
question.
can to make sure we don't have to have surgery.
Yeah.
And if we have to have surgery, then we'll. But let's do everything we can to get there.
These folks aren't interested in talking to us about injuries.
Yeah.
That's
not.
fair.
They'll talk to you all day about things, but they when you bring up injuries, they're.
It alarmed me a little bit. Did that?
Well, if he has to have surgery, then yeah, it's massively alarming.
Yeah.
Then he's done.
But the fact that that's even being talked about, it's not like a surefire, hey, this just needed a couple of weeks to settle down a little bit. He'll be back better than ever.
Yeah.
There's still question marks about what this is all going to look like. So, yeah, that's a huge bump.
It's just a weird backtrack from a week ago. Not even. You were there for opening day and supposedly there was positive news. So I don't know. I don't know what happened. Maybe there was something negative.
It genuinely does seem like there's some gray area on these where they're not sure if you need it. And they give it a little bit of time. They're like, oh, but actually, this isn't good.
The line typically is anytime you're dealing with an elbow or in the forearm. And then that's when they're like, yeah, that once they say that, it's like anytime you're dealing with this, we be as cautious as we possibly can.
And did you like the bold decision from The Athletic to put the Rangers at third in their power rankings? They jumped from 10 to 3 at 3 and 2.
That was definitely before last night's game.
It was not.
We put that list together.
No, it was not.
Nope.
It included last night's game.
I refuse to believe that.
Yeah.
Last night just absolutely
made you change the whole part of the season.
It took the wind out of my sails a little bit. I'm like, wow. So the pitching can be this bad and the offense can be this bad. We now know how bad it can be. We're going to need some runs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, my God. Agreed.
I mean, fingers crossed on that, but with my other fingers, I'm dialing 1-800-BULLPEN. Hey,
Oh, okay.
I was thinking about you last night.
We're flip-flopping again.
Oh, who's this Garabito guy? Why is he on the team? Let's go.
He should be a starter, actually.
All right, it sounds like
great 2 nights ago.
Who's this
pitched really low a couple nights
this
ago.
could be a flip-flop edition of the Gbag Nation. What else we got coming up?
It always is. We do have Jack Leiter coming up at 2:20. God knows how to get it done.
All right, roll home.
Anchor down.
With the Gbag Nation. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow. An exhaustive show tomorrow. 10 a.m. to 11 a.m. We'll try to smash extra segments into the other segments. Or maybe just the first part.
Yeah.
Tomorrow show right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Good night, Kevin.
D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the Gbag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go, hour one, Gbag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Here on a Toxic Tuesday in the Gbag Nation. It's a 3-hour Tuesday. They're taking on the Reds once again this afternoon. Pregame coming up at 5 o'clock. General at your service. If you see me, beer me. NA. There's Broadus, former Cowboy scout, a Super Bowl champion. You have Ross Lebensky and the Pimp Cup in for Lucius today once again. Send LA some love on social. Let him know he's missed. Of course, you have Wolchuk and Chiafalo reunited, and it feels so good. And Carter Freeman is coordinating your video. You can watch us online, Twitch, YouTube, and thank you for making us part of your day. So, what an eventful day it's been. This is just a sports content goldmine paradise that we're in right now, guys, with everything going on. Just appreciate that. But Micah has spoken. A lot of things have been said about Micah. You know, my read is this is Jerry kind of putting a charge of fire into the deal to make it the lights a little bit brighter and to maybe negotiate a little bit at the same time. But my thought is Mulligetta is going to win because good agents know how the Cowboys are doing. It's an easy pattern to follow, and then you win in the end. You make your client rich. But Jerry was asked about why they're trying to circumvent the agent David Mulligetta, and Jerry said, who? Don't even know who that is.
That's a great line, though.
Clarence Hill tweeted Jerry Jones with blatant disrespect to Micah. Micah's agent, David Mulligetta. The agent is not a concern here. I don't know his name. Okay. Mulligetta is one of the best and most respected in the NFL. Micah retweeted that and said facts, among other things. Said there's no one I trust more when it comes to negotiating contracts than David. There will be no back doors in this contract. So this is a spicy public negotiation. What's your guys' read on it?
Well, latest from Jory Epstein, our friend, said multiple sources confirmed to her that Micah asked Steven and Jerry to call his agent, David Mulligetta, to negotiate. Sources confirm also that the Joneses have not made that call. Mulligetta has talked with the Cowboys director of salary cap player contracts, Adam Pacifica. So Mike is saying, hey, call my agent. Let's get this done.
It's kind of a breach of protocol. You know, I don't know. Are the Cowboys uniquely being tough here on Mulligetta because of something in the past? Are they just refusing to talk to the agent as part of the negotiation? It doesn't seem like fair practices or whatever you'd call it, if you ask me. I think you talk to agents to try to get deals done, not try to work around them. But
I mean, maybe that worked in the 90s. Yeah. Maybe that's how they were able to get some deals done then. Times have changed, my man. And if you listen to some of the stuff that Todd France and that podcast yesterday, maybe we'll get to that a little bit.
Sure.
They tend to get bent over backwards in these deals.
That's why they're avoiding the agents. It happened with Zeke and his agent. They just got tore up in those negotiations. Same thing with Dak now, not once but twice. So I totally get why they would try to circumvent the agent there. And to Jerry's credit, I think he's just being brutally honest about the fact that he doesn't know this guy's name. I don't think he's even trying to be mean there. He's like, I don't even know half the guys on my roster, damn it.
That would be hilarious if Jerry truly doesn't know who David Mulligetta is.
He might not.
Yeah.
Is that a surprise?
It should be. I mean,
it should be for somebody who's the owner and general manager.
What's not being reported is after he said that, he was like, is Marowich still our kicker? And he was just asking.
So... yeah, you know, a lot of different interpretations of this. I think, you know, Jerry's once again got us talking, and maybe that's the narrative that I would buy on, like, how is this happening or why is this happening right now? But, you know, maybe it's just the way Jerry goes about his business right now. I know Mike McCarthy felt like it was weird how the negotiation went, or, you know, the lack of negotiation or contacting his agent.
Yeah, Don Yee, and they really never got to where it even became a discussion. The number of years were a problem for the McCarthy side, and, you know, Jerry said, well, that's what we're going to do, and we're going to move on if that's the case, and they did. I think the last thing I'd want to do in this negotiations would be to piss off David Mulligetta.
Yeah.
That's the last thing I would do. This guy will hold a grudge, and he will hold a grudge, and he will make the Cowboys pay. And I guarantee when the deal's done and it's one of the bigger contracts ever in the history of the National Football League, David Mulligetta will raise a glass of champagne and say, now they know my effing name.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and I think you need to be real careful with this one. because this guy he's shrewd, he's tough. He is going to do every dime he can out of the negotiations. And in this case, if you piss him off, he might even take more blood from you. So I would be really, really careful if I'm the Cowboys and how you handle him.
He's everything the Cowboys haven't been for 30 years, a winner. He gets the most for every one of his clients. First ever fully guaranteed contract, he got that. Deshaun Watson. Highest paid safety contract in history, Antoine Winfield Jr., come on up. Highest paid corner contract, the last two this offseason, Derek Stingley, J.C. Horn, that's David Mulugheta. Shame on you for really not knowing the agent's name. You damn well should if you want to have some serious conversations about paying your superstar.
I wonder if the Cowboys might be the ones that are ticked off here, though. You know, with if Jerry does know who Mulugheta is, which I assume he does, and
maybe he just didn't want to pronounce.
He probably just doesn't remember the name.
He just I don't think he wanted to pronounce the name. I think that probably
could be true.
Probably something.
Well, I mean,
that'd have been a hell of a drop
when you pair it with him trying to work around Mulugheta. I think this is Jerry Jones playing coy. Like, who you talking about? I'm just talking with Micah Parsons about the deal. I'm not talking with the agent. Mike has asked him to call him, and he's acting like he doesn't know who he is. This is a consistent pattern, I think, where, Jerry is trying to work around the agent, perhaps because, again, he's already mad at him for something. That's my read, is Jerry's not doing this out of confusion for who one of the most powerful agents in the NFL is. He's doing it to publicly dunk on him. At 877-881-1053, if you'd like, the Franklin Frankel injury attorney text line is open. Whatever the case, they are perhaps playing with fire?
I think so. I think this, you do have it appears that Jerry, he's always had a really good relationship with his star players. And Tony Romo talks about the story the first time that him and Bill Parcells and Jerry all met in a little room, and they were and then Jerry was trying to listen, you're going to sign this deal, Micah really does want to be here, and Jerry sensed that, and Jerry's thinking, well, let's get this deal done without talking with David about it, I'm sure, and that's not going to work. That's not how that might have worked in 1989. It's not working today.
I feel like it worked with Tyron Smith in 2013 or something. They got a very team-friendly deal.
Maybe, the Cowboys have proven if they have a really good relationship with agents, and they had a good one with Osa Odigizua. They had one. They will get deals done that way. They will get deals done if, in fact, it's not the highest paid player at that position. They'll get that deal done. But then they'll have to give in, they'll cave, and it ultimately it looks bad on them. But if Mulugheta is playing this the right way, he just needs to be silent, let Micah handle things the way he wants to handle, because Micah will be outspoken about it.
Yeah, talk about it as much as you want.
Micah's got the platform to say whatever he wants to say, and Mulugheta didn't have to say a word. That man's negotiated almost $1 billion worth of contracts. So
now
he knows what he's doing.
But Micah was willing to take less than 40. Now that you've brought disrespect into the equation, maybe this becomes personal for him. I could definitely see why you would allow it to. But I do wonder, the Cowboys drew a line with Randy Gregory and said, no, we're not doing it. Screw you. Yeah. I wonder if at some point in these free agent negotiations where these high-powered agents just wait them out and then reset the market at each position, if they do draw a line in the sand, and maybe this is the one with a guy who doesn't always make the best impression around the building.
If you're going to draw the line in the sand, then get on the phone and start talking about trading him. Yeah. If you're going to do that, don't let this thing, don't have it turn into a situation like with Jalen Brunson and others that have walked out of here, because of mess ups with the contract and things. If your intention is not to get this thing done, or you don't think it can get done, then you need to get on the phone and start trying to shop this guy.
And it's a heck of a lot easier to draw the line in the sand when it is Randy Gregory compared to the best in the business. This is top of the market stuff, and they're traditionally they cave to the top of the market guys. Lamb, Dak, Zach Martin.
And
then, of course, Micah now. That's the expectation.
Yeah. Yeah, I would not be in the business of trying to move on from him. I would be, wanting to get the deal done and have a great relationship with the agent. But, Micah is the last star player from his draft class that does not have a deal done yet. And I wouldn't be surprised if this goes into franchise tag land. And again, I do think Jerry Jones, part of this is, juicing up that news media cycle of covering this thing.
Yes.
He's getting a tremendous amount of money, and he's such a great actor, as we saw in Landman.
He's a good actor.
I think there is a hold my beer and watch this component when, high drama plays out like this, almost predictably so, and I appreciate it.
A part of me feels like that's almost giving them too much credit. I really think this is just how they operate.
Yeah.
They don't have to do anything until they have to do something, until the deadline is actually here. Otherwise, why do we care? We're living about it day by day. We're fat, happy. We got 3 Super Bowls. We're the richest organization in sports. We don't have to do anything. Micah, you can ask me to call the agent. I don't have to get a deal done with you right now. When I have to, I'll pick up the phone. I'll call the agent. I think we give them too much credit a little bit here because the Cowboys are going to be talked about regardless if there's a Micah deal, there's a Dak deal, name the player. The Cowboys will find some way to be in the news. So that's it's an okay narrative. I don't know. I don't think that it really plays.
I think, what I'm basing it off of is over the years just hearing stories of Jerry saying offhanded comments to family members like, well, we got a lot of traction out of that one. We got 48 hours out of that soundbite. I do think Jerry looks at media engagement as a game for how much he can keep the Cowboys in the news cycle. And when they haven't been in for a while or it's shaping up to be a boring offseason, he's got a knack for having the timing to strike, when it's hot and to sort of drag this thing out. Because they're not bad negotiators, Zach. I mean,
it seems like they are, though.
They're some of the best businessmen in the NFL. See, that's what I'm saying.
But not with NFL contracts. It hasn't proven to be that way.
That's why it only makes sense that they're doing it on purpose for the engagement. Is because are they just randomly horrible at negotiating player contracts?
Yes, they are.
No, they're not.
No, they're bad at it.
They're doing this on purpose.
We will play this Todd France audio later, and you will circle back. You tell me if you think they played this well, if they're good at it.
They are some of the greatest negotiators, and they always know the opportunity being lost.
I don't think that they're good negotiators anymore when it comes to football contracts. I think that's proven to be false, that they're good. They might have been at one time. They are no longer good at it.
Well, I mean, they don't know how to win a Super Bowl. That's clear.
And a big reason is their salary cap is always screwed. And why is that? Because they wait to the end to do all of these deals. And then when they don't learn from it, even when they say they've learned from it, they then will say, no, we haven't learned from it. And then again, they're going to go through the exact same thing where they wait to get the deal done and it's going to screw themselves.
So what they lose is a couple $2 million a year. What they get is tens and tens and tens of millions of dollars of brand exposure from people like you and me, but on a national level, on a global level, in several different languages, talking about this constantly around the calendar.
Yeah.
That is worth way more than losing a couple of millions of dollars on the salary cap.
Kevin, we're going to talk about them regardless.
No,
if it's a contract or not.
Not
Every
right now.
day we're looking
not
for
right
things
now.
to talk about for the
Baseball
Cowboys.
started. NCAA tournament started. Most of the country cares about the NBA a lot more. This is football country. We will locally, but not as much.
The NFL drafts in 3 weeks.
They're about to take the entire first segment where we talk about 5 or 6 different things. We talked about one thing right now.
Yeah.
It's the Cowboys with 3 weeks to go until the draft.
And we could have done it exactly talking about what Brian Schottenheimer said about the draft. There's always an angle that you can use with the Cowboys. It doesn't have to be the contracts.
Yeah, and the draft stuff is good, right?
Yeah.
Those days, there's not the zing. This has the zing to it. This is the zing.
Jerry's a zing guy.
Because it's Jerry saying something that is foolish again.
Yep. I mean,
it's like the crazy uncle that's saying wacky things at the table that you're like, oh, good, please stop.
Which sparks so many different conversations. Like maybe they're so ticked off at him, they will trade him. You got to go down that. Guarantee that's going to be on ESPN and NFL Network tonight.
No, it's true.
At least 20 segments. All right. What else is going on here in the Gbag Nation? Rangers were embarrassed in Cincinnati. 6-run innings. Ellie De La Cruz torpedo batted his way to 7 ribbies. We need to get some of these torpedo bats. Apparently, Jock Peterson's up for it.
He immediately said he's going to torpedo bat immediately.
I think he's ordering a bunch of them.
Yeah.
He's like, yep, want them.
Yep.
And I'm taking them right into the game.
Those things are going to be on back order real quick.
Yeah.
Torpedo.
Mark Church couldn't keep his hat on. Bochy had to pull him. He was trying to figure out the comms device, and it was a bad scene. It was kind of embarrassing. Pregame coming up again tonight at 5 o'clock. Evaldi on the hill for the Rangers. Mavs couldn't get anything going against the Nets sustainable, even though Gafford returned and he was amazing. They lose 113-109.
Yeah.
24 points in the third quarter, 22 in the fourth.
Bad fourth overall. I mean, the fact that Brooklyn, it's the first time that Brooklyn's went back-to-back games, by the way, since All-Star break.
Oh, gosh.
All right. Wow, that's tough. That's a bad loss. That is a bad loss. G-Bag of the Day is coming up at 2:30. Jack Leiter is next in the nation.
But first, I got to tell you about my...
Get something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, it's your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has what it's
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, pepper lady? Those are those. Nutmeg ladies? No. Just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
All right, welcome back. We got Jack Leiter here ready to rock with us. It is time now for the Texas Rangers Player Show, brought to you by Globe Life Field. For over 125 years, Globe Life has helped protect families when they need it most. Globe Life, make tomorrow better. Here he is, the College World Series champion, the first-round pick of your Rangers, Pacific Coast League Pitcher of the Year last season, and now getting it done for your Texas Rangers. Jack Leiter here on The Fan. And good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you? Oh, there you are, Jack. How you doing, buddy?
I'm great. Thank you for having me.
Right on. Well, congrats on your first start the other day. That was terrific. What was your reaction? You feel like that's confirmation your hard work's paying off?
Yeah. Anytime positive results happen and you can help the team win the game, it's a great feeling, and I just hope to do that, a lot more in the future here.
What's that do for your confidence? How much more comfortable are you feeling up there right now?
Yeah, I feel good. I think in a lot of ways confidence comes from preparation, and I feel really confident in the preparation that I have done and continue to do, and just my process and routine, and taking it one day at a time. So I'm just excited to continue to prepare well and compete my butt off, do as much as I can to help the team win.
So you didn't play on opening day, but you got to be a part of the festivities, having made the opening day club. How is that? Like, what was opening day like for you, being a part of that, and also just having your buddy Kamar Rocker with you?
It was great. Yeah, it's great having Rock here. I will say, first opening day, and I was playing catch with Kamar and got hit in the head with a fly ball, so that wasn't great. Kind of squared me up, which was an unfortunate twist on my first opening day. But besides that, it was great.
You got a frozen peas on your head during the game, and we didn't even realize it.
No. It ended up being all right, honestly. But yeah, could have been worse, I guess.
Well, okay, you get that first win though. I imagine the clubhouse celebration when Jack Leiter walks through the doors. It was probably a pretty awesome moment, huh?
Yeah, it was great. Yeah, just the guys there to celebrate, and as a team, celebrate our first win of the year. So hopefully there's a lot more where that came from, and we can get on a roll here.
How were you and Jonah working well together during that start? Jonah, there was a moment where he came up and was talking to you, and I know just talking with someone on the Rangers beat, it seemed like that might have been a calming effect. What was that conversation like, and how is he to be able to have the backstop for you?
Yeah, I mean, Jonah's great. He's a pro for sure in the way he prepares, and just how he goes about his business. So he's definitely a guy that a lot of people in the clubhouse look up to, and he's fun to watch. And obviously that was his game, because he called a great game, did what he does behind the plate, and hit 2 homers. So that was pretty awesome.
Is Jack Leiter here with you on The Fan? Jack, I think most players, they probably have this moment where it's like, holy cow, I'm in the big leagues and I just had a great game. This is absolutely amazing. Is it any different for you think, because you are the son of a big leaguer and you dominated youth and amateur and college? Like, how long have you expected something like this to happen?
I mean, it's a humbling game. So there's been times in my career where, going back to middle school and high school, where I was hoping to be able to play college baseball and just dreaming of being a big leaguer. I would say it wasn't an expectation the whole time. It was always the dream though. And there's been times, when I got drafted as high as I did, where I felt like I was on the mountaintop, and then kind of knocked down a peg in the minor leagues pretty frequently, and just working my way through that and figuring out my process and my mental routine and how I prepare and how other guys do it and do it at a high level, and understanding that the good ones and the bad ones, they're all inevitable, and sometimes the bad one, it's not as bad as you thought, and the difference between the bad one and the good one might not be much at all sometimes. So it's a very, very interesting game, can be frustrating at times, but once you start to understand that, I think it's a beautiful thing, and just prepare for the highs and lows, honestly.
Hey, Jack, did the things that you went through last year, did that make you maybe more mentally tough going into spring and then maybe into the season?
Yeah, I mean, I would say so. I think obviously mental toughness is very important, and just the ability to keep getting knocked down and keep getting back up and going and figuring out ways to get better a little bit at a time, one day at a time, one pitch at a time, and kind of just being able to dominate the routine one day at a time. And I think that was the biggest takeaway from last year, through the good and in AAA and the bad, some of the bad in my short time in the big leagues. I think that's the biggest thing, is good or bad. You got to keep going and move on as quick as you can.
So Evo gets to start tonight, and then you take the ball tomorrow for the getaway day. How much are you able to gain from Eovaldi and watching him attack this lineup in preparation for your start tomorrow?
Yeah, he's awesome. After opening day, he kind of walked me through what he was seeing with some of the guys and what he thought they were doing in their approaches, and how it might have been the same or different from the scouting reports. And I'm sure he'll do some more of that, whether it's after the game or pregame tomorrow. And I mean, I'm excited to watch him go about his business. It's fun to watch him compete in every way, and he's definitely another guy who a lot of people look up to in this clubhouse, including myself, because the way he carries himself is second to none, I think.
It's Jack Leiter with us here on The Fan. How much torpedo bat conversation is taking place in the clubhouse these days?
Yeah, I mean, a fair amount. I think our hitters are definitely intrigued with it. I don't know exactly if any guys have them yet, but I'm sure with the results that other teams have been getting, that our guys will be swinging them here in no time.
Is that something that, as a pitcher, like you feel like, hey, this is kind of BS, or are you like, hey, let's welcome it, whatever the hitter needs to do? I'm Jack Leiter, damn it.
I mean, I honestly don't know. Like, I haven't seen the numbers on it. If it could be a fluke, and some of these 20-run games are not related to the bat, but yeah, I mean, whatever they decide, we gotta do our job. So if it becomes a little bit harder because somehow the bats are making them barrel up more balls, then everybody's got to deal with it, and we'll see. But we can't pay attention to the rules we can't control.
Just remind them that you dominated aluminum bats in your day. That's what you have to say. Listen, this torpedo bat, I was the aluminum killer, is what I was.
That is fair.
It's Jack Leiter here with you on 105.3 The Fan. So do you get starstruck by teammates or opponents?
I'll say that kind of came and went quickly, which I'm grateful for. Obviously, being in the big leagues is the dream, and you get up there, and there's guys that I used to watch on TV and use in MLB The Show and kind of idolize, and then all of a sudden they're in the same clubhouse or they're in the other dugout, and it's a surreal moment, I think. But then you quickly realize, like, you have a job to do. Nothing's changed. The scouting report says what it is. Your plan of attack is what it is, and you go out and you compete, whoever's in the box. So I would say the starstruck aspect kind of faded away quickly in a good way.
What type of rookie tasks have you had to deal with since getting up with the big boys? Have they you gotta bring food on the planes? You got to do anything in particular? I know Josh Young was doing the bartending on the road trips on the airplane whenever he was a rookie, but what do they have you tasked with?
Yeah, I mean, I was carrying a cooler, but yeah, there's coolers duties. There's somebody's got to carry the speaker on there. Probably get called up and sing a song at some point on the bus. So there's it's all good. It's all fun,
What's going to be your song, you think?
Maybe something country. maybe some Toby Keith or something like that.
All right. What?
How do you like me now?
What's the go-to Toby Keith song? I mean, can you do a little rendition for us?
No. I'm not gonna go that far.
Hey, go with the boot in your ass. It's the American way. That's always a crowd pleaser, Jack.
No,
The chorus is banging.
Toby Keith's a legend.
Yeah.
Well, thank you, Jack. Congrats once again, and best of luck to you. Give him hell. We'll be pulling for you.
I appreciate it. Thanks for having me.
Salute. The Texas Rangers Player Show brought to you by Globe Life Field. For over 125 years, Globe Life has helped protect families when they need it most. Globe Life make tomorrow better. All righty, it is time for the G-Bag of the Day in just a second. Let me also tell you, though, the segment's brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. It's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Franklin Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Time now for the G-Bag of the Day. Into the Pimp Cup we go. Here's Lubinsky in for Lucius. Buddy.
Howdy. Just wanted to let this really ride out.
Thought you zoned out there for a second. I looked at you. You were just staring into space.
Oh, no. That's just my generally, just kind of like looking face. If I just look at you clueless, that's unfortunately just my face. But just as y'all said, G-Bag of the Day. We do it every day here on the Gbag Nation at 2:30. And per tradition, we start with the winner.
On the cheap, yo, free those spending cash figures, we need zero, hands down. I'll take Tommy Sledge or even Rigo, failing all the way through cross. Hey Joey, where did he go? What's up with this old phony ass loser and his drama? The industry can hate me, fuck him, go see my mama. How many flaws you really got? I mean, it's too many options. I'm finna slash all his money, I'm gay plotting. Play the clip and hide the eye roll of Sean watching. Sometimes you gotta stop down and show better. Certified board up, man. Take producer out your damn LinkedIn. Walk him out, bro. Fine, you know that he been phoning in. Throw him then, just like Fish, Richie Gergo and them. Say, Pate, I hear you kinda dumb. Don't even know how to make a woman. To any chick that talks to him and they in love, just know that you'll only fit in the tub. Tim tells me Choppy just can't handle when Sean's not around, and that's why Chi-Chi hanging with us at the firehouse. And Choppy never showers. What's that all about? Toxic masculinity, toxic from the waist down. Wop, 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 wop. Bob, pick them up. Wop, 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 wop. They just kind of sus. Why y'all looking so
There
sad?
it is. Bob Belt, our three-time champ, two-time champ. He's two-time champ.
He's two-timer.
Two-time.
Two-timer looking for 3.
Right on. Congrats to Bobby Belt there. Sean and RJ, 6 to 10 weekdays here on the Fan. Lubinsky, who's challenging today?
So really quickly, I did want to throw something back from this previous weekend. So on Sunday, UCLA beats LSU to clinch their ticket to the Final Four. And, head coach for LSU, Kim Mulkey, always just on fire, even in postgame.
Jaden Smith, KLSU Sports. Coach, it's the second straight year you guys get eliminated in the Elite Eight. Yeah.
Terrible or is that good?
Terrible.
Is it? How many Final Fours you play in?
None.
So it's probably pretty good, huh?
Yeah.
All right.
Never mind. I don't have a question anymore.
KLSU, she goes after her own reporters.
Yeah, that's right. You couldn't make no Final Four, could you? Get my shotgun. Get off my porch. She sound like an old pistol.
Yeah, dude. She's hilarious. I think she's great for the sport, though. It's like the Dan Hurley stuff with UConn. Just give me more of that. She's ridiculous.
Yeah, she wins.
She kind of sounds like the witch on Wizard of Oz, though.
Oh, yeah, she'll do that. Yeah.
Man, she's mean.
Yeah, she could voice a Wicked Witch
she
cartoon
does not have
character.
time for you. Yeah, she just doesn't have time for you.
I like the competes.
Yeah, she will compete.
I'd like her coaching my team, I think.
Yeah.
Tell you that much. Mm-hmm. But, man.
How many Final Fours you been to?
Yeah, she
mean and
was
toxic.
just on it. She was just quick wit. My goodness. All right, so now we will transition over to World Star Hip Hop.
Yeah.
Because, my goodness, you want to talk about Toxic Tuesday, just go scroll on World Star. It's all toxic. But let's just say, for a little piece of advice for anyone out there, if anyone comes up to you on the street and they're like a TikToker, they want to do an interview, be really, really careful about what you let slip.
What's something you never told each other?
I cheated like 3 years ago.
Oh. Cheated?
Yeah. What? Yeah, I was dating my brother. Showing him? Yeah. What? Ashley, what? Well,
say that?
No, I meant to say I had to tell her at some point.
Had to tell him at some point.
That's right.
No, I don't know. No, hold on. What?
No, but yeah, we just got to film an interview.
No, I'm not. I had to be honest. I'm not. My brother, Colin, why would you do that? I had to say something. You cheated on Colin? Yeah, it wasn't that serious. You didn't tell me. It wasn't that serious. And you never told me. I'm your best friend. He's my brother. I know, but I didn't think you would. I thought the breakup was mutual. You cheated on him? He didn't know that. Ashley, what? I don't know. No. It wasn't that serious. I thought you wouldn't care. I wouldn't care. It's my brother.
Oh my God. Oh crap.
Okay, so she was dating her best friend's brother. And now, wow, dude. A lot of layers to that.
Onions have layers.
I mean, when is the statute of limitations? You know, like 3 years? They're clearly already broken up. So at this point, it's sort of like bygones.
No, I think it was she's with the guy that she was right next to.
No, so it was like the guy was interviewing her. That was the male voice you heard in that clip. And he was interviewing these two girls. And the main interviewee was like, oh, yeah, I cheated 3 years ago. And the other chick was like, wait a minute, you were dating my brother 3 years ago.
Oh.
And then she was like, well, I thought it was mutual. And this girl was just like, oh, well, you know, what do you know?
Oh, I see.
My goodness.
Just that is messy.
So toxic.
Is it Toxic Tuesday? Right on brand, Ross. Nice work. Is it our champ Bobby Belt 2 times looking for 3? Is it LSU's Kim Mulkey? Or is it had to tell him at some point? Okay, I'm voting for the champ, Chief. How about you?
Yeah, I think I'm going to go ahead and double down.
Ross?
Yep, same thing.
Bull champ?
I'll go with Bob.
Brian?
LSU.
By a score 4-1, still your G-Bag of the Day champion, now 3 times. It's Bobby Belt. All right, Chief, what are we doing next?
Restroom Revelations, featuring the hazards of moving your team to Sacktown, plus luxury Lambo Porta-Johns, and a Portland P-Man is on the loose, next in the nation.
Back to the Gbag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. The upcoming segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you very much, Ross, in for Lucius today. Thanks to Jack Leiter, who joined us back there at 2:20. If you're listening with the Odyssey app or Twitch or YouTube, you can go back and listen to Jack, who joined us. Heck of a first star for him over the weekend. Here's the Chief with something I've been waiting to talk about all day.
Yeah, it's been it's been a while, I think, since we've done restroom revelations, but there's a lot of sports and bathroom headlines going on all around the world today. So let's go ahead and tee it up, Ross.
Does number 2 work for? That's right, buddy. You show that turd who's boss. Hey, just grab a hold of something, bite your lip, and give it hell. Come on. We're going to get through this.
The hazards of a Major League Baseball team having a temporary home in a minor league park. We head to Sacktown, the home of the Oakland A's.
We've got 2 teams with minor league parks in Major League Baseball.
Yeah, this is going to be the A's temporary home in Sacramento, Pacific League Ballpark, Sutter Health Park. I guess it has 2 names.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't have bathrooms attached to the dugouts, ladies and gentlemen.
Woo!
Much to the dismay of the A's and visiting teams like last night with the Chicago Cubs. Every other MLB stadium has a tunnel that leads from the dugout to the clubhouse and locker room when you need to use the facilities. But Sutter Health's players area is located near left field, leaving visiting players having to, when nature calls, have the game delayed for a moment so that they can run from the dugout in right field all the way through the outfield to left field to go use the facilities. Now, you've stopped down the game. You have teammates laughing at you, and you're sort of, hopefully not prairie dog waddling, but that's going to happen to somebody.
Ooh, good.
Everybody in the stadium knows, everyone in the ballpark knows what is happening now. This individual is having to go use the facilities. If you're pee shy, this could be a nightmare. If you have any type of restroom bashful qualities about yourself, this could be a nightmare. Yep. Here's the Cubs play-by-play team throwing it down to the field reporter, painting the picture for Seiya Suzuki.
Downstairs at Taylor McGregor.
Okay, this is the important stuff. In between the half inning, I hear an enormous eruption of laughter in the Cubs dugout, thinking, what is going on? And look at that man running through the outfield. No, that is not PCA going to center field. That is Seiya Suzuki making the walk of shame, although he was sprinting. So it was more of a sprint of shame. But the guys in the dugout certainly got a kick of watching him sprint across, and you can see Seiya's big smile. So, folks, we have our first walk of shame.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
The first walk of shame of the year. For some individuals, this probably wouldn't. This is a nothing burger. No problem.
Yeah.
I go to the bathroom when I want. I'm an American human being, and I have freedoms. So some people have no issues with it at all. But others, I would imagine, this is absolutely embarrassing. Especially if all of a sudden this isn't a quick turnaround where it's obvious you were going number 1.
Yeah.
It's going to be plainly obvious when you're sitting in there for, think about Walchuk, a guy who, 1, is anti going in public restrooms in general, but number 2 is a guy that needs 20, perhaps 30 minutes at a time on the
comfort
throne.
of my own home, 100% I do. Now, I've gotten better here at work. I actually had an emergency deal with Hagee when I was filling in for Corey. I made it in and out of there within 5 minutes. That might have been a new personal best.
Proud of you.
So when I need to be quick and concise, I can be. But this would be an absolute nightmare. I would hate this.
Can we not get the Jerry Jones bathroom training camp system set up at these ballparks?
I'm glad you asked that because now
that right there is beautiful. I mean, just right outside the dugout, or maybe back over in an area.
Maybe just get some bigger ones. So
set that up, air conditioned.
Oakland's owners would have to not be so cheap, right?
Okay.
They would have to foot the bill for this.
I see what we're doing here.
So, but I would like to take you to the Green Bay Press-Gazette, where the headline reads, with the NFL draft in Green Bay comes an increased demand for luxury porta-johns. And there is a company called John John's who provide luxury porta-john rentals. and they are being inundated.
Did John Harvick do this?
With requests. I would like to think.
We can only hope.
Former
he would think
some
of
on
something
social
like
the other
this.
day.
I'm just going to say this. I've lived in Green Bay for 5 years.
We know.
There's a lot of people that don't use restrooms. They just go outside.
Outhouses, or we're just on the floor?
Just for number ones.
No, just walking out of a bar and standing in the parking lot.
Oh, the drunken bar parking lot.
So they're used to people not having luxury bathrooms.
Well, now because of the amount of people, I mean, it's going to be
crazy.
250,000 people crashing into Green Bay for the NFL draft festivities. So they are now having to provide as many facilities as possible. And not only that, but also for like different types of, like, one of the quotes here is there's definitely a lot more houses that are having them just for parking and for extra people in their draft parties. Definitely a lot more parties than usual in the stadium area. So parking lots are going to be filled with tailgate draft parties. And with the way, I mean, it's really, really cool with Lambeau because it's like right there in the neighborhood. So
right in the middle. You could walk across the street and you'll into a neighborhood.
So you're going to have block parties and the need for
backyard parties right out the stadium.
Jerry Jones luxury porta-johns are at an all-time high right now. The demand is through the roof. They're not going to be able to provide it all. Like these guys at John John's are like, man, we're sorry because there's only so much we can do here. But these are the ones with the AC. You know, they got hardwood floors, all sorts of vents and fragrances.
Those are going to end up in the hands of the NFL. The NFL, their office and stuff, the high-end luxury ones, the TV, the
important people are going to get the good.
And then everybody else is pee on the concrete at Lambeau Field. You know, that's kind of what I think is going to happen here.
Wow. I'll be tracking this over the course of the next couple of weeks here leading up to the draft and just see what type of fallout. I mean, they may have to outsource from around the country to get as many luxury porta-johns in there as possible. Now, we do have an issue going on in Dawson's hometown.
Oh, what happened?
We have a Portland P-man who is ruffling the feathers of an entire neighborhood with a weird tactic. He's leaving gallon jugs worth of urine in people's recycling bins.
Wow.
And so I would like to take you to local KATU
in the recycling bins.
News. Yes, in the recycling bins. And they can't figure out why. Here's the news report from KATU News.
You kind of know what the urine smells like.
Yes, urine. That's what this story is about. But before you turn away, understand that this could be you, living in a Northeast Portland neighborhood, minding your own business when he shows up in the middle of the night. This all started in September when Van Dyne and his wife noticed their garbage bins had not been collected.
So I went to open the blue bin, and lo and behold, there was a nice deposit of gallon-sized bottles of urine, to put it plainly. And there were 6 of them.
6 bottles of urine in his recycling bin. The garbage hauler wouldn't take it. It's biohazard.
Oh, geez.
So what does your wife think about all this? Yeah, she's befuddled as well.
Eventually, Van Dyne pulled his garbage bins, hoping that the urine dropper would go away. And he did. Straight to the neighbor's bin, and then another neighbor.
It sort of started to, unravel. And I don't know why he's hitting the same location so many times. That doesn't make any sense to me. And or why he is doing it.
So who is this man driving a late model vehicle depositing bottles of urine? This grainy video shows him pulling up, getting out, and leaving the jugs behind.
Oh. Whew. Okay.
I think you gotta have a couple of alphas in the neighborhood putting together some level of a tactical team, hiding in the bushes and in the shadows at night and just go stakeout style.
Yes.
And you just got to take matters into your own hands because I think this is going to be a laugh you off the phone with the PD. Now, like we got bigger problems.
Okay, keep in mind you are in Portland, Oregon, so the firearm laws aren't going to be as forgiving as they might be here in the great state of Texas, but we're good. I want to be clear here on what kind of Southern justice we're going to bring to this man's party.
Yeah.
In particular evening. I like what you're doing there. We're going to wait till he gets out, right?
Yeah.
And then,
get out of the car, catch him in the act of putting gallon jugs worth of what we believe to be human urine, but we have no idea.
And then do we call the cops at that point?
Yeah. I think ultimately we're not trying to completely end this particular gentleman, but there's going to be. It's like ballpark security, in the outfield. We're treating this guy like we're all now.
Well, he's getting away in that case.
I wonder what this is all about.
Are you talking about the windbreaker people trying to catch us?
But I'm talking about high level. I'm talking about neighborhood alpha males. You got to go find 4 or 5 guys that are trained, ready to get their hands dirty a little bit.
Do you think the alpha male is going to be happy with just calling the cops at that point?
There's probably going to be 1 or 2 screw loose guys that are going to want to tie him up and do some torturous act to really make sure that he understands that he can't be urinating in any form or fashion.
He doesn't
in
want
our
those child
recycling
predator
bins.
dudes
I just
on
want
him for sure.
Is this some
child predator style? You just slap the guy around a little bit and then you zip tie him up until the cops show up and let them handle it.
Yeah.
And maybe you pour some of the pee back onto him,
maybe pee
just
on
so
him.
he knows eye for an eye style.
It seems like it could be
goes.
personal. Like, is this some sort of a vendetta? Is he mad at you?
He's hitting multiple people in the neighborhood, so it's not like zeroing in on one particular guy necessarily. Because this guy pulled his bins, next thing you know, it's in the neighbors. So there's something going on with this particular street or whatever. I do look forward to getting this guy caught and figuring out exactly what it is that what's the reasoning behind all of this.
I think he's doing a great job just throwing him away. He could just leave this all on the streets. People just come around. At least he's doing his due diligence.
you could just dump it out into a drain or.
Well, you could do that.
Yeah,
that would be sensible.
You could just go somewhere else.
Yeah,
where you could pee onto the ground and not have to store it.
Yeah,
if it's a problem, he's not doing this to dispose of it.
But that could be illegal. You could get arrested. I had a friend that actually did get a citation for doing that in public. We were playing football. He had to go run himself over to the side of the yard, and next thing you know, a cop drove by. And
so so a working theory: he's living in his car, he's using it in that way because he doesn't want to get arrested. For that, especially you could be exposing yourself to somebody. Next thing you know, you're in for something else, and you got to,
not worth it
on a registration list.
910 suggests waterboarding with the urine once the alpha males tactical.
See, that's
team
what I
catches
was
them.
thinking. Like, do you knock him down and pee on him? Do you tie him up and just be like, hey, since you like pee so much,
there probably needs to be some elements of that, but yeah, this is what's going on back in your hometown
because it's violent, disgusting. It doesn't surprise me. I can't rule out some kind of kink. That's where my mind immediately went.
We listen and we don't shame.
Imagine how long it would take, though, for one human being to fill up 6 gallons worth of jugs with just pee.
It's got to be a good month, maybe good couple of weeks at least.
Man, I don't know.
NFL news.
The Oregon Pee Party.
Sorry. Well, Chuck, where are we going
it's
next?
Historical.
All right, we got rule changes. Will the NFL continue to own Christmas Day? And, how about what the Cowboys want to do with the 12th overall pick? But before we get to that, let's talk.
Something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
when you used to be what was it? Pepper lady. Paige Bueckers. Nutmeg Melvin? No. She said that. Was it Spice Girl?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it some punch boy?
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the Gbag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Yeah, buddy, it's hour number 2 of the Gbag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. What a big Cowboys news day here. So much going on. Talking about America's team here. A couple of weeks to go until the draft, but we are now comfortably inside the month of April, and Wolchuk has your NFL news of the day. Here he is.
I'm so sorry, Brian. We got bad news. The method for measuring first downs in the NFL is going to switch from the chain gangs to camera-based technology for this coming year.
That's a shame.
Now, the traditional chain crew will remain on the sidelines.
There you go.
In a secondary capacity. So
Just
it's not
in case
like
there's a mess up.
Yeah, it's not like we're saying, like, guys, sorry, you can't be on the field anymore. You no longer have a job. They just really won't have a job.
They really
We're not
won't.
really going to rely on you for
They're
anything.
props now.
Yeah, you're props.
They're part of the look.
Just there for the aesthetic.
Till we decide they're in the way.
Yeah, and just in case something breaks down, then we've got you there.
Yeah.
But otherwise, really, you don't have a job. You're just kind of doing the bit.
There's going to be coaches wanting to see down the line of scrimmage. They're going to look at those guys, and now they're not necessary. They're gone. Bye-bye.
Get out of here.
Yeah, but so you think eventually this will just move away from those guys not even having a presence on the sideline?
Yeah.
Over time. Once they prove that the technology is not going to crap out on them, so like they're in fear of like having the backup necessary, or maybe they'll find another backup to where they don't have to have them. Eventually, they'll get phased
That will be
out.
that will be kind of a sad day.
Yeah, because I like seeing it. You know, there's something about
Nothing
that.
better than those dudes getting run over on the sideline.
Exactly. There's usually one or two a year that are pretty
Blowout a
funny.
knee.
Yeah, pretty
One
comical.
guy broke his leg.
It was
a couple
Alvin
years
Kamara.
ago. Yeah, that's right.
But remember, Alvin Kamara gave him a signed jersey
He did.
after that.
He sent him some cool stuff.
All is good.
He did.
I think they're the rare game officials I don't absolutely despise, though, and I think it's because they're not making any bad judgment calls. You know what they do with science. I'm going to give you 10 yards.
Yeah,
next week, Sunday, 12 noon, I'm going to give you 10 yards again.
Do it.
What are you looking for?
NFL owners have tabled the proposal to ban the tush push. They want to talk about the language of this thing.
They're tabling the tush?
They're tabling the tush. So they might just end up changing the language. You can't be like pushing people, which would then end up inevitably changing the way that they have to do the play.
Because it's not a tush problem necessarily. It's just 100%. It's a push problem.
It's a push issue. The tushes are fair play. We also have the dynamic kickoffs here to stay, but there's one notable adjustment. NFL owners voted today that they will move the ball to the 35-yard line on touchbacks, which, if you don't know what the touchback is, it is kicks sent into the end zone. So they did see 332 more kickoff returns, which was a 21.8% bump, or 32.8% bump from previously. But now, I mean, this is great news for the Cowboys, because if somebody does say, hey, we don't want to kick it to Kevontae Turpin, you're a first down away from being in field goal range with Butter Aubrey on your team.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think that's
you probably should kick it to Turpin. Take your chances.
I mean, it definitely benefits the Cowboys from the Turpin standpoint. I don't like the idea of, because you get these coaches like McCarthy that just love a field goal. So all of a sudden they're like getting conservative now on 3rd and 5 at midfield because they're like, hey, we can just settle for 3. We don't have to risk this thing. Well, they're just settling for 60-yard field goals.
With how bad the Cowboys' red zone offense has been anyway, they're probably going to be settling for 3.
Just kick that field goal on first
just
down.
Save the time.
Yeah.
Just
get 10 field goals.
Screw it. Just move forward. All right, speaking of the Cowboys, this has been a content-rich environment. We'll talk more C-Note coming up. Shotty was talking about draft stuff, the Micah deal, wide receiver 2. But Brandon Laurie's done an excellent job, part of Blogging the Boys, putting out clips of Todd France's interview, who is Dak Prescott's agent with Athletes First. And we got a couple of cuts from this. Here's Todd France talking about, Dak, and if the deal didn't get done, if he was willing to actually leave the Cowboys and test free agency.
He gave us the green. You do what you need to do. Like, I'm focused on football.
Yeah.
Especially when they started very late coming back at us. They could have done it all off season.
Yeah.
And when Dak's getting ready for camp and getting into camp, the switch flips. Like, he does not want to be involved in or having conversations about the contract.
Yep.
Now we can talk about it, and he didn't even want to be updated unless there was something worthy to be talked about.
Yep.
Now I still did, and he still heard it, but they were shorter conversations. They weren't near as in depth as they were the first go around because he was in training camp.
Yeah.
And that's where he wanted to be, and that's where his mindset was. And he was willing to bet on himself. He's like, that's fine. They don't want to do a contract. I'll be a free agent.
Yeah.
And of course the Cowboys, were banking on the star on the helmet, and that no matter what, he's going to come back. And it wasn't going to work out that way. I had a deal not worked out. I really believe it.
Man, big missed opportunity. I'm so surprised the Cowboys would get leveraged so hard into more than Josh Allen got by such a significant amount. They really got beat up on this contract. This might be why Jerry's so strong against Micah, because they finally realized how bad they were getting humiliated. These negotiations.
Oh, it's about to get worse for him with Mike and David Mulugheta. He's not going to come out the winner of this one. Mike is going to get every single dollar and penny that he wants. But again, Todd France is saying they were late to the offer on this. I mean, that's the theme. They're late. They don't have a sense of urgency. Their time is their time. Whenever they feel like, okay, now we've got to get a deal done, they'll get the deal done.
Yeah.
Here's Todd France also talking about the specifics of Dak's deal.
Sorry about that. 1 sec. Caught me in the middle of podcasting.
Ultimately, made a significant offer of guaranteed money, but you just can't look at the guaranteed money in a vacuum. You have to look at all of the pieces. And obviously the media is getting bits and pieces and making it out like Dak's crazy and he's being offered $100 million guaranteed and he's this and he's that. And, and ultimately, I had to sit down with Dak and educate him on why it doesn't make sense to do that deal, and then have all of our contingencies in place. Because if you're telling a guy to turn down $100 million,
yep,
a lot can happen, either bad play, injuries, whatever. So we went through a brainstorm of every scenario that could possibly happen. And if it happened, what was our plan?
Yep.
And so he knew, including a significant injury.
Yep.
And how that would impact another negotiation. And he was comfortable with all that, from the insurance plan and understanding that that's not the end all be all, to a permanent injury if you can never play football, like what your future looks like. And obviously, as a later round draft pick, teams have a tendency to dangle money in front of a player and that they'll just grab it because it's, more than they've ever seen.
Yep.
And that is a strategy by a team. And I get that. And some kids might go for that. Luckily for me, Dak put all his 100% trust and faith in what I was guiding him and telling him. We went through every scenario. It was very detailed. And we ultimately turned down that money. Yeah. And I remember the day I called Steven and told him we weren't going to do it. And I remember exactly what his response was. Exactly what his response was.
To be a fly on the wall and hear that response. I wonder what that response was. I don't think it was very good, and I bet it was probably some 4-letter words.
Yeah, it would have to be very frustrating, especially because you're just going to cave. And that's, I think, a big problem. Salute to Dak and his team for having great savvy and, and the cojones to go for the better deal. But if they had been paying attention, they knew that even if we get hurt, chances are the Cowboys will still sign us to a big deal. And that happened with Terrence Steele. It happened with Michael Gallup. It happened with Dak. I think that is the missed opportunity for me, is letting players not play at, up to their potential or at the highest level for their position in the entire sport, and then still, give them market setting type deals. If we're going that they are actually trying to negotiate and not just engagement farming and dragging this out to do media, if we're going that this is their best attempt, it really looks like they just say early, you have to do a team-friendly deal if you want to get a deal done with us. If not, you got to wait. And then once they get to the end, they say, okay, you won, you waited. So now you get to dictate the terms of the deal. And I think it's because they don't want to really put in the day-to-day work that it would take to hammer one of these things out. Sometimes it takes hours and hours and hours. The Joneses don't have time for that. They got a billionaire lifestyle to tend to, okay? And I think that's one of the main problems with them being so involved in the day-to-day operations of the football team.
Yeah, I mean, because they are phenomenal business people, and they've got a lot of other businesses that I believe are probably thriving, and they probably are great when it comes to negotiating some of those business deals. But unless you get an agent that maybe is not the same caliber of a Todd France or a David Mulugheta or a Dave Cantor, some of these other agents that have clearly bullied them instead of the other way around in negotiations. And it's easy to say, like, hey, we're talking to Micah. These players are smart like Dak. You hire an agent for a reason, and you're hiring the shark of all agents in David Mulugheta because you want to maximize every bit of money you're getting. So if you're Micah, Jerry can offer you whatever the hell you want in person. But I'm not signing a damn thing until my agent is sitting there telling me and guiding me in what to do. So Dak could hear $100 million guaranteed. Hell yeah, thank you. I'm here for that. I was a 4th-round pick. That's life-changing. And then Todd France sits Dak down, like he said there, and explains to him exactly why that's not the right thing to do. So maybe in the past it worked for the Cowboys to have the one-on-one conversations with a Dez, a Romo, a Tyron Smith, whatever it was. But today, these players are smarter than that. Unless they're representing themselves, you're not going to accomplish anything without having the agent in the room.
I was thinking if I was Micah, what I'd do is I would go ahead and fire my agent. Me and Jerry have been talking a lot about this and just taking 40.5, I got a pretty good understanding right now of what I can get. It's not going to be, so much more by keeping Mulugheta that I need him.
Just take out the middleman here.
Yeah.
And if you're Jerry, that's the sell.
Yeah. I want like 120 guaranteed.
You don't need to be giving up any percentage of your earnings.
Yeah, I think the financial stuff sort of is what it is for the most part, but it's all the other things like Dak's agent was just explaining. Like, yeah, the $100 million guaranteed is awesome, but all these other details of the contract that are going to create leverage for you even on the next deal. No tags, no trade clauses.
Like he
all
was
those
3 steps
things.
ahead in this thing. So like he's already putting in stipulations for Dak's next deal, which he just ended up signing.
I think ChatGPT could answer all this for me, like what I want.
Ooh, maybe it could.
I mean, it's a lot of money, right?
It is a lot of money.
What is it for an agent? 5%? 5%? Like, so he's looking
for agents?
Yeah.
3%.
3%?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, $6 million. Could save myself here.
Could. It's a lot of money. It's a lot of cheddar. The NFL has voted to change the overtime rules during the regular season. It's now going to align with the playoffs, but because they don't want to go a full 15 minutes, right? Player safety here. We got to shave that overtime down to 10 minutes. Yeah, we're going to take out 5 minutes because the 5 minutes, people can get hurt, all right? They can injure themselves.
Yeah.
So we're going to go 10 minutes here in overtime. Now, I did hear Bobby ask this question. It was a rare, phenomenal question from Bob.
Wow, shots fired.
What happens, though, if you get a team, and the likelihood of this happening, not high, but let's say they just go on a 10-minute drive and kill that whole thing. Does the other team still get the opportunity to possess the ball? Is it a full-on untimed drive?
No, they don't.
I wouldn't think so.
No, didn't Dallas do that to Philadelphia?
Just over?
Didn't it? The Amari Cooper overtime winner against Philadelphia?
Well, that was one of the rules where you score, you win. You get a touchdown, you win the game.
I thought that was like a 10-minute drive.
No, they scored the touchdown to win.
Right. But I'm saying they never gave him, I mean, yeah. But the drive was impressive.
It was an impressive drive, but there still was time on the clock. So in this scenario, Philly would have had the opportunity to get the ball back. If there actually was 0 seconds on the clock, I don't know what they would do. I guess you're right. You just move on.
Seems fair. Yeah. You have an opportunity. Play defense.
You lost.
Don't let the other team hold it for 10 minutes.
Don't let them do that. You stink. The NFL has also voted to expand instant replay assistance. So under this expanded purview, a flag can now be picked up for defenseless player, face mask, horse collar, tripping, and roughing/running into the kicker penalties, so long as there's clear and obvious video evidence to showcase that the flag was improperly thrown. So that could be big. I mean, that could be a game-altering type of call that was made, and now you can go back. Video evidence shows you, this guy wasn't illegally downfield. No, he didn't rough the kicker. This should just be running into. Could be huge.
Feels like something they should just do in the final 2 minutes of the half and the game, because I wonder how much that could slow particular games down.
I'm sure if it does, they'll go ahead and mess with this again. Because right now they've got it pretty much dialed where we got 3-hour games and then you're moving on. Last thing here, the NFL, we know they owned Christmas Day last year. They did the Thursday double feature. It's now going to be a triple header on Christmas Day as Netflix will be heading this one again. They'll have game 1 and game 2, but the NFL is kicking Amazon a third game. So we get the Christmas Day triple header this year after the success of 2 games last year. So much sports. You get the NBA on Christmas Day, and you're going to get the triple header for the NFL. So we'll see if the Cowboys play in that. There is momentum building. The Cowboys will be playing the Jets in London. So we'll wait for the schedule to get that finalized. But there was some buzz coming out of the meetings. They could end up being one of these UK games this year. Jets would be the home team. Cowboys.
Hello. You ready? Let's do this.
I went in 2014. It was fun.
Road trip.
That'd be like a 5:30 a.m. pregame.
All righty. We got to run. Gbag Nation. There's Wolchuk's NFL news of the day. What Jerry Jones says Micah Parsons has to do if he wants that big old bag of money. The C-Note Cowboys news of the evening is next on the Fan.
Commercial-free Gbag. Salute. It's our commercial-free expressway. Afternoons at 5:20 on 105.3 The Fan and on our Odyssey app. Presented by Comerica.
Hey Tolos, Eric Chiafalo here with Josh and Alexis Vining of Greystone Roofing, a family-owned business that's been serving DFW for years.
Thanks, Eric. Here at Greystone Roofing, we're licensed, we're local, and we don't use door knockers or high-pressure sales tactics.
We just deliver honest, quality craftsmanship. We're a family, and we treat your home like our own.
If you're looking for a roof that's built to last with no gimmicks and no hassle, just honest, reliable service, call my friends at Greystone Roofing today or visit them online at greystone-roofing.com.
D-Bat Addison is DFW's #1 baseball and softball training facility. Whether your young athlete is just starting out or aiming for the big leagues, D-Bat has the professional coaching, elite camps, and top-notch training they need to succeed.
that, Sally.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Boys news of the evening. Segment's brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. And it's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With the Frankels, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Franklin Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Fascinating story out of the NFL Brian sent to me today shortly before the show started. The league is expected to opt out of their television deals with Fox, CBS, Amazon, and ESPN 4 years early. Okay, this thing not due to expire till 2033, but they're going to pull the plug on this thing 2029, and the reason is the data that they keep getting in on revenue and revenue projections is the current deal is significantly undervalued. So as much money as the NFL is making, it's way low. So they're going to bail on this bad boy in 2029 and start renegotiating it. It is a ways out. But if you remember last time, it was quite interesting as the side effects were a bidding war for talent, and the play-by-play and the analyst money went from a couple mil to all of a sudden $20-25 million for some of these big hitter play-by-play guys. Tony Romo, $20 million a year. Tom Brady, more, as a result of those networks trying to be the belle of the ball and look the prettiest to get the best games and all that. And I wouldn't be surprised if a similar thing happened this time around. Big money in that sports TV. It's incredible. Like the games that they're putting on now, like 3rd and 4th division live soccer games. You know, it's a golden era if you want to watch Division III college basketball. It's just everywhere on your apps because it's more valuable than anything else. All the TV shows, the movies, we're all getting that on demand.
Exactly. Yeah, we're only watching sports in real time.
Yep. Okay, Nick Harris tweet here. He says, I asked Jerry if a reason why he could be waiting to get Micah's deal done is to see if he shows up to OTAs and steps into the leadership role. That's an interesting angle.
Mm-hmm.
Jerry's answer, Micah has to be the player that he wants paid as. He has to be a tremendous leader for the Dallas Cowboys. Can Micah be a tremendous leader? What's Jerry L saying here?
I think a big thing will be, are you there and at the facility for OTAs and mini camps this year?
And I think that's really the extent of it. It's just being there.
Yeah, and you know what? Even being there at times, even if you're not the natural leader, which it doesn't really appear that Micah is, just from the outside looking in, and then from just, whispers and things that we get told. He doesn't necessarily have all those traits that you're kind of born with, right? You can't just say, like, I'm a leader, I want to be. You kind of just, or you're not. But being there, I think, is half the battle.
I think it is. Be there with enthusiasm. Yeah. That's leadership. You can't be the rah-rah guy. You can't be the leader of the speaking and all that all the time. Everybody's not talented for that kind of deal. Sorry, Brian.
No problem. I think it's going to be very hard for him to be there all the time. I think he has. Me too. I think he's one of these guys that has so many other interests, and outside. I've said this a bunch. I think he hates classroom football. I don't think he wants to be a part of that.
He likes to sumo wrestle in Japan from time to time.
He likes to podcast. He likes to go around and see professional sporting events. He likes to travel. His time is his time. And I think it's going to be very, very difficult for him. He will be around when he absolutely has to be around. And if you want to say, okay, is he going to be a leader once they get off the plane in Oxnard and it ends whenever it ends? I think that's fair game. But I don't think when the springtime, that is Micah Parsons' time to go do what Micah Parsons wants to do.
Have you guys ever looked at the sumo guys? They look to be able to stand tall and hold so much power. Like they'd be a good guard, wouldn't they? These sumo guys?
The leverage that they play with, because their ability, their ability to play with their knees bent and then to kind of pick up and drive.
Natural knee benders.
Yeah. Maybe some good one techs. I know Shoddy said,
there you go.
Micah said that he wants to be around. It's where he wants to be. I think we're very comfortable with that. I have no question in my mind that he will be around. So it sounds like maybe a little bit of a challenge from the organization here.
I don't know how much it matters that if he's there. If he wants to be a leader, the only chance is to be there. I just think he's an amazing football player. He's not a leader, so whatever he does on Sundays, I'm thrilled with. But I find it interesting that Jerry said that. Does that have a bearing on the negotiation? Do they look at it like, if you want to get paid like this and you're not a leader, maybe you're not one of our guys. Are the Cowboys just like punching the clock on this negotiation and getting to a final end point at some deadline in the future? Or are they actually considering all options behind the scenes and thinking, we need concessions from Micah and his team, or maybe we try to do something else?
Yeah, because it would be very easy for him to comply for one off season to earn the contract. And then once it's signed, who knows what his off seasons will look like over the course of the next 4 or 5 years, unless you can contractually obligate him. And I don't even know if you're allowed to do that. Obligate a player to voluntary workouts. Can you make them involuntary?
You can negotiate it in a way to where you can say he could get bonuses for working out. But when you're making $40 million a year,
you might not care.
You might get that $250,000 bonus. So what?
Yeah,
that's how some of these players.
I want to be in Fiji.
Yeah, some of these players need the workout bonus money. People that make $40 million a year don't need that money.
Okay, some Coach Shoddy audio. He was talking about what they're looking for at 12. Here we go.
Starting point would be best player available. You're always looking for game changers when you're picking 12. Like, we don't want to ever pick 12th again. All right, let's be honest. We don't want to pick that high. But you're looking for guys that influence the game. How do you influence the game? You rush the quarterback and you get sacks, strip sacks, fumbles, whatever it is. You score touchdowns. Okay, so those are usually, I look at it this way: you build it from the outside in. So you got corners, receivers, they get isolated one-on-one. Pass rushers, tackles, they get isolated one-on-one. And then obviously the quarterback position. But usually that's the way I've looked at it, is when you're building a roster, kind of think of it from building it from outside in, based on guys that get isolated a lot. Because when you're isolated and you can't help, it's a pretty daunting task sometimes.
Yeah, pretty general positional value type stuff. Your 4 main important positions. You'd like your best player available to be one of those. But I think the most applicable thing to me is you need best available player, because you need good ones around here.
That outside in was pretty interesting.
Yeah.
Because, I grew up, I guess, thinking inside out. What are those outside receivers good for if I don't have the ability to block for them to allow my quarterback time? Now,
Shedeur Sanders lives that when he has to deal with Travis Hunter, is one of the best players in college football,
and as a receiver,
they can't block for him.
Yeah, you can be neutralized because now, we've seen it with Pat Mahomes in the 2 Super Bowls that he lost. So I guess maybe for Shoddy, he saw Seattle built that way in a sense. Did they do that a little bit outside in? Like they were really good at corner.
John was always taking running backs and always taking offensive linemen. And
like, did we think of their line as being that? They did have some good D linemen, but they were their secondary. So like I get some of what he's saying there, but it's also a different type of approach.
It is different because of the way his father was.
Yeah.
His father was about the physicality, and you would figure that would be inside out. So, yeah, a little bit different there.
It did make me think corner, receiver, edge.
He might be throwing you off a little bit there.
You never know.
Well, that is the premium positions that are getting paid. The guys that hit the quarterbacks, the guys that catch touchdowns, the guys that are defending the wide receivers. And I think the Cowboys have built like that for a long time, targeting those. The thing is, the trick is, how do you also get a good center, 2 guards, a running back, and stand-up linebackers while making your premium positions as great as possible?
You can't neglect like they have in the past, where you just don't have linebackers.
Yeah.
Where they're just punting on the position altogether in that final year with Dan Quinn. So there are elements to that as well. But I did think it is one of the first times I've heard that, where you're talking about from the outside in. I get what he's saying, the players on an island that can't necessarily be helped as much with scheme, but you can help wide receivers get open. It doesn't always have to be you have to just beat the guy in front of you.
Especially with his tight bunches and what he wants to talk about, like just tighter formations. You're not leaving them as susceptible as you would outside.
But then when he talked about winning the division, he talked about how important it was to be beasts in the front 7 on both sides of the ball. So he's kind of just saying everything.
Could just be throwing people off sense.
I love the idea of the tight formation, though, and wide receivers that can block. This is a good talking point. I think there's a lot of potential in that. Here he is talking about wide receivers and something they're looking for still as they're out there looking for a wide receiver, too. I believe he reflects on Tolbert. Here we go.
Yeah, Again, CeeDee's an incredible player. Always looking to add depth at that room. Again, really proud of Jalen Tolbert. I've talked about him from the time we started talking about it 2 years ago when he was improving to now we talk about him as the leading receiver, touchdown-wise on our team. Along with finding guys and adding more pieces, it's our job as a staff to be a developmental staff, right? We need to get these guys like Ryan Flournoy and Mingo to take the next step. We have to do that. That's our job. And so one of the things that we're working on right now is an improvement plan for each guy, okay? And, all right, so let's use Mingo, for example. These are the 2 or 3 things that, okay, hey, for Mingo to get to where we want him to go, he does these 3 things. It's not just those 3 things. It's what are the steps, the action plan to do those 3 things. And so that's what we're looking at now with our current players because, as you know, they come back here in 2 weeks. And so between developing those guys on the roster and always looking under every corner to add some speed and some more playmaking skills, we're always looking to do that.
Love to hear that. You got to have a backup plan to add, though. I know he wants to protect his guys and give Flournoy and Mingo a shot and Tolbert and Brooks and whoever else, but from a front office perspective, we got to get him some better players. That's what that comes down to right there. And I'd be excited if they do it at 12. Got a lot of draft coverage here coming up all month long as we build towards this draft. We'll have the best draft coverage in the world, led by Brian Broaddus.
Thank you, man.
Wolchuk, a big part of it. Okay, and Krusty's Corner's coming up next, man. Where are you taking it?
Yeah, speaking of positions in the draft, this is one we haven't talked a lot about. I'm going to walk Zach through some stuff and see what he thinks. We'll do that next.
Okay, right here, we're going to chat about the Frankels, though, because live...
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika.
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Oh, thank you very much, Ross, in for Lucius this week. It's the Gbag Nation here on The Fan. You know, Jerry Jones was effusive in his praise for DeMarcus Lawrence and the leadership he gave the Cowboys. Said the comments that he made shortly after joining Seattle have zero influence on his desire to put DeMarcus in the Cowboys Ring of Honor.
Ring of Honor?
Yeah. But he has, he wasn't saying he's going in the Ring of Honor. He's just saying that would have no bearing on it.
Wow.
Like what Tank said about the Cowboys never winning the Super Bowl.
For sure.
Yeah, it would have no bearing. I don't know. It seems like Jerry's very pro-Tank, though, talking about his leadership. And Tank and Micah is, a legitimate dispute there, publicly backing the guy that left. I find that interesting. Maybe Jerry had his champion in that dispute. I don't know. You tell me, Brian. Here's Brian with Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. Brian.
Thank you very much, Cheryl. Thank you to Reliant for being a part of this as well. Can I ask you guys a real quick question about Coach mentioned Mingo off the jump at wide receiver.
Fail.
Do you feel like that their thought of Mingo and coaching him up, and I know you just said what you said, but do you feel like that they feel differently or a lot differently about him than, of course, how we do, and what they feel about him might affect how they draft wide receiver?
Yeah.
Because we're talking about who do you pair with CeeDee Lamb? You think, oh, well, put somebody big on the other side. That I was looking at something the other day, matter of fact, with Hunter. You talk about a guy who can catch slants and stuff like that, but I was just kind of looking at numbers and metrics. But you're thinking about a big-bodied receiver opposite of CD. Do you think that makes them, that we're not looking at Mingo enough? They feel like that, we've got a guy. We've got a guy that, kind of like what they thought about before they took Dak, when they had Jamil Showers at quarterback, and they felt like they already had their Dak.
Yeah, coming into the offseason, there was a part of me that felt like, yes, they would just use the Mingo trade, which is still fresh. This isn't something that it's now a couple years into it. This is still very, very fresh. They felt like just a few months ago he was worth giving up a fourth-round pick for. So in my mind, I was thinking they might just use that as an excuse to sort of avoid the position and let's see what we have in this guy. But then the more the offseason has gone on, the more louder it's gotten about the need for wide receiver 2 opposite CeeDee Lamb. And so I've kind of moved off that. But it wouldn't be shocking to me for them to just be like, hey, we traded for Mingo. Let's see what we got with this guy.
Yes, I don't think it would shock me either, Chief, and it would be pathetic and dysfunctional. But the only thing you could see in Mingo is we're going tight formation. He can block.
We're going to play reduced, yeah.
And there's going to be situations where the other team thinks he's just a blocker and he's going to be so wide open, and then we'll throw him the ball, and he'll still only catch half of the targets. Like this guy's completion percentage, based on his per target is just horrible. It's a fail. I think the fact you gave up a fourth-round pick for it is embarrassing. Back to you, Brian.
Well, so Steven yesterday said we're still open to looking at a really explosive number 2 that could upgrade us. He did clarify I like our room and certainly the players we currently have, but he did mention that we're looking to upgrade possibly wide receiver 2, which makes me a little bit hopeful that that's still definitely a target at 12 possibly if one's there, but the explosive, that might open up all statures of players.
Yeah,
it might not be the body type that we're thinking.
Right, because that's the thing about CeeDee Lamb. He's not overly big, but he's also not overly fast. So when you're looking to complement him, you could go either direction on that.
You could go Matthew Golden.
You can go
6 foot,
just speedster guy, because that's not necessarily CeeDee Lamb, or you could go the Ted McMillan route, which is bigger body guy who can also push the ball down the field, but he's not the fastest guy on the field. So I think you could look at it either way, just a flavors kind of deal.
Yeah, I'm interested because, like I said, how do you guys feel about Tolbert then? Is that, even though that,
I don't feel good about any one of these guys not named CeeDee Lamb being wide receiver number 2. Everybody else is just a 3 at best.
Yeah.
Yeah, Tolbert's a guy that I don't mind having as probably my 4th best wide receiver right now, a guy that can do a few things out there, but we need a number 2 and a number 3.
All right. I was thinking the same thing. They keep talking about Tolbert, and we talk about him every year.
Yeah, you're going to the last year of his deal.
I'm not.
He just hasn't done it yet.
I'm just kind of not interested in talking about him anymore.
It was a pretty good year last year.
He finished the season on a little touchdown run, but he never really capitalized off the breakout game against the Steelers.
Yeah, I feel like Tolbert's a one-game good, and then there's 3 or 4 games where he doesn't show up. And I think that's the consistency thing, Dawson, that I'm.
Yeah.
I mean, you're right. I mean, the guy had some touchdowns, but I think he could have done so much more, and he just didn't. And maybe that's because of the quarterback play. Maybe it's dealing with Cooper Rush and things like that doesn't necessarily help your situation. Wolchuk, I'm going to try and convince you this team needs a safety.
Okay.
The starting safety. You up for that?
Yeah, you don't have to convince me too hard.
Twist his arm.
What do you think about, though, and the safeties that you've looked at? And I want to run through them if I can, because, again, Pro Football Focus has done the superlatives for the safety position.
Okay.
And I want to kind of run through, and you pick me the best one that you feel like. And likely, and we talked about it today on the draft show a little bit with KJ Winston from Penn State as a kind of a free safety guy, but they got these superlatives for these safeties, and I want to see if you agree with what they say. But do you feel like that's a position that maybe we're not talking about nearly enough? You did re-sign your 2 backup guys, but should Hooker and Wilson both be on alert that at 44 you could take a safety here?
I think you could upgrade over both of them. I really do in this draft class at 44. There's 4 safeties that I think would be instant upgrades right now. So, yeah, and then Donovan Wilson, also the cap casualty aspect of it, where you could save some money if you wanted to get off of that deal. So it's actually one of the few that they actually have some depth, it seems like, if they left it status quo. But you can absolutely upgrade that room.
They say the best athlete, Pro Football Focus, is Nick Amenawari.
Yeah,
South Carolina.
That's true, from South Carolina. He's a freak athlete, and he tested out of this world.
6'3", 220 pounds.
Yeah.
Do you think he's a first-round player? You don't have him in your top 15, do you? I know I don't.
No, I do not. In fact, I ended up putting 4 safeties ahead of him. He's my 5th safety.
See, that's what's funny, guys. The film does not translate as far as the workout guy, as far as the speed and the athletic ability and stuff like that. Here's a guy that's going to get overdrafted. He is going to get way overdrafted, and he's going to disappoint people in the way he plays because he doesn't play the way he tests.
It's really the tackle. Like, he should be a much more physical player, and you don't see him running the alley and wanting to really use that physicality at times.
Can I interest you in the best tackler that they say? That would be Kevin Winston from Penn State.
Yeah, Kevin Winston is a great tackler. I would probably agree with that. I think Makuba is a
Texas
harder tackler.
Yeah.
Makuba's got more pop. Winston probably a more consistent tackler.
Yeah, this is unfortunately for him. He got hurt like in the 2nd week of the season, so he's coming off a knee injury that caused him to miss. His career, he's only missed 2% of the tackles since he's been at Penn State.
When he led Penn State with 60 tackles, 2.5 for loss.
Yeah, this guy does not. This might be a guy. Do you have him like in the 3rd round?
I got him in the 2nd.
Do you? Okay, you like him a little bit more than me.
I like him a lot. He reminds me a little bit of Earl Thomas in the way that he plays, but he's a bigger player.
Yeah,
he's a center fielder kind of guy.
Yeah,
I think so. Yeah,
he could play. Yeah, he could play.
Bobby sees him a little differently, but I think the coverage was there when I watched him.
Best ball skills, Xavier Watts. I think this is one of the best safeties in the draft.
Agreed.
From Notre Dame.
Yeah.
Okay,
he led the country with 7 picks.
Yeah, this guy is a ball hawk. You talk about, and now you draft him. You think he goes in the 1st round for somebody, or is he a 2nd round guy that you might be able to grab at 44?
I think he's an option at 44. I've got him in the 2nd.
Yeah, I think this guy is. You talk about a right place at the right time player. That's what this guy is.
Impact guy.
He is always around the ball, and the ball gravitates towards him. He makes some tremendous plays. He would be an absolute upgrade over your 2 starters that you had right now. The best guy in the slot. Have you seen Malachi Moore from Alabama?
I've not seen Malachi Moore from Alabama.
Okay,
no.
Okay. They say that you talk about the best cover safety in the slot. Most versatile they talk about is Malachi Starks from Georgia.
Yeah, Malachi
I
Starks is tough one to argue.
I think he's going to get overdrafted as well here too, because the athletic ability I don't think matches how he plays. I think he tests really, really, really poorly.
He did.
Tape's somewhat better than the way that he tests here. You feel like that would be an upgrade for you right there?
I still think it would be. I mean, to me, he's interchangeable, can play either spot. He is reliable. He's a super smart player. Now, originally we were looking at him like, is he one of the top 10 to 15 players in this draft? No, he's not. But I still think he is a good football player.
I think if you gave me a choice of a safety that I could take at 44, I would take Makuba from Texas. And I know not enough people have talked about him.
Yeah, I would take Watts or Makuba.
Yeah, either one of those guys. Makuba is one of these guys. We look at Brian Branch, what he's able to do, play down, play back, cover in the slot. This guy does all that. So if you're looking for a position, again, we haven't talked about these guys very much at all. I think Makuba from Texas, Watts from Notre Dame are two guys at 44 that you need to consider if those are outstanding football players that help the middle of your defense a lot.
I mean, if they do that in the second round, then that would probably be showing their hand on going just best player available.
Yeah.
Because the need factor, as much as you, like you said, Walchuk, you could definitely upgrade from your safeties. You don't love what you have.
Yeah.
But
these guys
elsewhere,
are I think these are difference maker safeties.
Yeah, and I'm here for it.
Yeah.
I'm totally here for it. If they do that, that would be them just probably going best player available for real.
Yeah.
Well, thank you, Brian.
Thank you, Dawson.
Krusty's Corner every afternoon, 3:40, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. We're coming back with the sports hodgepodge.
Yes, don't get got by Tiger Woods on this April Fool's Day, plus your sports headline of the day next year in the nation.
Yes, sir. I want to chat with you first about Window Nation, though.
products? You gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking out.
forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curd?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the Gbag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number 3 of the Gbag Nation. Rangers pregame coming up at 5 o'clock. We're getting back to winning ways here with Evaldi on the hill. Pregame at 5, first pitch 5:40. Wolchuk's top 10's right around the corner. And then a proper round tripper. We'll have some Rangers content. Let's do a sports hodgepodge here with the Chief.
It's April Fool's Day, also known as Christmas Day for the professional ball sackers out there. I mean, it is rampant on the timeline. You got to be careful. Almost ran with a couple of things today. I thought Arizona State was really going with the red velvet turf.
That was a good bit.
I thought they were going with the red, and here's the reason why. It looked awesome.
Yeah. You can see some sponsors getting in there.
Arizona State with the graphic that they were going taking a page out of the Boise State playbook, or there's another team.
Eastern Washington.
Eastern Washington.
Yeah, has red turf
with the red turf.
And then what's our turf? We have gray turf at Eastern Michigan. I think I watched that.
If you
one.
say so, man.
Yeah.
But
have you seen the film with Eastern Michigan? Gray turf.
It looks very gray.
It's gray.
But the red velvet field at Arizona State, it passed the eye test to me, man. That's one that they might actually want to consider. But that is also a April Fool's prank.
Sack.
Now, I didn't expect Tiger Woods to get in on the sacking today, but he got a lot of people.
Man, he loves a good prank like that, though.
He tweets out 8 hours ago.
Probably has a super dorky smile while he's banging it out.
I can't believe I'm saying this, but a few weeks after rupturing my left Achilles, the sleeping in a hyperbaric chamber plus the explosive lifts my doctors and trainers have me ready to play the Masters next week. Can't wait. See y'all on the course.
I mean, it was worth the shot. Aaron Rodgers' butt cracked half the NFL media last year about his Achilles.
Yeah, that's true.
I'll be back.
One of the most underreported ball sackings in sports history.
They should do some level of 30 for 30 on that, because that was an all-timer. Jets fans actually thought that their beloved Aaron Rodgers was going to be making that comeback. But don't expect to see Tiger Woods out for the Masters, ladies and gentlemen. Now, I believe this is the best headline of the sports day as we go to the New York Post, the back page in New York. Or, excuse me, this is the Daily News. And it is honoring Pete Alonso and the Mets because he had a nice grand slam last night. Alonso's on fire. And the headline reads, "Raw polar bear power, not some fancy bat, is all Alonso needs to launch grand slam in Mets romp." And then in big bold letters, it's Torpedo.
Ooh,
for
I like
Pete
it.
Alonso.
Look at that.
Raw polar bear power, not some fancy bat, is all Alonso needs to launch a grand slam in Mets romp.
It's like a new flex. I did it with a regular bat.
Exactly. That's what this is. This is now they're going to try and shame you for being a torpedo batsman, if that's who you are. The Pete Alonsos of the world are like, hey, we do it traditional over here.
Don't need it.
Don't need any help for the power.
Last time I saw something like this, it was the winter of '95, Chief. And what happened is in downhill skiing, alpine skiing, if you will, Brian.
Yeah, is that Franz Klammer in them?
I don't know.
Ah, Franz and Svans.
But skis used to be straight.
Yeah.
They started making them more parabolic, more like an hourglass shape like this. And they were so much better.
Really?
And for about one ski season, the traditionalists were like, oh, I will never ski with those parabolics.
Yeah.
I'm a traditionalist. And people were just making so much better turns, and it looked really fun, so everybody switched very quickly.
Yeah, when the proof is in the pudding, and we'll see over the course of time here from a sample size standpoint if this torpedo bat is here to stay. But, yeah, be careful. Be careful what you say, because that might come back to bite you if you're shaming the torpedo batsman.
Yeah, we need some real data on this, and then we'll see. But early returns are encouraging that this is just a much better way to take advantage of where that sweet spot is placed.
We'd like to take you to the AAC where the Mavs lost to the Brooklyn Nets last night, and before the game, Nico Harrison was out and about, schmoozing, rubbing elbows, acting like he's not the biggest bee in the world. And right there courtside was a Mavs fan filming in Nico's face as he chanted the inevitable Nico chant.
Fire Nico! Fire Nico! Fire Nico!
As Nico Harrison is just walking into the locker room area. Right in his face. I do respect that because a lot of this hasn't been completely, it's been at a distance, oftentimes in buildings where Nico Harrison is nowhere close to from a proximity standpoint. This is right in his face. He can't get away from it.
Can't run from this.
I do appreciate that's brave. That's courageous, and salute to that fan. I would have liked to see him maybe recruit a quick crowd. You get 4 or 5 people there. Can we get some better?
Okay, 4 or 5 people if that's enough, because I think that's the amount of people that were at the AAC for that disaster class of a basketball game last night.
I see. Might have to go over to other sections.
I saw nobody in the Jones seats at courtside.
Oh, they bailed.
Those will be empty for a while, I would presume.
So you got your guys back. Here you go, Dumont.
Wasn't Anthony Davis grabbing at his groin last night? Didn't you guys notice that? He's played awful these last few games.
Yeah.
The scoring output just hasn't quite been there for him. He got packed by Timmy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't
Drew
think
Timmy's family was there. In
hey,
that's for sure.
He's the
Local
March
kid.
man. I know that about Drew.
But
But geez.
I think he's playing at about 75 or 80%. I think maybe him and the team has a deal like, sure, you can come back, but do not go balls to the wall Superman like you did in those 3 quarters against the Rockets. Okay?
And
pace yourself.
And if that's the case, then don't have him out there at all.
Exactly.
This is all a waste of time, dude.
Yeah.
And
Klay Thompson was not good last night, though.
Klay Thompson was brutal.
Especially in the fourth. I mean, and I'm not talking.
Him and Dinwiddie both
I'm
at
not
the
talking
end.
about the final shot, though. He missed some shots.
He did.
Down. I mean, in the fourth that you would think that he would make, and yeah, he.
But the free throws just did him in a terrible way. They missed 12
their
free
defense was
throws.
bad. Sweeney and them, I don't know what they were doing, man.
No,
I mean,
but it
that
wouldn't
was
have
not
been. It
good.
wouldn't have been tight in that fourth quarter if they had
12-0 run was it that they went on? I mean, come on, can't allow that to happen. Turnovers and stuff. It's bad.
Yeah, it's really bad. Klay Thompson, I mean, he could be in L.A. right now enjoying what the Lakers have going on, or just still be in Golden State. Either way, you'd be a playoff team. So that's certainly a bummer
Captain's
for
going
him.
down with his ship.
Luka.
Mavs are going to be a play-in team.
They will.
There's no way Phoenix is going to catch him now with the KD situation.
Yeah.
They'll be a play-in.
Sacramento lose last night too.
Yeah. I guess that's probably what it's going to come down to.
I think they'll play against Sacramento for the right to play the loser of the 7-8 game.
That's right.
For the 8 seed. Okay.
And then upset the Thunder in the first round.
No, they're going to get
some.
I don't even think they'll make it to the postseason. I don't see them getting out of the play-in. Now Luka in the month of March, 30 points, 8.5 rebounds, 8.5 assists, and over 40% from the 3-point line. Youngest Laker to average 30-plus points per game in a single month since Colby. That's right.
Kobe Bryant.
Colby.
I said Kobe, right? Kobe Bryant?
I think you slipped an L in there. That's fine. That's fine.
Oh, here we go. Once again,
it's
the
all right.
old
I'm
watch
not trying to watchdog your pronunciation.
And you wonder why I watchdog you everything. Kobe Bryant. Kobe Bryant.
Colby.
Kobe Bryant.
The NFL is up. How about this from Troy Vincent? The NFL is up 133% on violent gestures, including the CeeDee Lamb finger sniff, and 52% they're up on sexual taunting. And he says, "Look, we got to be How about the numbers on that though? The advanced metrics on the tauntings, the violent and sexual tauntings." He says, we got to be responsible adults. We're not trying to take away the spontaneous moments, but the shooting and the killing and the sexual acts, you're a professional. You did that in high school and peewee ball. This is the pros.
That's what entertainment is.
Clean it up.
That's what you turn on the radio stations, you turn on the movies, you turn on the TV. We got sex and violence everywhere.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Figure it out.
Jeez.
Quit trying to be so dang. Nobody is for the worse for any of the violence or sexual gestures that the NFL players made over the last couple of years. Are we in a worse spot? I'd say we're in a better spot that actually their freedom of speech was respected, Brian.
Oh.
And expression.
Why are you dragging me on this then?
Because you're against it too, the fun
Yeah,
police
I see
over
you,
there.
Crusty.
Look at you.
Oh, stop
No
their celebration.
fun
They're
league.
humping the air.
It's
Didn't
just
you say that?
It's just the violent
I
stuff that
did.
Broadus doesn't like.
I say it all the time, especially when I'm watching the college tape and those guys start celebrating. I'm like, and the referees jump in there to kind of separate. I'm like, yeah, good job, Mr. Ref.
While
Jump
they're
in
down
there.
Don't let him pump like
22
that.
Jump in
points
there.
with 3 minutes to go in the fourth quarter,
Yeah.
and he's celebrating a sack.
Yeah.
So the beer drinking as a sport in ballparks has started to evolve a little bit.
I saw a good cup train the other day. Is that what it's called?
Snake.
Cup?
Oh, the snake.
Cup
yeah.
snake?
Yeah, the snake is cool.
Train. What am I doing?
You're thinking other things, man.
Yeah, you are.
Dawson's got me off my game a little bit today.
Yep.
So we had the Tokyo beer backpacks, right, where they're refilling. That was pretty cool.
Brilliant idea.
Now, so you have the souvenir bats, right, of beer.
Yes.
Now, one of the problems with the souvenir bat, because you're holding it at the base of the bat, you can't set it down anywhere. There's not a cup holder that is conducive to the beer bats. So now you're seeing at ballparks a little T-ball kind of stand where you can put the bat in there next to your seat so that it can hold it for you.
Very nice.
So just another example of making it as easy as possible to consume your coldies while watching.
So
your
we're
sports.
reconfiguring seats for this.
No, it's not
bats?
seats. Like you get like this little plastic piece, the little holder to take with you with your souvenir bat, so that you can set it down basically on the floor by your feet while you're sitting there enjoying the game. So you don't just have to hold the beer bat the entire time, because that's one of the hazards.
Dawson, you remember when Coors had cans where you could you had to push the can in?
Yeah.
The top in.
Yeah, the vented cans.
The vented can.
wide mouths.
And then everybody was just cutting their thumb to shreds.
Yeah, it was
and
a
then,
bad
And then
idea.
they had to make a tool so you can, and nobody ever had the tool to open the beer. I think that lasted not very long.
Oh, you're talking about
You
way
push
back
it,
in the 80s.
You push it. You remember you
with
push
the pull tab thingies?
Yeah, the pull tab, right. You had to push it in.
Oh, my goodness.
Because they were worried about tabs.
No, I never drank out of those kind of cans.
God,
Not that old.
That talk about cutting your... Man, okay. Making it personal there a little bit.
A little bit, yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I thought so.
All right.
Are you old?
You know,
he did.
I mean, because those in the audience would probably think that's the 70s, isn't it? I mean, were you drinking these in high school?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, that's way back.
These shocks.
Let's give you your
I missed the 8 tracks and those kind of cans. Just barely.
You missed the 8 tracks?
I did. I never had an 8-track player.
That's right. Me neither. How about you, old Chuck?
Yeah.
No.
Me
I think
either.
I mean, when they expired, they went away entirely. Like everybody just threw away their 8-track players, and you never saw a sign of them.
Let me tell you what,
they
man.
ever
I
existed.
think the oldest I can do is Walkman.
The thing with the
Best I
8
got
tracks,
for you.
you had to keep those in a suitcase in the car.
Yeah. They were giant.
Oh, bless you, Broadus.
They were giant. How about me hitting the button?
That was a good sneeze. That was a pro move.
Button
I
did.
feel like Broadus rarely sneezes. Me, Dawson, and Walchuk are sneezing it up in here from time to time.
I'm
That was
telling
like one of the
I'm about
first
to
recorded
sneeze about
Broadus
26
sneezes.
times in a row. Get ready.
Okay,
the
well,
attack.
you prepare your body for your baseball fact of the day, courtesy of Baseball History Nut at nut_history on Twitter.
Okay.
Yeah, this could be fake.
This is real fake.
This is not Baseball History Nut's one of the greatest follows. Like, if you had to narrow it down, if I could only follow like a select few of accounts on
The history
on Twitter,
nuts up there.
nut_history would be right there at the top of the list, because they give you facts like this. In 1995, Tony Gwynn had 15 strikeouts in 585 at-bats.
That's true.
We are living in a world right now in 2025 where Rafael Devers has 15 strikeouts in 19 at-bats.
That's true, too.
Yeah, he sure does.
It kept going last night.
God, yeah,
Did he catch striking out last night?
Yeah, he sure did.
Did he bat? Was he batting second?
Had a baby Raph.
They had him in the lineup at second.
At some point, you got to put that guy
on
in
the
the 9
bench.
hole.
In the bench.
Don't play him.
Don't
More
play him.
impressive thing about Tony Gwynn, though, is how amazing his son was at basketball.
That's right. That's right. Tony Gwynn Jr. will never forget it. Shout out to the San Diego Aztecs.
Thank you, Chief.
Yes, sir.
The sports hodgepodge is
That's
in the
weed,
books. Wolchuk's top 10 coming up next, buddy. Where are you taking us?
Well, if you would like to get some April Fool's pranks going, I got the 10 best ideas for you today. That's next in the nation.
right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, cool.
Welcome back, Nation. Time for Wolchuk's Top 10 at 4:20. Jared Sandler is coming up. Rangers pregame at 5 o'clock. Sandler's Rangers preview is brought to you by Blue Nail Roofing. This segment presented by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org, and the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Here he is, your woolly bully, Zach with an H.
All right, we will have bases coming up on the other side, but we did get some good news with these torpedo bats and the conversations that are going on within the Rangers clubhouse, okay?
Okay.
Donnie Ecker and 877-881-1053. I'll get to the top 10 April Fool's pranks for 2025. If you've ever pulled off a good April Fool's prank, let us know. I'd love to hear it. But here was hitting coach Donnie Ecker. I think there's moments when things are pioneered in sports, and this feels like one of them. He's a big believer in the advantages of optimizing science and technology, and in some ways it feels like technology is finally starting to catch up to the offensive side, said one Kevin Pillar. Now, Jake Berger, we'd love to see a Berger bomb with the torpedo bat. Yeah. He said he's skeptically interested. For certain guys, it's probably beneficial, okay? But for my swing, I feel like I hit more balls off the end of the bat than I get jammed. When I do feel like I barrel balls, I don't think they need anything extra. I feel like there isn't a lot of in-between on my misses. I'm way out in front on misses, and it's a ground ball. It's not like I mishit it, and it's a routine fly ball, but I'm interested. So Berger said he'd probably want to test the bat out for a couple of weeks before he felt comfortable using it. But Jock Peterson has already ordered the bats, and he is immediately going to use them. Simple as that.
I would want just a scientific study of my swing and where the sweet spot would be best well positioned.
And that's what they do. That's what's cool about these bats. It's not like it's a one-size-fits-all.
Yeah, so I think Berger might sound a little bit skeptical, but then he said, I'm open-minded to it. That's all you need here, and then to try it out, because I think there's going to be a significant difference. I think they're going to have to look at maybe changes to the baseball by the time this torpedo bat trajectory has run its full story.
Torpedo balls.
Yeah.
Wouldn't be the first time they've juiced these balls in some way, shape, or form. We don't even find out until the end of the year. Oh, that's why the offense was down? Had a different baseball that you were using? Jerks. We do have another defensive tackle off the market. Shefty reporting 6-time Pro Bowl defensive lineman Calais Campbell is finalizing a 1-year deal to return to the Arizona Cardinals. Campbell was a second-round pick back in 2008 of Arizona. 2008. Played there until 2016. Now he's going to play his 18th NFL season. That feels like it could be one last ride. Like I'm going to end my career where I started my career.
Good player. Really wanted the Cowboys to get him. I guess it must just be out of the price range, huh?
1 year, $5.5 million. Max value of $7.5 million.
Oh, jeez.
That is actually more than I probably thought he was going to get. He's deserving of it, though. There's no question. But I think he made less with the Dolphins last year, but he was really good with the Dolphins last year.
Good. He can still play.
Maybe this is just him wanting to go back for one last ride with Arizona, but you would have to think a contending team out there would have been interested in this dude because he's an Iron Man. You can depend on him every single Sunday, dude. For the last 18 years.
It's crazy.
That is so impressive. And it's not the sexy quarterback stuff, the Brady stuff, I get it, but probably more just the physical demand and what he's had to do and still being able to play at a high level after that long at that position.
It's unbelievable.
It really is incredible.
It is. I mean, he's a guy that I definitely would have been interested in even at that price, but oh well.
Hey, it's one thing to be a quarterback at 40 plus like Tom Brady.
Sure.
The D tackle getting it done.
Hey, Zach, did you see where Coastal Carolina's got free concessions at their football games next year?
Awesome.
And that is not an April Fool's joke,
And
right?
they put out like a video, but today, because people were wondering, is this an April Fool's joke?
Yeah.
It's not. They went ahead and verified it. But yeah, anyone who's been to a college game or can go to a college game at Coastal Carolina this year, they will be giving away free concession items.
I think the April Fool's joke will be the quality of the dog that you get for free.
Could it be any worse than the dollar dog, though?
I mean,
yeah.
You think? In what way?
You ever had a 50-cent dog?
You ever had hot dog buns that are stale?
Stale.
What's that 84 cents thing we could get at the German soccer game? It's like a loaf
slice of white bread,
and onion and lard,
paprika,
bread and onion.
I don't know, man. The dog at the Coastal Carolina game might be better than that.
It has to be better than that.
As long as you've got a ticket, you will be able to acquire 4 items per concession stand visit from a selection of hot dogs, nachos, popcorn, and fountain drinks. And there's no limit to the number of in-game visits. But fans must scan each trip through the line with the soon-to-be-launched Coastal Carolina Athletics app.
Yeah. Dawson, you would punish them on those Diet Cokes.
Yeah, I'm going to load up on the Diet Coke. I'll do
nachos.
popcorn nachos.
Nachos?
Yeah.
You're just going to pass on the hot dog?
You know, there's no meat in those nachos. That's just the queso. Or the
it's just
ballpark queso.
Yeah, and
that's fine. I'm not complaining.
Queso. That's slapping queso in the face.
Speaking of nachos, you're going to get you some Friday. We're doing the baked potato thing Friday too, right?
Yeah, we're at the park on Friday. We got to do the baked potato. Yeah.
Cannot wait.
I'm going to execute the mission of just barehanding that thing.
The home of the Hurtado nachos.
The nachos, we can see we get some of those. Yeah.
Is there a rule against spilling?
I think that we were going to see how like you were able to handle it because there's going to be spillage.
Yeah, there's going to be spillage.
Yeah, but like hopefully not all over the ground and stuff. Like you actually eat the thing and don't spill.
I did have some Tolos send me photos that were there for opening weekend, and
looks rough.
It's pretty substantial. Just when you compare it into the hands of someone, you can get that dynamic. You're like, okay, this thing is large.
All right,
but I feel good about it.
Me and Dawson are going to split one.
Okay, yeah, it's adorable.
You're going to split one like you couldn't eat a whole one by yourself.
You guys are so cute, man.
We were talking about it, right?
Yeah.
I don't think I could. I don't think I could eat a whole and it'd be a waste. But
I could definitely eat the whole. But yeah, you just grade me on a scale of 1 to 10 on just how proficient I was, I guess. Grading the spillage.
Yeah, I don't want you like dropping it all over the damn ground.
I don't either. You think I want to waste any of that delicious brisket?
There's a possibility you will.
No, there's no chance. There's no chance.
Watch.
My hand-eye coordination is too good for that.
We're going to have a lot on the ground. That's the main thing. A lot of the ground.
I'm totally with
5-second rule. I'll pick it up.
Oh, the
I was actually reading with inflation now, you could actually get that thing to about 7 seconds.
But you can't just pick up everything off the ground and see, like, see, it's fine.
Oh no, for sure,
Yeah,
absolutely.
Well, you've got the potato in one hand.
I lose points.
Okay.
Like you guys grade me scale of 1 to 10, just how proficient the execution was. That's all.
Can you give an estimate on bites? The number of bites you're probably
When I see it, I'll whenever I get right up close and personal to it, then I'll tell you roughly how many bites I think it'll take.
Okay, we got to figure out what gate we get that at, right?
Oh, it's hurtado.
Oh, is it Hurtado thing?
Heck yeah!
Oh,
This
it is.
a Hurtado barbecue potato.
Yes, bro.
Oh, it is.
That's what I'm saying. I'm not gonna be just willy nilly letting crap fall to the ground. That's gold.
I thought this was a Ranger's item. I mean, just a Ranger.
But it's a Hurtado.
The R in Hurtado stands for Rangers.
Gotcha,
Jack.
brother.
We really listen so well on this show. Got great listening skills.
Not me.
You're the only one that has ticked off a guest with a double ask, by the way, Wolchuk.
Hey, it's not the first time we've double asked.
First time they got ticked off, though.
No lies detected.
Well, he was very nice on the phone. We found out after the fact.
If you were listening earlier, I would told you about Jack Leiter and
But well, it wasn't even Jack Leiter. See, again, Brian doesn't know what the hell the topic of conversation
I really
was.
don't. You're right.
Evaldi?
The fact that Dawson brought it up, I thought was awesome.
What's your top 10 today?
Okay, let's get to the top 10 April Fool's pranks. Now, I have never actually fulfilled the April Fool's prank. I don't think that it's ever that.
Bennett got me last year.
What did he say? He was pregnant or something?
No, he failed out.
You really believe that?
I did.
Bennett's too smart for that.
He was like, Dad, it got really rough.
That guy drinks enough beer to
That's what he
fail
said.
out
He
of
goes, Dad,
college.
I started drinking a lot, and I just couldn't keep up.
This frat life is taking over me, Dad.
I was like, damn it, Bennett. I got mad.
So you've got autocorrect chaos. You can go ahead and find an unsuspecting friend's phone, tablet, computer. When they leave it unattended, you change the autocorrect settings so yes becomes no, or hello becomes whatever the heck you want to make it, like something like I love broccoli or some crap.
Yeah, that's probably what I would go with.
Sounds criminal. Like I love something else. Yeah. Color changing juice. Add a few drops of food coloring to the milk or juice carton. Watch their surprise where they pour out liquid bonus that doesn't harm the drink, so no groceries are wasted in the course of this prank.
I love it.
Just harms your body when you consume the dye, that's all.
Suspicious soap.
Stay away from red and blue.
Paint a dry bar of soap with clear nail polish and place it in the back of the shower or sink. That way, it won't sud up when it gets wet, much to the confusion of the unsuspecting bather.
I just don't think the payoff on that is incredible.
What are you going to do, sit in there and wait?
Right.
Hey, were you confused in that shower 10 minutes ago?
Yeah. Oh, how was it? You didn't even get to see the reaction. Stupid. Mouse mayhem. Place a small piece of clear tape over the bottom sensor of someone's computer mouse. When they try to use it, the cursor won't move, no matter how much they shake. That was always the most annoying thing ever back when you were having to use a computer mouse.
That's gold right there. I like that.
What's going on? This thing just doesn't work. What's happening?
Dad's working from home.
To Sean this morning when he's back. We'll do that next April 1st to Sean with this mouse right here.
You should just do that in general.
What's going on
That'd be
here?
a great bit. Just leave it, and he's like, I can't type anything.
Bobby,
I can't click on anything.
Who broke the damn computer here?
He's sending emails, but he can't send an email.
God, leave here a week. Everything falls apart. Damn it.
Frozen flakes. Night before, pour milk over a bowl of cereal.
What are you even
freeze it
talking
solid.
about over there, bro?
Serve it as breakfast while you act normal. Watch as your prank victim struggles to spoon up the rock-hard flakes, baffled momentarily by their breakfast. You've got a sticky note surprise. You can cover someone's desk, car, or mirror with a bunch of sticky notes. I've seen that done before. It's too much time involved in that.
Way too much time.
The air horn attention grabber. Fasten an air horn under someone's chair with tape. So that when they sit down, it blasts a loud noise. You can also do that with like whoopee cushions.
Oh, I love a good whoopee
That's
cushion.
a good one. That's a good one.
That's proper.
You buy
Classic.
some fake poop, put it anywhere on the toilet or in the car. Somebody thinks like, oh my God, somebody just pooped in here. Change the date. Before somebody wakes up in the morning, you change all the calendars in the house. Or you could do this with clocks too. And so now they're not sure what the hell time it is. Maybe change the phone time. Now they think they're late for work. The panic that sets
That happens in
in.
the Dawson household naturally, right?
Yes, it does.
That's annoying.
I just got pranked on that three mornings in a row.
That is annoying. And then finally, the car caper. You slip a sign reading honk and smile inside the car of your prank target. And now everybody's just driving by like honking at them and they don't know what the hell's going on. That could be a day ruiner right there. But there's just a few best April Fool's pranks for funsies that you could play on your friends or family.
Thank you, Wolchuk. Top 10 at 420 almost every afternoon here in the Gbag Nation, except Mondays during Ranger season. That's when CY joins us. He joined us yesterday. That was outstanding. Unfortunately, did not get them some good Rangers luck, but we got Jack Leiter goosed up in the Gbag Blessing department earlier today. He joined us at 2:20, and you can usually tune in Tuesdays at 3:20 for that Rangers player show. Really excited about this whooping they're going to put on the Reds. Pregame's coming up at 5 o'clock, and we're back with the round tripper. Wolchuk, what kind of baseball gold's in store?
All right, we had a history last night in Major League Baseball, the latest power rankings, and your lineup for tonight. That's next in the nation.
Coming up on the next KNC Masterpiece, it's a KNC Quickie. We only have 60 minutes of awesome content, so we'll try to jam 2 segments into every regular 1 segment. Join the show, leading into Rangers baseball right here on 105.3 The Fan.
I'm Rick Julius, a partner at Cordell & Cordell. For over 3 decades, Cordell & Cordell has been on the front lines of family law. Divorce is more than just a legal process. It's a life-changing event that can impact your future, finances, and your relationship with your children. You've worked hard to build a life that you're proud of, and you deserve a legal partner who will work just as hard to protect it.
Offices in Dallas, Fort Worth, and St. Louis. Schedule an appointment with one of Cordell & Cordell's Dallas-Fort Worth area attorneys. Joseph Cordell, principal partner. KordellCordell.com.
Corey Majors here for my friends at Best Buy Windows and Siding. Your house has dated windows. They need to be replaced, and not everybody's being transparent about their prices. At Best Buy Windows and Siding, we keep it simple. 10 single-hung windows for just $59.50. No tricks, just great value. Don't get fooled. Call Best Buy Windows and Siding and get honest prices, expert installation with a lifetime warranty.
games today. Rangers pregame's coming up at 5 o'clock here on the Fan as they get set to visit the Reds in the second of their 3-game set. Tomorrow's game at 11:40. We're planning to join you about 3 o'clock or so and take it all the way until 7. Frank Caliendo in studio tomorrow at 4. Here's Wolchuk with that proper round tripper.
All right, Rangers, of course, in Cincy. They're going to be taking on Carson Spears, who is a righty. Evo back on the bump. Lineup relatively similar. You got Simeon leading off, and boy, do they need Marcus to get going in a big way. He has struggled to open the season. Corey Seager batting second, playing short. Wyatt Langford playing left field, batting third. Jock Peterson will be DHing. I'm putting the call in for Jimmy Jock tonight. Jock Peterson will hit his first home run of the season. Elbambi Adolis Garcia playing right, Jake Berger at first, followed by Josh Smith at third, Kyle Higashioka at catching, and Leody Taveras will be playing center field and batting ninth. So there's your Rangers order for tonight. Did get some sad news. One of my all-time favorites, Lance Lynn, has announced that he will be retiring at the age of 37. He made the announcement on his wife's podcast, Diamond in the Rough, this morning. Good name for a baseball podcast, right? Diamond in the Rough.
Mm-hmm.
That's nice.
Yeah, that's a nice touch.
13-year veteran, 2-time All-Star, well, we're going to skip that part of the equation. But, yeah, he was great. He was awesome for the time that he played with the Rangers. Really good dude. And shout out to Lance Lynn on an incredible career. Perhaps one of the best righties. His best season could have been 2019 with the Rangers. He went 16-11. 3.67 ERA, 246 Ks in 203rd innings. He also finished 5th in AL Cy Young voting that year. So quite the season for Lance Lynn in Texas.
Wasn't he pretty good last year? Yes, he was good last year.
Yeah.
Definitely, he just had his number and teams weren't willing to reach it. So he said, I'm out of here.
And I had seen, right before the season started, he was even, I'll come out of the bullpen for you.
Really?
So who knows? Maybe Lance Lynn gets that itch again. But we haven't seen the last Lance.
Seems like he's still got something, but he is 37 years old.
Red Sox Garrett Crochet's agreed to a 6-year extension through 2031. He's getting the bag. Deal worth up to $170 million. It'll start in 2026. Includes an opt-out after the 2030 season when Garrett Crochet will still only be 31 years old. I didn't realize how young he was.
Dang.
But this is the most money ever for a player with 4+ years of service, trumping the deal for Jacob deGrom that he signed with the Mets in 2019. So congratulations to Garrett Crochet. Now, last night we had history made. Carson Kelly hit for the cycle. He became the first Cubs player to hit for the cycle in more than 30 years. Just the 18th catcher in Major League history to hit for the cycle as the Cubs just destroyed the A's 18-3 in Sacramento. Now at 30 years old for Kelly, this was incredible for him. I mean, this was not a dude who had a ton of success, but he comes out, hits for that cycle. Now, I don't know, do you dock him because it's in a minor league park at all? Is it not as cool? The dimensions are a little bit smaller than your typical Major League park.
No, it's still great.
Pretty cool. Still pretty cool.
Harder to get a triple in a smaller park.
It is.
I want to see him rounding those bases for that triple. I wonder what that looked like.
Hauling ass. We had Russian revelations earlier. Freddie Freeman has aggravated his surgically repaired ankle. He had a shower mishap.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, he's considered day-to-day. That's what Dave Roberts told us. Injury was a result of a mishap while stepping into the shower, and that he is now day-to-day. Now, this can be a treacherous activity. Sometimes there's a lot of slippage that can occur here.
He should definitely have been using some sort of a slip-resistant mat, maybe a sit-down shower or a bath situation. But those post-surgery recovery times, it's a dangerous time to be showering. We'll check.
You ever slipped in the shower?
Oh, yeah.
Brian?
Nope.
Never?
Nope.
Never slipped in the shower?
Nope.
Just Avis parking
lots. What
lots.
about getting out of the shower?
Nope.
It's
one of my biggest fears, though. I'll tell you, I have a problem because of I get vertigo. Like when I wash the hair,
yeah.
I close my eyes and I get dizzy sometimes. And I feel like I'm going to fall in the shower. But
sometimes
do you just body wash your scalp, or do you actually shampoo
I use tea tree stuff. That tea tree makes the mint.
Is it the same thing you put on the rest of your body, or is it separate for the scalp?
No, it's separate. Yeah,
Okay.
I use Dove.
Probably time for a stool in there to sit down in.
You think?
I think so.
Yeah, I mean when you see one of those showers where they got like the built-in bench kind
at
of
the
deal.
Super Bowl, I had the handicap room, the suite was I had that room. Yeah,
it was by design.
Yeah, I think so. Those places we've been staying, they don't have a shower curtain.
There have been a few.
Some of them are open.
It's like that open door kind of thing.
I hate it. I don't like it. I feel like
the splash is out of this world.
It's just annoying.
And you get that cool kind of air coming in when you're trying to have a cozy, warm shower.
Yeah, I'm like, hey, this water's everywhere. What is the concept of this?
I don't quite get that whole bit. I really don't. Yeah, at the Super Bowl we had that. I had that problem. It's like I say, it was only like a half glass. I don't know what that was all about.
Not full coverage.
Yeah.
I don't know what's happening.
You were alluding to the fact that you have slipped and fell in the shower.
I have once before. I think it was like trying to get out of the shower, and it was just whoop, boom, and
isn't that the guy from Friends went down?
Took a tumble.
Or that was something else. Was that another guy? Somebody famous slipped in the shower.
I'm sure it's happened to many people.
We lost somebody falling in the shower.
Like they hit their head?
Died? Yeah.
Well, it could. I mean, it could be, depending on what your bathroom setup is, this could end up being a violent situation.
Was yours a traditional shower, or was it like a bathtub that you were showering in? You had to step over the ledge.
I had to step over, and there was a slippery spot, and I just, boom, and I was very fortunate I didn't end up breaking some part of my face.
Yeah, early on in my marriage, that was a huge point of contention because my wife found it funny to, like, while I was showering, sneak up and just like,
yeah,
you know, and like you freak out. Yeah. I'm like, hey, dude, and it happened like 3 or 4 times. I'm like, this can't happen anymore. Yeah. We have to draw a hard line in the sand here. You want to scare me other places? I guess that's fine, even though it kind of pisses me off if I'm rounding a corner or something. Yeah. But the shower scare is a no-go.
No, we can't be scaring people in the shower. Last thing here, Roki Sasaki, the Japanese phenom.
Oh, this poor guy.
Oh, man. So he came out, he didn't make it out of the second inning during his U.S. debut with the Dodgers on Saturday afternoon, and he appeared to be crying in the dugout after he got pulled.
Yeah.
But former Major League Baseball All-Star Eric Hosmer, who was watching at home on his couch, thinks that he was cheating.
What?
Yeah, he thinks he was cheating. I think that there's an argument to be made that a small or mid-market team like the Dodgers could be allowing Roki Sasaki to cheat. He presented this hypothesis that he's obviously using a sticky substance and he's having a tough time blending his grip on the ball, and it's because he's trying to use the sticky stuff that is illegal and not allowed. So they called Eric.
So he's sitting there crying because he knows he's screwed.
He's
without
cheating
the sticky
and he's still
stuff?
sucking. Like he's trying to cheat and he's still really bad at cheating.
That would make me cry.
Yeah.
You know,
I don't know. Maybe he's just not used to this, and the Dodgers do this.
This is
all
so
the time.
good. Yeah.
But poor
Well, it was
guy-
disappointing the Rangers didn't get him. I know they wanted him, and they realized early on they probably weren't going to get him, so it was a very anticlimactic. But if he could just go ahead and, be a disappointment for them, I think that's what they deserve at this point, throwing around all their money.
He does
trying
have
to
a lot
money
of-
whip the league into a dynasty.
There was a lot of wiping of the hands going on here. I don't know if he was using sticky substances or not. They're supposed to check for this stuff. They didn't find anything, but poor Roki Sasaki, not only did he Sasaki again.
That is something. Do you think he loses respect in the clubhouse if you're crying sitting there in the dugout? Absolutely. Yeah.
Well, Japanese culture, is there a lot of tears?
I don't know about that whole deal with Japanese culture and honor and all that, how that goes.
I don't know.
I don't know if he's violated anything with their protocols. I just know here in the good old U.S. of A.,
can't be seen
we
in
don't take
public.
well to crybabies.
No, I can't do that.
He is in California,
in the
though,
clubhouse. Yeah, I'm sure there's some sympathetic ears. Don't make fun of him, honey. Okay.
It's his first start.
He's in a foreign country struggling.
It's not his fault. He's got sticky hands.
Well, thank you, Wolchuk. Proper round tripper in the books. Rangers pregame coming up here at the top of the hour. Evaldi is on the hill. And it's a sight for sore eyes after that pitching performance last night. Troubling loss, but I'm sure they're going to bounce back. Let's get some hits. Let's get some offense. Thanks to Ross Lubinsky filling in for Lucius Alexander. Thanks to Wolchuk and Chiafalo. The Nosebleed boys were on fire across this 3-hour journey. And, of course, thanks to Broadus, I'm Gavin Dawson. You're going home with the nation. Addies.
It's afternoons with the Gbag Boys on 105.3 and the Odyssey app. Proudly presented by Comerica.
This is Zach Gelb with Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Fisher Investments. We're 23 days away from the first round of the 2025 NFL Draft. And right now, here's how I see the first 5 picks playing on out. I have the Titans taking Cam Ward at 1. Then the Browns going with Travis Hunter at 2. With the Giants taking Shedeur Sanders at 3. Then the Patriots selecting Abdul Carter at 4. And Mason Graham will round out the top 5 of the draft, starting his NFL journey with the Jacksonville Jaguars. I'm Zach Gelb.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Bosch Power Tools. The more you Bosch, the more you feel like a Bosch.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get 5 quarts of O'Reilly.